Long before modern civilization mapped the world, something extraordinary was already rising from the earth. Massive stone cities appeared in deserts with no nearby water source. Underground tunnels stretched for kilometers beneath mountains. Temples were aligned so precisely with the stars that certain chambers still light up on exact days thousands of years later. In some ruins, the stones are cut with angles so sharp and surfaces so smooth that archaeologists still debate how they were made without advanced machinery. Entire civilizations vanished, yet their engineering survived earthquakes, floods, and centuries of erosion, as if they understood something modern science is only beginning to rediscover. Every new excavation seems to uncover another impossible detail buried beneath history. And the deeper researchers dig into the ancient world, the more one terrifying possibility begins to emerge. Perhaps the past was never as primitive as we were taught to believe. Stenar is one of the most mysterious ancient monuments ever discovered in Scandinavia. Built from 59 enormous stones arranged into the shape of a gigantic ship nearly 67 meters long, the monument stands high above the Baltic Sea near the fishing village of Koseberga in southern Sweden. Archaeologists still debate why ancient builders transported multi-ton stones onto such an exposed coastal ridge, why the structure was shaped like a massive stone ship, and whether its alignment with the movement of the sun was intentional or accidental. Radiocarbon evidence discovered beneath several stones dates much of the site to around 550 to 600 AD during the late Nordic Iron Age, although some researchers believe parts of the monument could be older. Over the decades, Stenar has been interpreted as a burial monument, a ritual gathering site, a navigational landmark, and even a giant astronomical calendar. Yet no explanation has fully solved the mystery surrounding its true purpose. The monument's location immediately raises questions. Unlike many Scandinavian stone monuments hidden inland, Stenar was deliberately built on one of the highest coastal ridges in the region, directly overlooking the Baltic Sea. From offshore, the monument's silhouette becomes visible against the horizon long before sailors reach the cliffs themselves. This unusual placement has led historians to suspect the site may have held ceremonial or navigational importance connected to the sea. Stone ship monuments already existed across Scandinavia during the Iron Age, often associated with burials and symbolic journeys into the afterlife. However, Stenar is dramatically larger than most surviving examples. The scale alone suggests the monument may have served a much greater purpose than a simple grave marker. The engineering required to build the monument was extraordinary. Several stones weigh multiple tons, and researchers believe some may have been transported from locations many kilometers away. Two of the largest quartzite stones are thought to originate near Brantevik, roughly 20 kilometers from the site. Moving such massive stones uphill across uneven terrain without modern machinery would have required careful planning, organized labor, and sophisticated construction methods. But the greatest mystery surrounding Stenar may involve astronomy. The monument's long axis is aligned northwest to southeast. According to several astronomical studies, the northwestern end aligns closely with the sunset during the summer solstice, while the southeastern end aligns with the sunrise during the winter solstice. During midsummer, observers standing inside the monument can watch the sun descend near the northwestern bow stone. During midwinter, the rising sun appears near the southeastern end. Some archaeoastronomy researchers believe this alignment was intentional. Researcher Howard Crowhurst proposed that the monument functioned as a giant solar calendar capable of tracking seasonal changes throughout the year. Later studies by Amelia Carolina Sparavigna suggested that additional stone alignments may also correspond to lunar standstills and moonset positions. Other researchers argue the spacing of the stones may encode parts of the solar cycle itself. If true, the builders of Stenar may have possessed a surprisingly advanced understanding of astronomy centuries before formal scientific systems appeared in Northern Europe. However, many archaeologists remain skeptical. Critics argue that ancient monuments often appear astronomically aligned by coincidence, and no surviving written records prove the monument was designed as an observatory or calendar. Because the original builders left no explanation behind, proving intentional astronomical design remains extremely difficult. The monument's true age is also heavily debated. Excavations during the 1980s uncovered charcoal, burned organic material, and a decorated clay urn containing cremated human remains. Radiocarbon analysis dated many of these discoveries to approximately 540 to 650 AD, strongly supporting an Iron Age origin. Yet geologist Nils Axel Myrna and archaeologist Bob Lind argued that nearby Bronze Age artifacts, including bronze tools and ritual objects, may suggest the site originally dates much earlier, possibly around 700 BC before later reconstruction occurred during the Iron Age. According to this theory, Ali's Stenar may have been reused across multiple historical periods rather than built all at once. Another major mystery involves what is missing from the site. Many Scandinavian stone ships functioned as burial monuments containing major graves or cremation chambers. Yet excavations at Ali's Stenar uncovered surprisingly little evidence of a large tomb beneath the structure. No royal burial chamber has ever been found at the centre of the monument. This has led some researchers to suspect the monument may never have been primarily funerary at all. Instead, the structure may have served as a ceremonial gathering place connected to solar worship, seasonal rituals, or maritime traditions tied to the Baltic Sea. Throughout Bronze Age Scandinavia, ships frequently appeared in rock carvings associated with the movement of the sun across the sky. Some historians believe Ali's Stenar may represent that same cosmological symbolism transformed into monumental stone architecture. More than 200 years ago, an entire city on top of a volcanic mountain vanished in a single morning. Columns collapsed across stone streets. Churches folded into themselves. Reservoirs cracked open beneath the ground. Thousands of tons of basalt tumbled down narrow roads overlooking the Sea of Galilee. Then the city was abandoned so completely that over time, even its memory began to disappear. Today, the ruins of Hippos Susita still remain frozen almost exactly where they fell during the catastrophic earthquake of January 18, 749 CE. Archaeologists describe the destruction as one of the clearest preserved earthquake snapshots in the ancient Near East. Entire rows of columns still lie facing the same direction. Streets remain buried beneath collapsed masonry. Some buildings were never rebuilt or disturbed again after the disaster. But the greatest mystery surrounding Hippos is not how it died. It is how such a city was ever constructed in the first place. Hippos stood more than 350 meters above the Sea of Galilee on an isolated basalt ridge in the modern Golan Heights. The location is extreme even by ancient standards. Steep cliffs surround much of the summit, and natural freshwater sources are almost non-existent. Yet beginning in the 2nd century BCE, during the Seleucid period, engineers transformed this volcanic hill into one of the major cities of the Decapolis, the alliance of Greco-Roman cities spread across the eastern frontier of the Roman world. Modern excavations led by the University of Haifa since 2000 uncovered paved Roman roads, forums, bath complexes, churches, underground reservoirs, and monumental public architecture spread across the summit. The scale of construction immediately creates a problem for archaeologists. Hippos was built largely from basalt, an extremely dense volcanic stone that is notoriously difficult to cut and transport. Even with modern tools, moving large basalt blocks across steep terrain is difficult. Ancient builders somehow carried thousands of tons of this material uphill while simultaneously constructing a fully organized Roman city, complete with theatres, water systems, and religious complexes. The forum at Hippos measured approximately 42 by 42 meters and was surrounded by imported granite columns brought from distant regions of the empire. Researchers still debate how supply caravans managed to move heavy architectural elements to such an isolated summit without advanced lift-fitting systems. Unlike famous engineering sites such as Petra or Machu Picchu, Hippos remains largely absent from mainstream discussions of ancient construction mysteries, despite presenting equally difficult engineering questions. But the greatest puzzle at Hippos may be hidden underground. The city should not have been able to sustain a large population because the summit had almost no permanent freshwater source. Yet excavations uncovered one of the most advanced hydraulic systems ever found in a mountain settlement of the Roman East. Archaeologists discovered underground cistern networks, rainwater collection systems, basalt pressure pipes, ceramic conduits, vaulted reservoirs, and carefully angled distribution channels carved directly into bedrock beneath the city. In 2020, excavators uncovered evidence of a sophisticated Hellenistic pressure pipe system beneath the settlement. Researchers identified basalt pressure pipes later repaired during the early 5th century CE, using cement layers containing embedded coins, allowing archaeologists to date the reconstruction precisely. The system required accurate calculations of gravity, slope, and internal pressure. A single miscalculation could rupture the pipes or collapse water flow across the city. Yet the hydraulic network functioned for centuries in one of the harshest urban locations in the region. Some of the largest reservoirs were concealed beneath public spaces. Beneath the forum, archaeologists uncovered a massive underground cistern covered by a preserved vaulted structure capable of storing enormous quantities of water. The sophistication of the design has led some researchers to compare aspects of Hippos' hydraulic planning with the water management systems of Petra. The difference is that Hippos operated on unstable volcanic terrain, where erosion and pressure control were far more dangerous. Then, after centuries of survival, the city disappeared almost instantly. On January 18, 749 CE, a devastating earthquake struck the Levant along the Dead Sea Transform fault system. Historical records describe catastrophic destruction across Syria, Palestine, and Jordan. Modern geological estimates place the earthquake near magnitude 7.0. At Hippos, the damage was catastrophic. Entire colonnades collapsed simultaneously. Residential districts were crushed beneath falling masonry. Churches shattered while still active. Unlike many ancient cities destroyed by earthquakes, Hippos was never fully rebuilt. That abandonment preserved the city in extraordinary detail. Archaeologists often compare Hippos to Pompeii, not because of volcanic destruction, but because both cities became frozen snapshots of daily life interrupted by catastrophe. At Hippos, columns still lie where they fell more than 12 centuries ago. Streets remain sealed beneath collapse layers. Household structures, courtyards, and urban districts survived beneath earthquake debris almost untouched by later rebuilding. The Byzantine churches of Hippos reveal another layer of mystery. By the 6th and 7th centuries CE, the city had become a major Christian centre containing at least 8 churches spread across the summit. Excavations uncovered mosaic floors, Greek inscriptions, reliquaries, and fragments of painted wall decoration preserved beneath the destruction layers of 749. In the Northwest Church, archaeologists found evidence that Christian builders had reused architectural materials from earlier Roman pagan temples. This blending of cultures appears throughout the city. The mosaic floors themselves remain unusually well preserved considering the environment. Many pigments survived centuries of seismic activity, temperature fluctuation, burial, and exposure. Mineral-based colouring materials retained visible detail after nearly 1,500 years. The durability of the mosaics continues to raise questions about Byzantine mortar chemistry and pigment technology. Beneath the visible ruins, archaeologists continue uncovering underground chambers, tunnels, cisterns, and burial complexes suggesting much of Hippos still remains hidden. Some underground structures appear connected to the city's hydraulic network, while others may have served ritual, military, or storage functions. Large portions of the subterranean system remain only partially excavated. What makes Hippos extraordinary is that it was never simply one civilization. Founded during the Hellenistic era, transformed under Roman control, reshaped during the Byzantine Christian period, and still occupied briefly during the Umayyad era, the city became a physical record of multiple empires layered on top of each other. Greek inscriptions appear beside Roman engineering. Pagan symbols survived within Christian districts. Eastern and Mediterranean architectural traditions merged on a volcanic summit, overlooking one of the most contested landscapes of the ancient world. Deep in the dry mountains of southern Jordan, archaeologists uncovered the ruins of a Nabatean sanctuary that should not have existed here. The site, known as Khirbet ed-Dari, stood far from major rivers, surrounded by harsh valleys and unstable desert terrain. Yet excavations revealed a complex religious and economic centre containing temples, underground water systems, ritual courtyards, industrial facilities, paved ceremonial paths, and evidence of long-term settlement. What researchers found beneath the dust suggested something unexpected. 2,000 years ago, the Nabateans were not simply desert traders. They were highly advanced engineers who may have mastered survival technologies still difficult to replicate in arid environments today. The ruins lie near the ancient King's Highway, one of the oldest trade routes in the Middle East. For centuries, caravans carrying frankincense, spices, perfumes, textiles, and copper crossed these mountains between Arabia and the Mediterranean world. During the Nabatean period, especially between the 1st century BCE and 2nd century CE, Khirbet ed-Dari became part of the same commercial network that made Petra rich. But unlike Petra, this settlement remained hidden deep inside a difficult valley where permanent survival should have been extremely hard. The site was first documented in 1818 by British travellers Charles Irby and James Mangles. Major excavations only began in 1984 under Jordanian archaeologist Zaidan al-Muhaizen and French archaeologist François Villeneuve. Over the next decades, archaeologists uncovered monumental architecture buried beneath layers of collapse and erosion. They found ritual chambers, vaulted halls, olive presses, workshops, domestic housing, and one of the most sophisticated hydraulic systems ever discovered in a Nabatean settlement outside Petra. The greatest mystery of Khirbet Hdari is water. Southern Jordan receives very limited rainfall, while sudden flash floods can destroy structures within minutes. Yet the Nabateans built underground channels, reservoirs, runoff collection systems, and stone-cut water pathways capable of storing and distributing water with remarkable efficiency. Excavations in the 1990s documented at least 11 meters of subterranean canalization beneath sections of the sanctuary itself. Archaeologists also found evidence of agriculture and food production operating in terrain that today appears almost impossible to farm consistently. Researchers believe the Nabateans engineered systems that captured seasonal rainfall before directing it into hidden storage networks, protected from evaporation. Similar hydraulic technologies were used at Petra, where dams, ceramic pipes, and concealed cisterns controlled desert floods with extraordinary precision. But Khirbet Hdari presents an even bigger mystery because the settlement lacked Petra's scale and natural advantages. Even so, it survived for centuries. Some archaeologists now describe the Nabateans as one of the most advanced hydraulic civilizations of the ancient world. At the center of the settlement stood a large sanctuary connected to nearby Khirbet et Tana, another major Nabatean ritual site excavated in 1937 by American archaeologist Nelson Gluck. Researchers believe both sanctuaries may have formed part of a wider ceremonial network tied to caravan movement across southern Jordan. Inside Khirbet Hdari, archaeologists uncovered altars, sacred courtyards, ceremonial stairways, processional spaces, and an adyton, the innermost chamber reserved for the most sacred rituals. Yet no one fully understands what happened inside these chambers. Nabatean religion blended Arab traditions with Greek, Roman, and regional influences, creating one of the least understood belief systems of the ancient Near East. Excavations uncovered evidence of incense burning, ritual meals, and animal sacrifice, but the exact ceremonies remain unknown. Some researchers have even investigated whether parts of the sanctuary were aligned with seasonal solar events, suggesting possible astronomical connections hidden within the architecture. The engineering itself creates another mystery. Jordan sits near active tectonic fault systems connected to the Dead Sea Transform. Earthquakes repeatedly damaged settlements throughout the region for thousands of years. Archaeological evidence shows parts of Khirbet Hdari suffered seismic destruction during the Roman period. Excavations revealed collapsed industrial structures, shattered olive presses, burned olive stones, and ash deposits linked to both fire and earthquake damage. Yet despite centuries of seismic activity, major architectural sections survived. Archaeologists discovered standing columns, intact stylobates, vaulted chambers, and carefully placed stone foundations still visible after nearly 2 millennia. Some researchers believe Nabatean builders may have used flexible stone placement and advanced load distribution methods that allowed structures to absorb seismic stress more effectively than rigid construction systems. Similar theories have been proposed to explain the survival of monuments at Petra. Another unusual feature of the site is the mixture of civilizations preserved within the ruins. Archaeological evidence suggests occupation stretching from the pre-pottery Neolithic period through the Bronze Age, the Nabatean era, Roman occupation, Byzantine settlement, and early Islamic activity. Over time, the sanctuary itself changed. Nabatean religious architecture merged with Roman engineering influences, while later Christian communities modified parts of the complex during the Byzantine period. Archaeologists even identified the remains of a church dating to approximately the 6th century CE, built near sections of the older sacred structures. But eventually the settlement disappeared. By the late Roman and Byzantine periods, maritime trade routes increasingly replaced inland caravan networks, weakening settlements along the King's Highway. Earthquakes damaged infrastructure, water systems likely deteriorated, and Nabatean political identity vanished after Rome annexed the Nabatean kingdom in 106 CE. Slowly, the sanctuary was abandoned. Wind buried the roads, sediment filled the channels, and the valley faded from history. On the southeastern coast of Öland, a Swedish island in the Baltic Sea, archaeologists uncovered one of the most disturbing ancient crime scenes ever discovered in Europe. Inside the ruins of a circular stone fortress called Sandby Borg, human skeletons were found lying exactly where they died nearly 500 years ago. Some collapsed beside fireplaces. Others were discovered inside doorways or in the middle of rooms. No one buried them. No one returned for the valuables left behind. The entire settlement appears to have been abandoned immediately after a brutal massacre during the late 5th century AD. Sandby Borg was an Iron Age ring fort built during the migration period, around AD 400 to 550. The site was part of a network of fortified settlements across Öland, but Sandby Borg stood out because of its highly organised design. Archaeological surveys revealed 53 stone houses arranged in a circular layout behind massive limestone walls nearly 4 metres thick. The fort covered roughly 5,000 square metres and required advanced planning, engineering, and labour coordination uncommon for Northern Europe at the time. Researchers believe the walls originally stood 4 to 5 metres high, creating a heavily defended settlement overlooking the Baltic coastline. The modern mystery began in 2010, when archaeologists from Kalmar County Museum conducted metal detector surveys across the site. Almost immediately, they uncovered hidden caches of extraordinary wealth. Gold Roman solidi, silver pendants, glass beads, rings, and decorated brooches were found buried inside several houses. Many of these artifacts dated between AD 450 and 510, directly linking Sandby Borg to the final decades of the collapsing Western Roman Empire. The discoveries proved that elite communities in Scandinavia were connected to vast trade and military networks stretching thousands of kilometers south into Roman Europe. Then the skeletons appeared. During excavations beginning in 2011, archaeologists uncovered human remains inside multiple houses. The victims included adult men, elderly individuals, and even children. One skeleton was found face down beside a hearth as if the person had been interrupted during an ordinary daily activity. Another body lay collapsed in a doorway. Several skulls showed evidence of sharp force trauma and crushing blows delivered from above. The injuries strongly suggested execution-style killings rather than deaths during open combat. By 2017, at least 26 individuals had been identified, though archaeologists emphasised that only about 9% of the fortress had actually been excavated. Most of Sandby Borg still remains untouched beneath the soil, meaning many more victims may still be hidden underground. What makes Sandby Borg especially terrifying is not simply the massacre itself, but what happened afterward. Nobody buried the bodies. In almost every known ancient society, burial rituals were considered essential. Even after wars, survivors usually recovered the dead. Yet inside Sandby Borg, corpses were left exactly where they fell for centuries. Valuable objects also remained untouched. Gold coins, silver jewellery, and imported luxury items stayed hidden inside the abandoned houses for over 500 years. This is one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the site. Normally, survivors would return to reclaim wealth, or attackers would loot the settlement after victory. But neither appears to have happened. Archaeologists believe the massacre may have been so complete that nobody survived to return. Another theory suggests the site became socially forbidden, possibly feared by nearby communities after the killings. Ancient Scandinavian traditions often associated abandoned ring forts with curses, dangerous spirits, or taboo ground. Some local legends on Öland described Sandby Borg as an eerie place long before excavations began. The timing of the massacre may also explain its extreme violence. The attack likely occurred during the late 5th century, directly after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Across Europe, political systems were collapsing, trade routes were breaking apart, and tribal conflicts were increasing. Although Scandinavia lay far from Rome itself, Sandby Borg proves the region was deeply connected to the wider chaos of Europe. Roman gold coins found inside the fortress suggest that Scandinavian elites may have served as mercenaries in Roman armies, before returning north with wealth, weapons, and military knowledge. Some researchers believe Sandby Borg was not destroyed by foreign invaders at all. Evidence suggests the attackers may have known the settlement well. Many victims appear to have been killed suddenly without organised resistance, leading to theories of betrayal or internal political violence. The assault may have been a targeted elimination of a powerful family or rival clan, because the valuables were never removed. Some archaeologists suspect the goal was not robbery, but the destruction of the community itself. The fortress architecture makes the event even more shocking. Ring forts like Sandby Borg were designed for protection. The circular defensive walls, controlled entrances, and dense arrangement of houses should have made surprise attacks difficult. Yet the settlement fell rapidly. Some archaeologists believe the attackers may have entered through deception or internal cooperation. Others think the inhabitants were attacked during a feast or seasonal gathering when defences were relaxed. Researchers also discovered evidence that daily life stopped instantly. Food preparation tools, household objects, and animal remains were still positioned inside homes, as if normal activities had been interrupted within minutes. This has led some historians to compare Sandbyborg to Pompeii. Pompeii preserved life through volcanic ash. Sandbyborg preserved death through silence and abandonment. Unlike Pompeii, however, no ancient text ever recorded what happened here. No surviving chronicle describes the massacre. No king claimed responsibility. No legend explains who died behind the stone walls of Sandbyborg. Everything archaeologists know comes only from bones, ruined houses, weapon injuries, and the objects left behind. And the most unsettling fact is that the majority of the fortress has never been excavated. More skeletons may still lie inside collapsed houses beneath the ground. More Roman gold could remain hidden under the stone floors. The identities of the attackers, the reason for the massacre, and the true scale of the killings may still be buried beneath the ruins. For archaeologists, Sandbyborg is one of the clearest snapshots of ancient violence ever discovered in Scandinavia. But for everyone else, it remains something even darker. A perfectly preserved moment when an entire community vanished so completely that even the dead were abandoned where they fell. More than 3,000 years ago, someone climbed into a narrow canyon in what is now southeastern Kazakhstan and carved gigantic human figures directly into black volcanic rock. Their bodies were human, their heads were not. Circular halos exploded outward like rays of sunlight, towering above ritual dancers, sacrificial scenes, and processions of animals. Even today, archaeologists cannot fully explain what these beings were supposed to represent. The site is known as Tamgali petroglyphs, a remote ritual landscape hidden within the Chuili Mountains, roughly 170 kilometers northwest of Almaty. Since its discovery by archaeologist Anna Maximova in 1957, researchers have documented more than 5,000 petroglyphs spread across 48 major clusters. The oldest carvings date to approximately 1500 to 1200 BC during the Middle Bronze Age. UNESCO later described Tamgali as one of the most important concentrations of rock art in Central Asia and added it to the World Heritage List in 2004. But among thousands of carvings showing hunters, animals, and warriors, a small group of images continues to dominate scientific debate. Archaeologists call them the sunhead figures. Unlike ordinary Bronze Age artwork found across Eurasia, these figures appear strangely abstract and symbolic. Some possess circular heads surrounded by radiating spikes. Others stand with arms spread outward, above groups of smaller humans who appear to dance beneath them. At least 30 of these solar figures were originally carved into the canyon walls, Secretukot Canyon walls, with around 26 surviving today. No inscriptions accompany them. No written language explains them. Their creators vanished long before recorded history reached the region. Some researchers believe the figures represent solar deities connected to early Indo-Iranian religious systems. Others argue they may depict ritual specialists wearing ceremonial masks used during shamanic ceremonies. A third theory suggests the distorted forms reflect altered states of consciousness experienced during trance rituals. None of these explanations fully solve the mystery. What makes Tamgali especially unusual is that the canyon itself appears to have functioned as a carefully organised sacred landscape rather than a random collection of carvings. The petroglyphs are concentrated in specific ritual zones instead of being spread evenly across the terrain. Certain rock faces contain enormous ceremonial compositions while nearby surfaces remain untouched. Archaeologists have identified scenes showing ritual dancing, sacrificial activity, hunting ceremonies, and symbolic animal processions. This creates an important question. Why would Bronze Age pastoral societies, groups normally associated with migration across open steppe regions, repeatedly return to a fixed mountain canyon generation after generation? The evidence suggests Tamgali may have functioned as a ceremonial gathering site tied to seasonal rituals and religious identity. The canyon was likely not just a place where people lived. It may have been a place where they believed the boundary between the human world and the spiritual world became thinner. The technology behind the carvings deepens the mystery further. The images were created primarily using a pecking technique, in which artists repeatedly struck dark rock surfaces to remove the outer mineral patina layer. The lighter stone beneath produced sharp visual contrast. This method sounds primitive, but the results are surprisingly sophisticated. Many carvings remain visible after more than 3 millennia despite exposure to extreme temperature shifts, erosion, winter freezing, and powerful winds sweeping through the Kazakh steppe. Researchers believe the artists intentionally selected rock surfaces with stable desert varnish coatings because they understood those surfaces would preserve imagery for long periods of time. Some large ceremonial panels maintain remarkable symmetry and spatial organization even today. This suggests long-term planning, technical consistency, and an advanced understanding of how stone weathering worked in harsh environments. The placement of the carvings may also have astronomical significance. Solar imagery dominates the site. The repeated appearance of radiant-headed figures strongly suggests that the sun played a central role in the belief system of the people who created Tamgali. Some archaeologists believe portions of the canyon may have been used during seasonal ceremonies linked to solar cycles, migration patterns, or equinox events, although no complete astronomical system has been definitively proven. The arrangement of certain panels appears too deliberate to be accidental. This possibility becomes more significant when viewed within the broader context of Bronze Age Eurasia. During the second millennium BC, multiple cultures across the steppe and Near East were developing increasingly complex relationships with celestial observation. Solar symbolism, ritual calendars, and sky-oriented religious systems began appearing across enormous geographic regions. Tamgali may preserve part of that forgotten transformation. Some of the strangest imagery at the site goes even further. Several figures appear partially human and partially animal. Others possess distorted limbs, oversized hands, or unnatural body proportions. Horned headdresses appear in multiple ritual scenes. Archaeologists studying Central Asian shamanic traditions have proposed that these carvings may represent visions experienced during trance ceremonies, involving rhythmic dance, drumming, fasting, or psychoactive substances. One major composition contains 6 towering sun-headed beings, standing above groups of smaller humans, locked in what appears to be ceremonial movement. The scene does not resemble ordinary storytelling. It resembles ritual performance frozen into stone. At the same time, the artists behind these surreal images demonstrated extraordinary realism elsewhere in the canyon. Animals including ibex, horses, bulls, wolves, and camels are depicted with surprisingly accurate anatomy and movement. That contrast matters. The same people, capable of realistic observation, deliberately chose to represent the sun-headed figures in a radically symbolic way. This suggests the strange forms were intentional religious imagery rather than failed attempts at realism. Nearly 3,800 meters above sea level, on Bolivia's sacred Isla del Sol in Lake Titicaca, a labyrinth of narrow stone corridors still confuses archaeologists today. The structure is known as the Chincana Labyrinth, a name often translated from Aymara and Quechua traditions as the place where one gets lost. Unlike a palace, fortress or temple built for crowds, this complex feels deliberately disorienting. Tight passages suddenly end in dead ends. Small chambers connect through awkward angles. Visibility disappears after only a few meters. Even after centuries of study, researchers still debate what the structure was truly designed for. The site sits near ancient Inca ceremonial zones connected to the worship of Inti, the sun god. According to Inca mythology recorded by Spanish chroniclers in the 16th century, Lake Titicaca was the birthplace of the first Inca ancestors, Manco Capac and Mama Oclo. That alone made Isla del Sol one of the most sacred religious centers in the empire. But the Chincana stands apart from the island's other ruins because its architecture seems intentionally psychological. It was not designed simply to shelter people. It appears designed to control movement, restrict visibility, and create ritual isolation. Spanish explorer and chronicler Pedro Chiesa de Leon described sacred structures around Lake Titicaca in the 1550s after the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire. Later, archaeological surveys during the 19th and 20th centuries documented the Chincana's unusual layout in greater detail. Excavations confirmed that much of the visible structure dates to the late Horizon period of the Inca Empire, roughly between AD 1450 and 1532. However, some researchers suspect parts of the site may contain older foundations influenced by pre-Inca cultures linked to Tiwanaku civilization, which dominated parts of the Titicaca region centuries earlier. Most ancient structures reveal their purpose quickly. Fortresses maximize visibility. Temples create open ceremonial space. Palaces organize movement efficiently. The Chincana does the opposite. Many corridors narrow to the point where only one person can pass comfortably. Some chambers appear too small for regular habitation. Certain pathways force abrupt turns that break visual orientation completely. Archaeologists studying ritual architecture often compare the effect to ceremonial passage systems found at Chavin de Huántar in Peru, where priests guided initiates through dark, acoustic corridors to create psychological stress and sensory confusion. The Chincana's design has led to several theories. One proposes that the labyrinth functioned as an initiation complex for priests or elite pilgrims. Another suggests it served as a restricted ceremonial zone where movement itself formed part of the ritual. Unlike later European hedge mazes designed for entertainment, this stone maze appears to have been built to create fear, isolation, and symbolic transition. What makes the mystery stronger is the lack of obvious domestic evidence. Archaeologists found limited signs of ordinary long-term habitation inside the core labyrinth itself. There are few indicators of large cooking areas or residential organization. Instead, the structure feels closer to a controlled ceremonial mechanism than a settlement. The engineering challenge behind the Chincana is often overlooked because the stones are not as massive as those at Sacsayhuaman or Machu Picchu. Yet the location itself creates a major problem. Everything had to be transported onto a rocky island in one of the highest navigable lakes on Earth. The thin atmosphere at 3,800 meters reduces human endurance significantly. Modern studies show physical work capacity can drop dramatically at such altitude due to lower oxygen availability. Even today, construction labor at those elevations is exhausting without acclimatization. The builders also had to stabilize walls against erosion, temperature fluctuations, and centuries of wind exposure from Lake Titicaca. Many sections of the Chincana incorporate natural bedrock directly into the construction, reducing the risk of foundation collapse. Some walls lean slightly inward, a technique also seen in other Inca structures to improve seismic resistance. Drainage may have been another hidden technological achievement. Seasonal rain and runoff on steep, rocky terrain can quickly destabilize masonry. Yet significant sections of the labyrinth survived for centuries before modern restoration efforts. Researchers studying Inca hydraulic engineering often point out that the empire excelled at controlling water flow through subtle slope adjustments and hidden channels. Similar techniques may have helped preserve the Chincana. One of the most debated theories surrounding the Chincana involves astronomy. The Inca Empire organized much of its ceremonial calendar around solar events. Temples across the Andes frequently aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or sacred mountain peaks. Some researchers believe specific openings and passage orientations within the Chincana may relate to sunrise positions during important ritual periods tied to Inti worship. This theory remains controversial because the labyrinth is irregular and partially damaged, making exact measurements difficult. However, nearby sacred structures on Isla del Sol clearly demonstrate astronomical planning. Pilgrimage routes on the island often directed visitors towards solar observation points overlooking Lake Titicaca. If true, the Chincana may not simply have been a maze. It may have functioned as a ritual machine, combining movement, darkness, confinement, and celestial timing into one controlled religious experience. That idea becomes even more interesting when compared with other ancient ceremonial complexes around the world. The underground galleries of ancient Egypt, the ritual tunnels at Chavin de Huantar, and even the symbolic labyrinth traditions associated with Minoan Crete, all used architecture to manipulate perception. The Chincana may represent an Andean version of the same concept. Local traditions surrounding the Chincana add another layer to the mystery. Stories collected around Lake Titicaca describe hidden passages connected to sacred knowledge, underground routes, and entrances to spiritual realms. Some legends claim priests entered the labyrinth alone during rituals linked to death, rebirth, or communication with supernatural forces. Others describe the site as a gateway where initiates symbolically disappeared before returning transformed. These stories became even more exaggerated after the Spanish conquest. Colonial-era accounts often mixed indigenous beliefs with European fears of hidden pagan rituals. While many legends cannot be verified archaeologically, they likely preserve fragments of the labyrinth's original ceremonial significance. The psychological effect of the structure itself supports that possibility. Entering narrow stone corridors at high altitude, surrounded by silence and darkness, would have been an intense sensory experience long before artificial lighting existed. Firelight inside enclosed stone passageways creates moving shadows and distorted acoustics, conditions often associated with ritual architecture worldwide. One of the most important unresolved questions is whether the Inca were truly the original builders. The Titicaca region had already supported advanced societies for centuries before the rise of the Inca Empire. The Tiwanaku civilization flourished near the southern edge of Lake Titicaca between roughly AD 300 and 1000. Tiwanaku engineers built monumental stone structures, sophisticated drainage systems, and ritual complexes aligned with celestial events. Because the Inca frequently incorporate old sites into their own religious system, some archaeologists suspect parts of the Chincana may stand on pre-Inca ceremonial foundations. Evidence remains incomplete, but differences in masonry style across sections of the labyrinth have fueled debate. This pattern appears throughout the Andes. The Inca often expanded or modified earlier sacred locations rather than building entirely new ceremonial centres from scratch. If the Chinkana contains older structural layers, it could represent centuries of evolving ritual use rather than a single construction project. Near the west bank of the Nile in southern Egypt, beside the ruins of Monastery of St. Simeon, massive scars still cut through the granite hills of Aswan. Some trenches descend directly into solid bedrock. Some blocks remain frozen in place as if the workers vanished in the middle of extraction. And across the stone surface, strange pounding marks, unfinished channels, and quarry symbols are still visible nearly 3,500 years later. This region, often associated with what researchers now call the Simeon Monastery Quarry Area, formed part of the enormous quarry network of ancient Aswan, the primary granite source for many of Egypt's obelisks, colossal statues, temple columns, and monolithic structures. Archaeological surveys confirmed that the Aswan quarries were active from the Old Kingdom through the Greco-Roman period, with roads, ramps, unfinished monuments, inscriptions, loading areas, and extraction pits still preserved across the landscape. The mystery surrounding this quarry is not whether the Egyptians worked here. The evidence is overwhelming. The real mystery is how a Bronze Age civilization managed to quarry, shape, transport, and polish granite on a scale that still seems industrial, even by modern standards. The most famous object connected to this quarry system is the unfinished obelisk, studied in detail by British Egyptologist Reginald Engelbach in 1922. The unfinished monument measures approximately 41.75 metres long and would have weighed nearly 1,100 to 1,200 tonnes if completed. Archaeologists believe it was commissioned during the reign of Pharaoh Hatshepsut in the 18th dynasty. Around the 15th century BCE, cracks appearing in the granite forced workers to abandon it while it was still attached to the bedrock. That abandoned daffodils. That abandoned obelisks became one of the greatest archaeological windows into ancient engineering ever discovered. Unlike completed monuments, the quarry preserves the actual extraction process. Tool marks remain visible on the stone. Ochre guidelines still run across sections of granite. Deep trenches show where workers isolated giant blocks from the surrounding rock. Archaeologists from the Supreme Council of Antiquities reopened large excavations at the site in 2002 and uncovered quarry tools, unfinished objects, worker graffiti, extraction pits, hieratic dates, Greek inscriptions, and evidence of multiple quarrying phases spanning thousands of years. One of the biggest mysteries involves the stone itself. The granite of Aswan contains large quantities of quartz, which ranks around 7 on the Mohs hardness scale. Copper tools used during much of ancient Egyptian history rank far lower, yet the quarry walls display long channels, remarkably even cutting surfaces, and rounded extraction trenches that appear extraordinarily precise. Archaeologists believe workers primarily used hard dollarite pounding stones to fracture and shape the granite. Hundreds of these pounding stones have been found throughout the quarry landscape. Even so, the scale of the operation remains difficult to comprehend. Some trenches extend for many metres through solid granite. Certain surfaces appear surprisingly smooth despite the hardness of the material. In several places, repeated impact marks create parallel textures that almost resemble mechanical machining. Alternative history theories often exaggerate these features. But even mainstream archaeology admits the site demonstrates an astonishing level of labour organisation and technical skill for the Bronze Age. The mystery becomes even greater when transportation is considered. Extracting a 1,100-ton obelisk from bedrock was only the beginning. It still needed to be moved. Archaeological evidence suggests the Egyptians relied on sledges, lubrication using water or mud, manpower, ramps, and Nile transportation during flood seasons. Quarry studies in Aswan identified ancient roads, ramps, and loading areas connected to the river. But the engineering challenge remains staggering. A completed obelisk weighing hundreds of tons had to survive extraction, movement across rough terrain, loading onto barges, river transport northward, unloading, erection, and final polishing, all without catastrophic fracture. Even modern crane operations involving stones of similar size require enormous planning. The unfinished obelisk demonstrates how close ancient engineers came to pushing the material beyond its structural limits. One overlooked detail discovered during the 2002 excavations was the presence of quarry worker markings and administrative records. Archaeologist Adel Kelani documented sketches of boats, obelisks, ostriches, geometric symbols, hieratic dates, levelling lines, Greek names, and work marks carved or painted directly onto quarry walls. Some inscriptions may have been used to monitor excavation progress before the annual Nile inundation, which was crucial for transporting stone blocks by river. These discoveries transformed the quarry from a simple industrial site into something far more human. The walls preserve traces of the workers themselves. Some drew animals. Some marked extraction levels. Others left names behind. There are even indications that sections of the quarry continued operating into the Greco-Roman period. Archaeologists also believe some surviving quarries, traces near the monastery of St. Simeon, may relate to later construction phases associated with the monastery itself. That creates one of the strangest aspects of the site. Different civilizations reused the same quarry landscape for centuries. Pharaonic engineers, Roman workers, and later Coptic communities all occupied parts of the same granite terrain. The result is a layered archaeological landscape, where ancient Egyptian industrial activity exists beside Christian monastic ruins and Greco-Roman inscriptions. Another mystery still debated today involves precision. The unfinished obelisk preserves evidence of extremely controlled fracture management. Ancient workers needed to predict how granite would split under repeated impact. A single uncontrolled crack could destroy years of labour. In fact, the abandoned obelisk itself became useless because hidden fractures appeared inside the stone. This means Egyptian quarry workers possessed a highly practical understanding of stress behaviour inside granite long before formal geology or material science existed. The quarry also challenges the popular image of ancient Egypt as merely a civilization of temples and pyramids. Sites like this reveal something much larger. An organised industrial system capable of mobilising thousands of workers, coordinating logistics across the Nile, managing quarry schedules around seasonal flooding, and shaping some of the largest monoliths ever attempted in human history. In many ways, the real technological secrets of ancient Egypt may not lie inside the pyramids at all. They may lie inside the quarries, because unlike finished monuments, quarries expose the raw process itself. The mistakes remain visible. The abandoned blocks remain trapped in the stone. The extraction trenches were never hidden behind polished architecture, and the scar left across the granite still preserved the physical evidence of how ancient engineers, confronted one of the hardest natural materials on Earth. Today, the quarry landscape of Aswan remains one of the most important archaeological engineering sites in the world. UNESCO included the quarry region within the broader Nubian Monuments World Heritage designation in 1979. Yet despite more than a century of study, the site still raises unsettling questions. How did ancient workers maintain such precision while carving directly into granite bedrock? How were stones weighing hundreds of tons moved safely across Egypt? How did Bronze Age engineers coordinate operations at a scale large enough to supply temples and monuments across an entire civilization? A narrow beam of sunlight enters a stone passage in northern Scotland and travels perfectly through darkness before striking the rear wall of a chamber hidden beneath a massive mound of earth. This happens only during the winter solstice. The alignment still works today exactly as it did nearly 5,000 years ago. Long before the pyramids reached the skyline of Egypt, the builders of Meishowe had already created one of the most sophisticated prehistoric monuments ever discovered in Europe. Built around 2800 BC on the Orkney Islands, Meishowe appears deceptively simple from the outside. A circular grassy mound rises quietly from the cold landscape, surrounded by some of the most important Neolithic sites in Britain, including the Ring of Brodgar and the Standing Stones of Stenness. But beneath that mound is a precisely engineered stone chamber that continues to challenge archaeologists, engineers, and archaeoastronomers today. The structure is older than Stonehenge in its final form, and predates the Great Pyramid of Giza by roughly 2 centuries. Despite being constructed by Neolithic farming communities with no known metal tools or advanced machinery, Meishowe demonstrates a level of planning that seems far beyond what historians once believed these societies were capable of achieving. The most famous mystery surrounding Meishowe is its impossible relationship with the sun. Every year, near December 21st, the setting winter solstice sun aligns perfectly with the monument's entrance passage. Sunlight enters the narrow corridor, travels approximately 11 meters through the darkness, and illuminates the rear wall of the central chamber for only a few minutes before disappearing again. Even a slight mistake in angle or elevation would have ruined the effect entirely. Yet, after nearly 5 millennia of shifting climate, erosion, and structural settling, the alignment still functions with extraordinary precision. Researchers have long debated how Neolithic people could have calculated this phenomenon so accurately. To create such an alignment, the builders would have needed years, perhaps generations, of careful solar observation. The movement of the winter sun across the horizon changes subtly throughout the year, especially at northern latitudes like Orkney, where seasonal daylight varies dramatically. Golden daffodils. This was not a random coincidence. It was a deliberate astronomical calculation carried out by people living in one of the harshest climates in prehistoric Europe. The mystery deepens when Meishowe is viewed as part of the wider Orkney ceremonial landscape. Nearby monuments also appear connected to celestial events, suggesting the region may once have operated as a massive ritual and observational complex. Some archaeoastronomers believe the monuments formed an interconnected system for tracking seasonal cycles, agricultural timing, and ceremonial dates. In that context, Meishowe may not have been simply a tomb. It may have functioned as a ritual observatory tied to beliefs about death, rebirth, and cosmic order. But the astronomical precision is only part of the puzzle. The engineering itself is equally difficult to explain. Inside the mound sits a large central chamber constructed from enormous sandstone slabs, some estimated to weigh as much as 30 tons. These stones were cut, transported, and fitted together with astonishing precision. Despite the complete absence of cranes, iron tools, or wheeled transport technology, massive vertical slabs form the walls, while carefully layered stones rise upward into a corbelled roof designed to distribute pressure away from the chamber interior. The construction has survived over 5,000 years of Atlantic storms, freezing temperatures, moisture, and soil pressure without collapsing. What makes this even more remarkable is the environment in which it was built. Orkney experiences heavy wind, persistent moisture, and harsh winters capable of destroying poorly designed structures within centuries. Yet, Maeshowe remained unusually dry and structurally stable across millennia. Archaeologists believe the outer mound may have functioned not only as a ceremonial covering, but also as a sophisticated engineering solution. The thick earth surrounding the chamber helped regulate internal temperature, stabilize pressure, and reduce water infiltration. In effect, Neolithic builders may have created a form of prehistoric climate control and structural insulation thousands of years before such concepts were formally understood. The entrance passage itself appears psychologically designed. The corridor is extremely low, forcing anyone entering to crawl or bow before reaching the central chamber. Then suddenly, the confined passage opens into a much taller stone interior, creating a dramatic transition from compression to expansion. Some researchers believe this was intentional, part of a ritual experience meant to separate the outside world from a sacred ceremonial space beneath the earth. This raises another major question. Why invest so much labour into a hidden underground structure? Traditional archaeology classifies Maeshowe as a chambered tomb, yet the evidence for large-scale burial activity inside remains surprisingly limited compared to the immense effort required to build it. The chamber is larger and more elaborate than many burial sites from the same era. Its astronomical alignment also suggests a ceremonial role extending beyond simple funerary use. Some archaeologists now believe Maeshowe served multiple functions simultaneously. Tomb, temple, observatory, and ritual centre combined into a single monument. For Neolithic societies, the winter solstice carried enormous symbolic importance. It marked the darkest point of the year, when daylight nearly vanished in northern Scotland. The return of sunlight into the chamber may have symbolised rebirth, survival, or communication between the living and the dead. In many ancient cultures, the movement of celestial light was closely connected to spiritual beliefs. Maeshowe may represent one of the earliest surviving examples of architecture designed specifically around cosmic events. Then, nearly 4,000 years after the monument was built, another civilization entered the story. In the 12th century AD, Norse Vikings broke into Maeshowe after the structure had remained sealed for centuries. According to evidence connected to the Orkneyinga saga, the Norse explorers likely entered through the roof rather than the original passage. Inside, they carved dozens of runic inscriptions into the stone walls. Today, these carvings form one of the largest collections of Viking runes ever discovered outside Scandinavia. Some inscriptions are simple graffiti left by travellers on high river boasting about their journeys. Others speak of treasure hidden within the mound. One famous rune describes the writer as the most skilled rune carver west of the ocean. But what matters most is the fact that the Vikings themselves viewed Maeshowe as a place of significance. By the medieval period, the monument was already unimaginably ancient. To Norse explorers, it may have the work of giants or supernatural beings connected to forgotten powers from the distant past. This created a second layer of mystery surrounding the site. Not only does Meisho challenge modern archaeology, it also inspired fear and fascination in people who lived almost 1,000 years ago. Beneath the ruins of a medieval fortress in southern Georgia, archaeologists uncovered ancient human remains dating back nearly 1.8 million years. Before this discovery, scientists believed early humans only left Africa after developing larger brains, advanced hunting abilities, and more sophisticated technology. Dmanisi shattered that theory almost instantly. The first major discoveries began in 1991, when Georgian archaeologist David Lord Kipanidze and his team uncovered human fossils buried alongside primitive stone tools and extinct animal bone. Using volcanic ash dating and paleomagnetic analysis, researchers confirmed the remains were approximately 1.77 million years old, making Dmanisi one of the oldest known human sites outside Africa. But the age of the site was not the most shocking part. The real mystery was the type of humans discovered there. The skulls found at Dmanisi possessed extremely small brain sizes ranging from roughly 546 to 650 cubic centimeters. Modern humans average around 1,350 cubic centimeters, while even later Homo erectus fossils often exceeded 900 cubic centimeters. Scientists previously believed large brains were necessary before humans could survive outside Africa. Yet the individuals at Dmanisi looked physically primitive, almost too primitive to survive in such harsh conditions. Some of their features resembled Homo habilis more than fully developed Homo erectus. Despite this, they somehow crossed thousands of kilometers into Eurasia nearly 2 million years ago. That contradiction became the central mystery of Dmanisi. How could humans with such primitive anatomy travel so far with almost no technology? The stone tools discovered at the site only deepened the mystery. Archaeologists found extremely simple Oldowan tools made from broken stones and sharp flakes. These were among the most primitive tools ever associated with human migration outside Africa. There was no evidence of advanced weapons, agriculture, architecture, or metalworking. Even the controlled use of fire remains uncertain at Dmanisi. Compared to later ancient technologies, these tools looked unbelievably crude. Yet these humans survived in an environment far colder and more dangerous than the African landscapes where earlier human ancestors evolved. Animal fossils from the site revealed a brutal prehistoric environment filled with rhinoceroses, deer, giant ostriches, saber-toothed cats, and large predators. Cut marks on bones proved the humans used stone tools to process meat, suggesting they scavenged or hunted animals for survival. Seasonal conditions in the Caucasus region would have been far harsher than tropical Africa. According to older scientific theories, humans this primitive should never have adapted successfully to such conditions. Dmanisi proved otherwise. One of the most controversial discoveries came in 2013 with the publication of Skull 5, one of the most complete ancient human skulls ever found. The skull possessed a strange combination of features including a large face, massive jaw, thick brow ridges, and an unusually small brain case. What made the fossil so important was that it did not fit neatly into any known category of early humans. For decades, scientists separated ancient human fossils into multiple species such as Homo habilis, Homo rudolfensis, and Homo erectus. But researchers studying Skull 5 proposed a dangerous idea. They suggested these species might not actually be separate species at all. Instead, they may simply represent natural variation within a single evolving human population. If true, large sections of the human evolutionary tree taught for decades could be fundamentally wrong. The discovery triggered intense debate across the scientific world. Some paleoanthropologists argued Dmanisi showed that early humans were far more physically diverse than previously believed. Others rejected the theory completely. Even today, Skull 5 remains one of the most controversial fossils in human evolution. Another discovery at Dmanisi revealed something even stranger about the origins of humanity. Archaeologists found the skull of an elderly individual who had lost nearly all teeth years before death. In primitive conditions, this should have meant certain starvation. Without teeth, chewing meat and tough plants would have been nearly impossible. Yet the individual survived for a long period after losing those teeth. This suggests that other members of the group may have cared for the individual by sharing food or helping them survive. If correct, social cooperation and compassion may have existed nearly 1.8 million years ago. That possibility completely changed how researchers viewed early humans. Dmanisi suggested humanity may have survived not because early humans were stronger or smarter, but because they learned to help one another far earlier than expected. Another fascinating aspect of Dmanisi is the location itself. The same hill later became home to medieval settlements, stone fortresses, churches, tunnels, and trade routes connecting Europe and Asia. Across nearly 2 million years, humans repeatedly returned to this exact place. Few archaeological sites preserve such an enormous timeline of human occupation layered within one location. Even after decades of research, Dmanisi continues to raise questions science cannot fully answer. Researchers still debate which species lived there, how these primitive humans traveled such vast distances, whether they controlled fire, and why they succeeded despite possessing such simple technology. Most importantly, Dmanisi forced scientists to confront a disturbing possibility. Human evolution may never have followed the clean and orderly path shown in textbooks. Buried beneath the ruins of medieval Georgia, Dmanisi revealed evidence that the first humans who left Africa may not have been advanced explorers at all. They may have been fragile survivors with primitive tools, small brains, and almost no technology. Against every scientific expectation, they crossed and may have rewritten the entire story of human evolution. Tidis stands high above the valleys of northeastern Algeria near modern Constantine. Major archaeological excavations officially began there in 1941 under French archaeologist André Berthier, revealing the remains of one of the strangest Roman-era cities ever discovered in North Africa. Unlike most Roman settlements built on flat ground with organized grid systems, Tidis was constructed directly onto a steep mountainside filled with cliffs, broken rock, and dangerous elevation changes. Even today, the city looks less like a normal Roman settlement and more like a fortress carved into the side of a mountain. The site originally began as a Numidian settlement before becoming connected to Roman-controlled Cirta, modern Constantine, during Rome's expansion into North Africa in the 1st century BC. Archaeologists uncovered baths, temples, reservoirs, workshops, inscriptions, and homes spread across narrow terraces cut directly into the mountain. But the biggest mystery surrounding Tidis is simple. Why would ancient engineers build a city in a place this difficult when easier land existed nearby? The geography alone created enormous construction problems. Many parts of Tidis are so steep that builders had to carve stairways directly into solid limestone just to move between sections of the city. Streets twist unnaturally around cliffs instead of following the straight urban planning normally associated with Roman engineering. Entire buildings were forced onto narrow artificial platforms cut from the rock itself. This makes Tidis very different from famous Roman cities such as Timgad, where streets follow nearly perfect geometric layouts. At Tidis, the mountain controlled the city instead of the engineers controlling the landscape. Modern archaeologists believe enormous amounts of labor would have been required to stabilize slopes, carve pathways, and prevent structural collapse. One of the most fascinating mysteries is the water system. Northern Algeria experiences long dry seasons, yet Tidis survived for centuries on a rocky mountain with no major nearby river. Archaeologists discovered cisterns, underground reservoirs, drainage systems, and rainwater channels carved directly into stone. These systems collected seasonal rainfall and stored it for long periods. Some storage chambers still survive after nearly 2,000 years, including waterproof interior coatings that remain surprisingly durable. Similar hydraulic engineering existed elsewhere in the Roman world, but building such a system on steep terrain made the challenge far more difficult. Historians still debate how ancient builders managed water loss, pressure, and storage efficiency in such a harsh environment. The stairways of Tidis create another mystery. Many are extremely narrow and sharply angled, making movement difficult even today. Some paths feel more defensive than practical, almost resembling military routes instead of normal city streets. This has led some researchers to believe the settlement may have been chosen partly for protection. Any invading force would have struggled to move through the vertical maze of stone staircases and confined passages. Another important mystery involves the city's cultural origins. Before Roman control, the region belonged to the Numidian kingdoms of North Africa. Archaeologists believe the Romans may have expanded an older settlement rather than building Tidis entirely from scratch. Some architectural elements differ from standard Roman urban design and appear influenced by earlier Numidian traditions. This mixture of cultures makes Tidis historically important, because it shows how Rome adapted local civilizations instead of simply replacing them. The city became a fusion of Roman engineering and North African traditions, creating an urban style rarely seen elsewhere in the empire. Religious discoveries at the site add even more mystery. Excavations revealed evidence connected to Mithraism, a secretive Roman cult popular among soldiers between the 1st and 4th centuries AD. Mithraic worship often occurred inside underground chambers designed to resemble caves. Historians still know very little about many of the religion's rituals because followers kept ceremonies hidden from outsiders. The presence of Mithric influence in such an isolated mountain city suggests Tidus may have held strategic importance within Roman military networks across North Africa. Some researchers believe soldiers, traders, and travelers moving through the region helped spread these secret religious practices. Despite centuries of erosion, earthquakes, and abandonment, parts of Tidus remain remarkably stable. Retaining walls, carved stairways, and terraces still cling to the mountainside after nearly 2,000 years. This survival suggests ancient builders possessed a sophisticated understanding of terrain adaptation and structural balance. Instead of forcing rigid designs onto unstable land, they shaped the city around the mountain itself. By the late Roman period, Tidus slowly declined and was eventually abandoned. Political instability and economic collapse weakened many settlements across North Africa during the later centuries of the empire. Over time, the mountain city faded from history, leaving only ruins overlooking the valleys below. Earthquakes have repeatedly destroyed eastern Anatolia for centuries, yet parts of Pazinla Castle still remain standing after nearly 1,000 years of war, freezing winters, and continuous rebuilding. That is the first mystery surrounding this forgotten frontier fortress. Located near Erzurum in eastern Turkey, Pazinla Castle sits directly on one of the most important military corridors connecting Anatolia, the Caucasus, and Persia. Historians believe the fortress was originally constructed during the Byzantine period around the 10th or 11th century, although several foundations beneath the visible walls may be older. Over time, the site passed through Byzantine, Armenian, Seljuk, Mongol, and Ottoman control, with each civilization rebuilding sections of the fortress instead of destroying it completely. The result is a structure so heavily modified that modern archaeologists can no longer determine what the original castle actually looked like. That layered construction became one of the castle's greatest archaeological mysteries. Certain wall sections use Byzantine masonry techniques, while other portions clearly show Seljuk-era stonework and Ottoman repairs. Some stones appear darker and more weathered than the surrounding walls, suggesting multiple construction phases separated by centuries. Researchers studying eastern Anatolian fortresses discovered that Pazinla is not a single fortress from one civilization, but a military structure continuously reshaped by different empires trying to hold the same strategic valley. Unlike famous sites restored into clean tourist landmarks, Pazinla still looks fragmented and unfinished, almost like several castles fused together over hundreds of years. The most unusual feature of the fortress may be its survival against earthquakes. Erzurum lies close to major fault systems in eastern Turkey, a region that has experienced destructive seismic activity throughout recorded history. Entire cities across Anatolia collapsed from earthquakes, yet the central core of Pazinla Castle endured. Historians comparing the site with other Byzantine and Armenian strongholds notice that several surviving walls use unusually thick stone cores filled with compact rubble and flexible mortar. Some defensive walls measure several meters thick. Researchers believe this construction style may have unintentionally absorbed seismic shock better than rigid stone structures. Similar techniques appear at ancient fortresses such as Ani and Van Fortress, where massive walls survived repeated tremors that destroyed surrounding settlements. The engineering mystery becomes even more impressive considering the climate. Winters in Erzurum are among the harshest in Turkey. Temperatures regularly fall below -20 degrees Celsius, while snowstorms can isolate mountain regions for weeks. A fortress operating in these conditions required advanced survival systems simply to function. Soldiers stationed inside the castle needed protected water sources, food storage, heating and shelter capable of surviving long winters and military sieges at the same time. Yet many of those systems are now missing. Archaeologists suspect underground cisterns and storage chambers once existed beneath the fortress. Similar Byzantine and Seljuk castles across Anatolia used hidden water reservoirs carved into stone to prevent freezing during winter. Some redirected mountain runoff into underground chambers protected from the cold. At Pazinla, traces of buried sections beneath the visible ruins suggest that parts of the fortress may still remain underground. Uneven terrain inside the site and blocked stone passages have led some researchers to suspect the existence of sealed chambers or forgotten tunnels below the castle. However, large-scale excavation has never been fully completed, meaning the underground structure of Pazinla remains largely unknown. Its position also reveals why so many empires fought to control it. The fortress overlooked a major route used by armies moving between eastern and western Anatolia. From its elevated position, defenders could monitor movement across the valley and potentially warn nearby fortresses of approaching invasions. Byzantine military strategy during the 10th and 11th centuries relied heavily on frontier strongholds, like Pazinla, to defend the empire's eastern borders. After the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, when the Seljuk Turks defeated the Byzantine Empire and permanently changed Anatolia's history, castles across the region became even more important. Pazinla stood directly inside this unstable frontier zone where civilizations collided for centuries. Some historians believe the fortress may have functioned as more than just a defensive structure. Several observation points inside the castle provide unusually wide visibility across the surrounding landscape. Certain towers appear positioned primarily for long-distance surveillance rather than direct combat. This has led researchers to suggest that Pazinla may once have been connected to regional communication networks using fire signals or messengers between nearby strongholds. Similar systems existed across Byzantine frontier territories where warning signals could travel rapidly across mountain fortresses during invasions. The stonework itself presents another unresolved puzzle. Some surviving wall sections display surprisingly precise stone fitting despite centuries of collapse and reconstruction. Medieval builders in eastern Anatolia often worked with volcanic stone that was extremely durable but difficult to shape accurately. Transporting massive stone blocks across mountainous terrain without modern machinery would have required enormous labor and coordination. Researchers still debate how frontier kingdoms under constant military threat managed to construct and maintain fortresses on this scale. Unlike famous ancient sites associated with temples or royal palaces, Pazinla Castle represents something colder and more practical. Every part of the fortress appears designed for survival. Thick walls, elevated sightlines, possible underground storage systems, and continuous reconstruction all point toward one purpose: enduring war on a dangerous frontier. Even the architecture reflects constant adaptation rather than beauty. Each empire repaired whatever already existed, because rebuilding an entirely new fortress in such a hostile environment would have been nearly impossible. That may explain why the castle still feels mysterious today. Modern archaeology has not fully uncovered its underground sections. Historians still debate its original appearance, and no one knows exactly how many times its walls were destroyed and rebuilt across centuries of conflict and earthquakes. What survives on the hill above Pazinla is not the remains of one civilization, but the layered skeleton of multiple empires fighting over the same strategic corridor for hundreds of years. More than 40 kilometers southeast of modern Turpan in Xinjiang, western China, the ruins of Gaochang rise from one of the harshest environments in Asia. Summers in the Turpan Depression regularly exceed 45 degrees Celsius. Rainfall is extremely limited, and powerful desert winds constantly erode the landscape. Yet for more than 1,000 years, Gaochang survived as a major city along the Silk Road. Archaeologists believe the settlement first appeared during the 1st century BC under the Han Dynasty, later expanding into a fortified trade metropolis that connected China, Central Asia, Persia, and the Buddhist world. The most disturbing mystery surrounding Gaochang is not how it disappeared, it is how it survived at all. Unlike cities built beside massive rivers such as the Nile or Euphrates, Gaochang existed in a region where large-scale urban life should have been nearly impossible. The city depended on a sophisticated underground water network known today as the Kariz system. Thousands of vertical shafts were dug deep into the earth and connected through underground tunnels that carried meltwater from the Tian Shan Mountains across enormous distances beneath the desert surface. By moving water underground, ancient engineers prevented evaporation under the brutal heat of the Turpan Basin. Modern surveys show some carriage channels stretched for several kilometers with gradients so precise that water could continue flowing naturally without mechanical pumps. Even a small miscalculation in angle could stop the system entirely. Archaeologists still debate how ancient workers managed to maintain accurate slopes across such distances without modern surveying technology. Many sections of the system survived for centuries, and parts of Xinjiang's carriage networks continued functioning into the 20th century. The engineering becomes even more mysterious when compared with the environment surrounding Gaochang. Roman aqueducts transported water through elevated stone channels across Mediterranean climates. Persian Qanat systems also used underground tunnels, but Gaochang existed in a far more extreme desert basin where summer surface temperatures could become lethal. Without these hidden water tunnels, the city would almost certainly have collapsed within decades. Ancient Chinese records from the Tang dynasty describe Gaochang as a wealthy oasis kingdom positioned directly on one of the most important Silk Road routes. Merchants carrying silk, jade, spices, horses, glassware, and precious metals moved through the city for centuries. What makes Gaochang unique is that it did not belong entirely to one civilization. Archaeological discoveries reveal a strange mixture of Chinese, Sogdian, Turkic, Persian, and Indian influence concentrated inside a single desert metropolis. Excavations uncovered documents written in multiple languages, including Chinese and Sogdian texts. Buddhist manuscripts, trade contracts, official records, and personal letters were preserved by the desert's dry climate. Some historians describe Gaochang as one of the most multicultural cities in ancient Asia. Instead of functioning as a simple Chinese frontier settlement, it became a crossroads where civilizations merged together in ways rarely seen elsewhere during antiquity. This cultural fusion also appeared in religion. Buddhism flourished around Gaochang for centuries, especially between the 4th and 8th centuries AD. Pilgrims traveling between India and China stopped in the region, while temples and monasteries expanded across the oasis. One of the most famous visitors was the monk Xuanzang, who passed through Gaochang around AD 630 during his journey toward India in search of Buddhist scriptures. Historical accounts describe the king of Gaochang personally welcoming him and attempting to persuade him to remain in the kingdom permanently. Near the city, archaeologists discovered cave temples and murals buried beneath layers of sand and erosion. Many paintings still contain traces of vivid pigments despite surviving more than 1,000 years in an exposed desert environment. The survival of these murals continues to surprise conservation experts because the region experiences severe temperature fluctuations capable of destroying ancient plaster and paint. Some researchers believe the extreme dryness paradoxically preserved the artwork, while simultaneously threatening the structures themselves. The city's architecture presents another major mystery. Most of Gaochang was constructed using rammed earth and mud brick rather than massive stone. Under normal conditions, such materials deteriorate relatively quickly. Yet enormous sections of Gaochang's defensive walls still remain standing after centuries of desert storms, earthquakes, and temperature extremes. Portions of the outer walls once reached heights of more than 11 meters, surrounding a city that covered roughly 2 million square meters. Researchers studying the walls discovered that ancient builders compacted layers of earth with remarkable density, creating structures resistant to erosion and thermal stress. Similar techniques appeared in parts of Persia and Central Asia, but Gaochang demonstrates these methods on an unusually large urban scale. Some engineers argue that the thermal properties of rammed earth may have helped regulate indoor temperatures naturally, allowing residents to survive the severe desert climate long before modern cooling systems existed. Another unsettling mystery surrounding Gaochang comes from the broader Turpan region itself. The desert conditions preserved human remains with extraordinary detail. Several naturally preserved mummies discovered in Xinjiang retained hair, clothing, facial features, and even traces of skin after thousands of years. Genetic and physical studies of some ancient remains revealed features more commonly associated with Indo-European populations than East Asian groups. These discoveries triggered intense debates among historians and archaeologists. Some researchers believe ancient migration routes across Central Asia were far more complex than previously understood. Others argue the Silk Road connected distant populations centuries before official historical records fully documented those interactions. The presence of multiple ethnic groups near Gaochang suggests the city stood at the center of a cultural exchange zone unlike almost anywhere else in the ancient world. Yet despite its wealth and strategic importance, Gaochang eventually disappeared. During the 13th and 14th centuries, political instability, warfare, shifting trade routes, and environmental pressures gradually weakened the city. As maritime trade expanded, sections of the Silk Road lost importance. Water management systems became harder to maintain. Empires rose and collapsed across Central Asia. Eventually, the population declined, buildings emptied, and the desert slowly reclaimed the oasis metropolis. What makes Gaochang especially haunting is that it did not appear to vanish in a single catastrophic event. Instead, the city seems to have slowly dried out over generations. As though the environment itself was reclaiming territory, humans were never to occupy permanently. Scattered across the rocky hills near Marayur in the Indian state of Kerala, the Muniara dolmens stand in silence like fragments of a civilization that vanished long before recorded history in southern India truly began. Hidden among forests, steep stone slopes, and ancient sandalwood regions, these massive stone chambers are believed to date between roughly 1000 BCE and 300 BCE, during the Iron Age megalithic period of South India. At first glance, the structures appear simple. Several enormous vertical stone slabs support a gigantic capstone placed carefully above them, forming what archaeologists classify as dolmens, a type of megalithic burial monument found in many parts of the world. But the deeper researchers study sites like Muniara, the stranger they become. The greatest mystery surrounding the Muniara dolmens is not simply their age. It is the question of how ancient communities living in the mountains of Kerala transported and balanced multi-ton stone slabs in such difficult terrain more than 2,000 years ago. The hills around Marayur are steep, rocky, and surrounded by dense vegetation. Even today, moving stones of that size through the area would require modern equipment, road access, and coordinated engineering. Yet the builders of Muniara achieved this without cranes, steel tools, or advanced transport systems. Some archaeologists believe the builders may have used wooden rollers, rope systems, and collective human labor to drag the stones uphill. Others suggest they carefully selected naturally fractured rock from nearby outcrops and minimized transport distances. However, no direct evidence has ever been discovered explaining the exact construction method. What makes the mystery even more fascinating is the stability of the structures themselves. The capstones remain balanced on top of the supporting slabs after centuries of monsoon rains, earthquakes, humidity, and erosion. No mortar was used, no metal clamps have been found. The structures survive almost entirely through gravity, geometry, and weight distribution. This type of dry stone engineering appears in some of the world's most mysterious ancient sites, including Stonehenge in England and dolmens of Antequera in Spain. Yet Muniara remains far less studied, making the unanswered questions surrounding it even more intriguing. Unlike famous megalithic sites that have been analysed for centuries, the Kerala dolmens still feel like archaeological shadows hiding beyond the edge of mainstream history. Most scholars classify the Muniara dolmens as burial structures connected to Iron Age communities in South India. Excavations at megalithic sites throughout Kerala and Tamil Nadu have uncovered pottery fragments, iron tools, beads, charcoal remains, and cremated human bones. These discoveries strongly support the idea that the structures were linked to funerary rituals, but the evidence is incomplete. Not every dolmen contains human remains. Some are too small to function as full burial chambers. Others appear to have been reused across generations. This has led some researchers to question whether these structures served purposes beyond simple tombs. In many ancient cultures, stone chambers represented symbolic gateways between worlds. Megalithic tombs across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East often carried ritual or astronomical significance alongside burial functions. At Muniara, the arrangement of the structures and their placement across elevated terrain suggests that location itself may have been spiritually important. The builders deliberately chose mountain ridges overlooking the surrounding valleys, almost as if the dead were meant to remain above the world of the living. Another layer of mystery comes from the orientation of megalithic structures throughout southern India. Several dolmen sites discovered in Kerala and Karnataka show patterns aligned with east-west solar movement. Some entrances appear positioned towards sunrise directions during specific times of the year. Although Muniara has never undergone the same level of astronomical analysis as sites like Stonehenge, Archaeologists have long debated whether these alignments were intentional. If they were, it would suggest that the builders possessed a surprisingly advanced understanding of seasonal solar observation, despite leaving behind almost no written records. That possibility transforms the Muniara dolmens from simple graves into something much larger. They may represent part of a forgotten ritual landscape tied to astronomy, death, and sacred geography. Ancient people living in these mountains may have tracked the movement of the sun not for science in the modern sense, but for spiritual timing connected to ceremonies, agriculture, and ancestor worship. One of the strangest aspects of Muniara is how durable the structures remain despite Kerala's harsh climate. The region experiences heavy monsoon rainfall, intense humidity, biological growth, and constant erosion. Many ancient structures made from brick or softer materials disappeared centuries ago under these conditions. Yet the dolmens continue to survive. Their simplicity may actually explain their longevity. The builders avoided fragile decorative features and focused entirely on structural stability. Massive stone slabs resist decay far better than wood or clay, and the weight distribution naturally strengthens the monuments over time. This engineering philosophy can also be seen in places like Sacsayhuaman in Peru and Nan Madol in the Pacific, where ancient builders created structures capable of surviving centuries of environmental stress with little reliance on binding materials. In all of these locations, the precision lies not in decoration, but in understanding how stone behaves under pressure. What makes Muniara even more mysterious is that it was not an isolated construction project. Thousands of megalithic monuments have been discovered across southern India, especially in Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. Dolmens, stone circles, menhirs, and underground burial chambers appear throughout the region, suggesting that a vast megalithic culture once spread across the southern peninsula during the Iron Age. Yet, despite the scale of these structures, historians still know remarkably little about the societies that built them. No surviving texts explain their beliefs. No historical chronicles describe their rulers. Archaeologists have recovered artifacts, tools, and burial objects, but the civilization itself remains largely silent. It is one of the greatest paradoxes in Indian archaeology. A culture capable of organizing massive stone construction projects across huge distances somehow vanished without leaving behind a detailed written explanation of its world. Some researchers believe these communities may have contributed to the early development of iron metallurgy in southern India. Iron objects discovered in megalithic burials suggest sophisticated metalworking knowledge long before many outside civilizations reached the region. Others believe the megalithic culture gradually evolved into later South Indian societies, rather than disappearing completely. But the transition remains unclear, and many gaps still exist in the timeline. Blidaru Fortress sits deep within the Orashti Mountains of modern Romania, surrounded by dense forests and steep ridges that once formed the heart of the ancient Dacian kingdom. Archaeologists believe the fortress was constructed during the reign of King Burebista in the 1st century BC, and later reinforced under King Decebalus shortly before the Dacian wars against Rome between 101 and 106 AD. Today only shattered stone walls and collapsed towers remain. Yet even these ruins reveal something deeply unsettling. Blidaru was not a primitive hill fort built by scattered tribes. It was part of one of the most advanced military systems in pre-Roman Europe, designed with engineering methods that historians still struggle to fully explain. The most extraordinary mystery surrounding Blidaru is the construction technique known as murus dasychus. The fortress walls were built using 2 outer layers of carefully cut limestone blocks with a packed core of rubble and earth between them. Massive wooden beams were inserted horizontally through the structure to lock the stone layers together. At first glance, the system appears simple, but modern engineers studying the surviving walls discovered that it absorbed impacts far more effectively than many standard stone fortifications of the ancient world. Instead of shattering under pressure, the walls could flex slightly and distribute force across the structure. Some researchers have compared this to early seismic resistant engineering. Considering that parts of these walls survived nearly 2,000 years of harsh mountain winters, earthquakes, erosion, and warfare, the effectiveness of the design remains astonishing. The precision of the stonework creates another major mystery. Several sections of Blidaru contain blocks weighing hundreds of kilograms positioned on steep mountain terrain, more than 700 meters above sea level. No evidence of cranes, advanced pulleys, or Roman-style engineering machinery has ever been discovered at the site. Yet the stones were aligned with remarkable accuracy. Historians still debate how the Dacians transported these materials through dense forests and narrow mountain paths. Some theories suggest the use of wooden sledges during winter, when frozen ground reduced friction, while others argue large labour networks and sophisticated planning must have existed long before Rome arrived in the region. Whatever the method, Blida demonstrates organisational capabilities far beyond the image of a loosely organised tribal society. The fortress itself was designed with unusually advanced defensive logic. Archaeological surveys show that Blida contained at least 6 major towers connected by thick defensive walls positioned to create overlapping lines of attack. Any invading force climbing the mountain would have been exposed to missiles from multiple angles simultaneously. The pathways approaching the fortress were narrow and steep, forcing attackers into predictable routes where defenders could easily trap them. This design resembles military strategies later used in medieval mountain fortresses, yet Blida predates many of them by more than 1,000 years. One of the most fascinating discoveries is that Blida was never intended to stand alone. It formed part of a massive network of Dacian fortresses that included Costesti, Piatra Rossi, Bonitsa, and the capital city of Sarmizegetusa Regia. These fortresses were positioned across mountain ridges with direct visual contact between one another. Historians believe fire and smoke signals could have transmitted warnings across the entire region within minutes. In practical terms, this meant that a Roman advance detected near one fortress could rapidly alert every stronghold in the mountains. For an ancient civilization living in difficult terrain, this functioned almost like an early military communication network. The existence of this defensive system explains why Rome considered Dacia such a dangerous enemy. Emperor Trajan launched 2 enormous campaigns against the Dacians in 111-102 AD and again in 105-106 AD. These wars were among the largest military operations Rome conducted during the early imperial period. More than 10 Roman legions participated, representing tens of thousands of soldiers. Trajan even commissioned the massive bridge over the Danube River, designed by the engineer Apollodorus of Damascus, to maintain supply lines into Dacian territory. Such an investment raises an uncomfortable historical question. If the Dacians were truly technologically inferior tribes, why did Rome require such overwhelming force to defeat them? Blida also reveals evidence of long-term survival planning. Archaeologists uncovered water storage systems, food supply areas, and protected internal zones that allowed defenders to withstand prolonged sieges. Unlike many temporary hill forts in Europe, Blida appears to have functioned as a permanent military centre. The fortress could continue operating even when isolated deep within hostile mountain territory. Some researchers compare its strategic design to later Byzantine and Crusader strongholds built centuries afterward. Another overlooked mystery involves Dacian metallurgy. Excavations throughout the Urushti Mountains uncovered iron workshops, weapon fragments, and evidence of large-scale metal production. Ancient Roman sources describe Dacian weapons, particularly the falx, as terrifyingly effective against Roman soldiers. The curved blade could penetrate armor so efficiently that Roman troops were eventually forced to reinforce their helmets during the Dacian Wars. This suggests that the Dacians not only understood advanced forging techniques, but also adapted weapons specifically to counter Roman military technology. The surrounding Carpathian landscape adds another layer to the mystery. Dense forests and heavy mountain fog often conceal the ruins entirely. Even today, the fortress can appear suddenly through the trees, like a forgotten military outpost from another age. This isolation helped preserve the site for centuries after the fall of Dacia. Unlike many Roman cities that evolved into modern settlements, Blida remained hidden within the mountains, allowing archaeologists to study portions of the fortress without extensive later reconstruction. Modern excavations continue to raise unanswered questions. Large areas surrounding the fortress remain only partially explored due to difficult terrain and limited archaeological funding. Researchers still debate the true population capacity of the stronghold, the full complexity of its signaling network, and the exact methods used to construct its walls. The more Blida is studied, the harder it becomes to maintain the traditional image of the Dacians as merely barbarian tribe resisting civilization. Evidence increasingly suggests they possessed sophisticated military engineering, advanced logistics, and a deep understanding of mountain warfare long before Rome conquered the region. In the end, Rome defeated Dacia in 106 AD, and King Decebalus died as the kingdom collapsed under imperial pressure. Yet Blidaru remains standing high in the Carpathian Mountains, as evidence that the conflict was far more complex than ancient Roman propaganda claimed. The fortress reveals a civilization capable of constructing resilient military architecture, organizing regional defense systems, and challenging the greatest empire of its age in terrain, perfectly adapted to survival. Nearly 2,000 years later, the stones of Blidaru still hold mysteries that modern archaeology cannot completely answer. Above the cliffs of the Danube River in eastern Romania stands the ruined fortress of Capodava, one of the strangest military settlements ever built by the Roman Empire. Unlike famous Roman cities designed for trade, politics, or luxury, Capodava existed almost entirely for survival. It was constructed in one of the most dangerous frontier regions of Europe, where invading tribes, freezing winters, and constant warfare repeatedly threatened Rome's northern border. Even today, archaeologists still struggle to explain how this fortress survived for so many centuries in such a hostile environment. Capodava was founded shortly after Emperor Trajan conquered Dacia in AD 106. The fortress became part of the Danubian Limes, the massive chain of Roman military defences stretching across the Danube frontier. Positioned high above the river, Capodava allowed Roman soldiers to monitor trade routes and military movement between the Balkans and the Black Sea region. The location was strategically perfect, but also extremely dangerous. The cliffs were exposed to erosion, violent seasonal weather, and flooding from the Danube. Yet large sections of the walls still survive nearly 2,000 years later. The fortress itself was built using limestone blocks with thick defensive walls and towers placed at strategic angles around the perimeter. Archaeologists discovered that the walls were repeatedly repaired and reinforced over centuries, suggesting Capodava existed in a near-constant state of military pressure. Unlike many Roman forts that followed a relatively fixed design, Capodava changed continuously. Towers were modified, gates were narrowed, sections of wall were thickened after invasion. Some entrances that once allowed wagons and troops to pass freely were later reduced into smaller choke points designed to slow attackers. This is one of the most fascinating mysteries surrounding the site. Capodava looks less like a completed Roman fortress and more like a military structure permanently adapting to survive. Archaeologists believe these modifications were responses to attacks from Goths, Huns, and other migrating groups moving through Eastern Europe during the decline of Roman power. Evidence from different masonry styles shows that entire sections of the fortress were rebuilt multiple times using different construction techniques. Systematic excavations began in the 1920s under Romanian archaeologist Grigore Florescu. What researchers uncovered changed the understanding of the fortress completely. Beneath the visible ruins were multiple occupation layers from different historical periods. Roman military barracks were discovered below later Byzantine structures. Ancient streets had been redesigned several times. Older walls were buried and reused as foundations for newer buildings. Burn layers revealed repeated destruction events followed by reconstruction. Instead of being one fortress from one era, Capodava turned out to be several cities built on top of each other across centuries of conflict. One of the most mysterious discoveries involved underground chambers buried beneath parts of the settlement. Excavations revealed storage rooms and partially collapsed corridors whose exact purposes remain unknown. Some archaeologists believe they were military granaries used during sieges. Others think they may have functioned as hidden supply passages or emergency shelters. What makes the discovery unusual is the scale of some of the underground spaces. For a frontier fortress that was relatively small compared to major Roman cities, several chambers appear unexpectedly large. The Danube River itself may explain why the fortress became so heavily fortified. To Rome, the river was not simply a border. It was one of the empire's most dangerous invasion routes. During severe winters, sections of the Danube could freeze, allowing enemy forces to cross directly over the ice. Ancient records describe barbarian raids occurring under frozen conditions when the natural defense of the river temporarily disappeared. Capodava therefore had to defend against both human invasions and environmental destruction at the same time. Archaeologists also discovered that Capodava was more than a military outpost. Coins, ceramics, tools, and imported goods show the settlement had active trade connections across the frontier. civilian families lived alongside soldiers inside the fortress walls. Workshops and storage buildings suggest the settlement functioned as a small economic centre supporting military operations in the region. But life there was clearly unstable. Many structures show evidence of fire and violent destruction. Some buildings appear to have been abandoned suddenly, while others were rebuilt almost immediately after being damaged. Historians believe the fortress experienced repeated attacks during the crisis of the 3rd century, when Roman authority weakened across much of Europe. Later invasions by Goths and Huns likely forced additional reconstructions during the 4th and 5th centuries. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Cappadava is how it finally disappeared. Unlike places destroyed in single catastrophic events, the fortress appears to have declined slowly over time. Byzantine control weakened in the region after the 6th century. Trade networks shifted, military resources declined, Slavic and Bulgar migrations reshaped Eastern Europe. Eventually, the fortress lost its strategic importance and was abandoned. But what makes Cappadava remarkable is not its fall. It is the fact that the settlement survived at all. Many Roman frontier cities vanished completely after only a few centuries of warfare. Cappadava endured through the Roman Empire, the late Roman period, and the Byzantine era. Its walls preserve evidence of constant adaptation, desperation, and survival across nearly 1,000 years of occupation. Even modern archaeologists continue uncovering new foundations and structures outside the visible fortress walls, suggesting the settlement may have been larger than originally believed. Drone surveys and modern excavation technology are still revealing buried sections hidden beneath the earth near the Danube cliffs. Cappadava does not feel like the glamorous image of ancient Rome often shown in documentaries. It feels colder and far more isolated. This was not a city built to celebrate imperial power. It was a fortress built to resist collapse on the very edge of the known world. That is why the site remains so fascinating today. Cappadava was not destroyed in one dramatic battle. It survived centuries of invasion, climate pressure, and imperial decline before slowly fading from history itself. And in many ways, that slow survival is far more mysterious than a sudden collapse ever could be. Archaeologists is one of the most confusing abandoned megastructures in the ancient world. Hidden within the dry grasslands of southern Kazakhstan, the enormous redstone complex was built on a scale that should have belonged to a major empire. Yet historians still cannot explain what it was actually supposed to be. Its walls stretch across hundreds of meters. Multi-ton stone blocks were transported across harsh terrain. Sophisticated water systems were engineered in a semi-arid environment. But the entire project appears to have been abandoned before completion, leaving behind one of the greatest unsolved mysteries connected to the Silk Road world. The ruins are located near the city of Taras, close to ancient Silk Road routes that once connected China, Persia, and the Middle East. Soviet archaeologists began large-scale studies during the 20th century, but the site immediately created problems. The complex was far larger than expected. Thick stone walls surrounded a massive rectangular layout nearly 200 meters wide. Some sections appeared heavily fortified, while others looked ceremonial or administrative. The deeper researchers investigated, the more contradictory the structure became. The first major mystery is the redstone itself. Archaeologists was built using enormous reddish sandstone blocks transported from quarries several kilometers away. Some blocks weigh more than a few tons, yet the surrounding landscape is mostly dry open steppe with limited natural resources. Historians still debate how ancient builders moved such heavy materials across this terrain. Unlike forested regions where large timber rollers could be used easily, archaeologists existed in an environment with far fewer logistical advantages. The engineering challenge becomes even stranger when considering the scale of the project. Thousands of massive stones were shaped, transported, aligned, and placed with surprising precision. The amount of labour required would have been enormous, suggesting that Archaeologists was once politically or strategically important enough to justify a gigantic state-sponsored construction effort. What makes the mystery deeper is that the complex appears unfinished. Certain walls stop abruptly, Some corridors seem incomplete. Multiple interior sections show signs that construction suddenly ended before final decoration or full occupation. Archaeologists discovered evidence that builders may have abandoned the site rapidly, almost as if the project collapsed in the middle of development. But why would an empire invest huge amounts of labour and resources into such an ambitious structure only to leave it incomplete in the middle of nowhere? One theory suggests that Archaeologists was linked to the early Arab expansion into Central Asia during the 8th century. Some researchers believe it may have been intended as a military fortress or administrative centre controlling Silk Road trade routes. Others argue the architectural style contains strong Persian and Sogdian influences rather than purely Arab designs. The site combines several cultural traditions at once, creating a strange hybrid architecture that does not fully belong to any single civilization. This has led some historians to describe Archaeologists as a crossroads structure, built in a region where multiple empires, religions and trade networks collided. The water system creates another major puzzle. Archaeologists sits in a semi-arid environment where sustaining a large population would have been difficult. Yet archaeologists found traces of sophisticated hydraulic engineering around the site, including canals, reservoirs and carefully planned water distribution systems. This raises disturbing questions. Why build such a gigantic water infrastructure in such an unforgiving location? Was Archaeologists designed for thousands of residents? Was it intended to become a major city? Or did its builders possess access to water management systems far more advanced than historians expected for this region? The complexity of the hydraulic system suggests long-term planning rather than temporary military occupation. Some channels appear engineered to control seasonal flow with surprising efficiency. Similar ancient water management techniques existed in Persia and parts of the Roman world, but Archaeologists sits far from the major centres usually associated with those technologies. Once again, the site refuses to fit neatly into conventional historical categories. The layout of the complex only deepens the confusion. Its thick, outer walls resemble defensive architecture, yet many areas inside feel ceremonial rather than military. Large courtyards, symmetrical passageways, and carefully aligned rooms suggest elite or administrative functions. Some historians propose that Archaeologists may have been an unfinished palace for a regional ruler attempting to create a new political centre along the Silk Road. Others believe it functioned as a giant caravanserai for merchants moving across Central Asia, but the structure seems too monumental for an ordinary trade station. The amount of labour invested rivals some ancient royal complexes despite the site's isolated position. Satellite imaging and modern archaeological surveys continue revealing additional buried features surrounding the complex, including smaller structures and possible extensions of the water system. This suggests Archaeologists may once have been part of a much larger urban vision that was never completed. Some researchers even speculate that environmental collapse or water shortages may have forced abandonment before the city could fully emerge. If true, Archaeologists may represent the ruins of an ancient project that failed before history had the chance to remember it. Local legends add another layer to the mystery. Some stories claim the site was cursed and could never be completed. Others describe it as a forgotten fortress, abandoned after a catastrophe. While folklore cannot explain the engineering behind Archaeologists, the persistence of these stories reflects how unusual the ruins appeared even to later generations living nearby. Massive red stone walls standing alone in the empty grasslands must have looked almost supernatural. Today, Archaeologists remains one of the least understood ancient complexes connected to the Silk Road world. Its builders possessed the ability to organize huge labor forces, transport multi-ton stones, and engineer advanced water systems in an unforgiving landscape. Yet their identity, purpose, and ultimate fate remain uncertain. The structure exists almost like a frozen blueprint for a civilization that vanished before completing its vision. And perhaps the strangest part of all is that despite its scale, despite its engineering, and despite its strategic location, Archaeologists was nearly erased from global historical memory, leaving behind only ruins, theories, and one enormous unanswered question. Why was something this massive built here in the first place? 4 months. That is how long Sultan Mehmed II reportedly gave his engineers to build Rumeli Hisari in 1452 before launching the siege of Constantinople. Today, the fortress still stands beside the Bosphorus with walls more than 20 meters high, towers thick enough to survive cannon fire, and foundations locked directly into steep coastal rock. Modern historians still debate how a military structure of that scale could have been completed so quickly using 15th century technology. But the deeper mystery is not the speed of construction. It is what Ottoman builders may have inherited from civilizations that existed long before them. Archaeologists discovered that many Ottoman castles were not truly Ottoman in origin. Beneath their walls are older Roman foundations, Byzantine tunnels, Crusader chambers, and forgotten hydraulic systems buried under centuries of reconstruction. In several sites across Turkey and the Balkans, excavation layers reveal that Ottoman engineers expanded ancient strongholds instead of starting from nothing. Some fortresses became giant architectural hybrids built across nearly 2,000 years of history. Rumeli Hisari itself was designed for an entirely new age of warfare. Medieval castles had been built to stop arrows and siege ladders, but by the 15th century gunpowder changed everything. Ottoman engineers responded by building lower and thicker defensive walls capable of absorbing artillery impacts. Historical records from the siege of Constantinople in 1453 describe giant bombards firing stone cannonballs weighing hundreds of kilograms. Some projectiles reportedly exceeded 500 kilograms. Fortresses like Rumeli Hisari were designed specifically to control narrow waterways and support these enormous weapons. The Bosphorus at that point narrows to roughly 700 meters, allowing Ottoman artillery to dominate ships attempting to reach Constantinople. The strange part is how advanced some of these defensive systems appear compared to neighboring kingdoms of the same period. Ottoman fortresses often used layered stonework filled internally with compacted earth to absorb shockwaves from cannon fire. Modern military historians compare some of these concepts to later European bastion forts that became common during the Renaissance. Yet several Ottoman structures appeared decades before those designs spread widely across Europe. The engineering becomes even more difficult to explain at Kilit Bahir Castle, built in 1462 near the Dardanelles Strait. Unlike traditional square fortresses, Kilit Bahir contained an unusual clover-shaped central tower system optimized for overlapping artillery fire. The design allowed cannons to cover multiple angles simultaneously against enemy ships moving through the strait. Historians believe this represented one of the earliest large-scale Ottoman adaptations to naval artillery warfare after the conquest of Constantinople. But many mysteries surrounding these castles are underground. Beneath Ottoman ruins, archaeologists repeatedly uncover hidden cisterns, escaped tunnels, and buried chambers extending far below visible walls. At Alanya Castle, sections of Byzantine fortifications were found integrated directly beneath Ottoman defences. The fortress rises over 250 meters above the Mediterranean Sea on steep cliffs, making the transport of stone blocks, water, and artillery extremely difficult even today. Yet the site maintained large garrisons for centuries. Researchers studying underground systems in Ottoman castles noticed something unusual. In many cases, the deeper sections were older than the Ottoman Empire itself. Drainage channels beneath some fortresses resemble Byzantine hydraulic engineering, while certain stone tunnels may date back to Roman occupation. Rather than replacing ancient systems, Ottoman builders often reused them. This created layered structures where military technology from multiple civilizations existed inside the same fortress. One of the strongest examples is Mamure Castle on the southern coast of Turkey. Although heavily associated with Ottoman rule, the fortress sits on foundations dating back to the Roman period. Byzantine, Armenian, Seljuk and Ottoman builders all expanded different sections over time. The castle contains 39 towers and massive walls exposed directly to Mediterranean saltwater for centuries. Modern engineers studying surviving mortar samples found remarkable resistance to erosion and moisture penetration. Similar durability exists in Roman maritime concrete, which used volcanic ash and lime mixtures capable of chemically strengthening over time underwater. That comparison has created one of the biggest debates surrounding Ottoman construction. Some historians believe Ottoman engineers inherited older Mediterranean building knowledge passed down through Byzantine and Roman traditions. Others argue the Ottomans independently developed their own advanced mortar systems. Laboratory analysis confirmed that several Ottoman mortars contained mixtures of lime, crushed brick, ceramic particles, and volcanic materials that improved flexibility and resistance to cracking during earthquakes. Earthquakes themselves may explain why many Ottoman fortresses survived so long. Large parts of Anatolia sit near active fault zones, yet numerous Ottoman walls remain standing after hundreds of years. Some structures used interlocking stone systems capable of distributing seismic stress more effectively than rigid walls. Similar earthquake-resistant concepts also appeared in Byzantine and Roman engineering. The mysteries continue in the Balkans. Smederevo Fortress became one of the Ottoman Empire's largest military centres after its capture in the 15th century. Covering roughly 11 hectares along the Danube River, the fortress contains enormous defensive walls and dozens of towers. Excavations uncovered Roman occupation layers beneath sections of the complex, reinforcing the idea that these locations remain strategically valuable across multiple civilizations for thousands of years. What makes Ottoman castle ruins so compelling is that they are not the remains of a single empire. They are stacked archaeological timelines. Roman foundations support Byzantine tunnels. Byzantine walls support Ottoman artillery towers. Beneath one fortress, archaeologists may uncover traces of 4 or 5 separate civilizations occupying the same ground across 2 millennia. Kayaköy is one of the most haunting abandoned cities in Turkey, a place where more than 500 stone houses, churches, schools and narrow streets still stand on a mountainside near Fethiye, yet the people who built them disappeared more than a century ago. Once known as Livisi, this was a thriving Greek settlement in southwestern Anatolia, with a population often estimated at more than 6,000 residents before its abandonment in the early 20th century. Unlike Pompeii, Kayaköy was not buried by a volcano. Unlike many ancient ruins, it was not erased by war or swallowed by jungle. The city survived. Its people did not return. The first thing that makes Kayaköy so unusual is its scale. Hundreds of roofless stone houses climb the hillside in quiet rows, arranged in terraces so that one home would not block the sunlight of another. This was not a random village, but a carefully planned mountain town. Thick stone walls helped protect interiors from heat and cold, while cisterns and narrow pathways show how residents adapted to a difficult landscape. For archaeologists, the settlement is valuable because it preserves the layout of a late Ottoman Greek community, almost like a frozen map. Homes, churches, public spaces and streets can still be traced with unusual clarity. Its deeper history reaches back to ancient Lycia, the civilization that once dominated this rugged corner of the Mediterranean. Over time, Greek-speaking Christian communities grew in the region, and by the 19th century, Livisi had become a prosperous town of craftsmen, traders, farmers, and religious life. The most visible reminders are its 2 major Greek Orthodox churches, including Taxiarches and Panagia Pidgetissa, whose damaged walls still preserve traces of decoration and sacred architecture. These buildings are not just ruins. They are evidence of a community that once had schools, rituals, festivals, and a complete social world. The mystery begins in 1923, after the Greco-Turkish War and the Treaty of Lausanne. Under the compulsory population exchange between Greece and Turkey, roughly 1.2 to 1.5 million Greek Orthodox Christians were forced to leave Turkey, while about 355,000 to 400,000 Muslims were removed from Greece. Livisi's Greek population was uprooted almost entirely. Families left behind homes, churches, graves, workshops, and streets that had belonged to them for generations. Within months, a living city became a silent shell. What makes the story stranger is what happened afterward. Turkish Muslim refugees from Greece were encouraged to settle in the empty town, but many did not stay. Some historians explain this simply. The hillside terrain was difficult, the houses were unfamiliar, and the area was not ideal for the new arrivals' way of life. But local stories turn the abandonment into something darker. people began to say Kayakoi was haunted by the memories of those who had been forced to leave. Whether these tales were superstition or a way of expressing historical trauma, they helped transform the town into one of the most famous ghost settlements in the eastern Mediterranean. Today, Kayakoi's real power lies in the fact that it was never completely destroyed. Earthquakes, weather, and vegetation have damaged the settlement, but hundreds of stone structures remain standing after more than 100 years of abandonment. Grass grows through stairways, trees rise from collapsed rooms. Empty windows look out over the valley like the city is still waiting for its residents to return. For archaeologists, it is a rare time capsule of architecture, migration, and memory. For visitors, it is something more unsettling, proof that a city can survive even after the civilization inside it has vanished. Kayakoi is not mysterious because nobody knows who built it. It is mysterious because we know exactly who lived there, why they left, and how much they lost. The houses are still there, the churches are still there, the streets are still there, but the life that gave them meaning disappeared in one of the largest forced migrations of the 20th century. That is why Kayakoi remains so powerful, not as a ruin of an ancient empire, but as a city that was never buried, never fully rebuilt, and never truly able to escape the silence left behind. Nearly 2,000 years ago, in what is now Western Syria, an ancient city built one of the longest and most ambitious streets the Roman world had ever seen. Stretching approximately 1.85 kilometers across the landscape, the avenue was lined with hundreds of towering stone columns, some rising nearly 9 meters high and weighing several tons each. Even more unusual, many of those columns were carved with spiral grooves twisting upward along their entire length, a design rarely seen anywhere else in the Roman Empire. Today, most of the city has vanished. The buildings are gone, the people are gone, yet the endless rows of columns remain, standing like stone ghosts across the Syrian plain. The city was called Apamea, and despite more than a century of archaeological research, some of its greatest mysteries remain unsolved. Founded around 300 BC by Seleucus I Nicator, one of Alexander the Great's successors, Apamea occupied a strategic position overlooking the fertile Gab Valley and major trade routes connecting the Mediterranean world to the interior of the Near East. Over the following centuries, it evolved into one of the largest and wealthiest cities in Roman Syria. Ancient sources suggest the city may have supported well over 100,000 inhabitants during its peak, making it one of the most important urban centers in the eastern Mediterranean. Yet what truly separated Apamea from countless other ancient cities was not its size, but the astonishing scale of its architecture. The heart of the city was the Great Colonnade, a monumental avenue running almost perfectly straight through the urban center. Measuring roughly 1.85 kilometers in length, it remains one of the longest colonnaded streets ever constructed in antiquity. Thousands of stone blocks had to be quarried, transported, shaped, and assembled with extraordinary precision. Along both sides stood massive columns supporting covered walkways, creating a grand corridor that connected temples, markets, baths, administrative buildings, and public squares. Even by Roman standards, the project was enormous. Yet archaeologists remain fascinated by one question. Why was so much wealth, labor, and engineering invested into a single avenue on such a scale? The mystery deepens when examining the columns themselves. Unlike the straight fluting commonly found on Roman architecture, many columns at Apamea display elegant spiral grooves twisting around the stone shafts. Creating such patterns required significantly more labor than conventional carving. Every spiral had to remain perfectly aligned along columns standing several meters high. The result was visually stunning but also incredibly expensive. Historians still debate why this distinctive style became so widespread throughout the city. Was it intended to symbolize wealth? Was it inspired by a local artistic tradition now lost to history? Or did it serve a purpose modern researchers have yet to understand? The answer remains uncertain, leaving one of Apamea's most recognizable features surrounded by mystery. Even more remarkable is where this city was built. Northern Syria lies within a region frequently affected by powerful earthquakes. Historical records and geological evidence reveal that Apamea endured repeated seismic disasters throughout its history. One of the most devastating occurred in AD 115, when a massive earthquake struck the region and caused widespread destruction. Entire sections of the city collapsed. Public buildings were heavily damaged. Many ancient settlements never recovered from disasters of this magnitude. Apamea did something different. Instead of disappearing, it rebuilt itself. The reconstruction that followed transformed the city. Roman engineers redesigned major sections of the urban landscape and expanded many monumental structures. Much of the famous colonnaded avenue visible today emerged from these rebuilding efforts. This raises another fascinating question. How did ancient builders repeatedly construct gigantic stone monuments in one of the most earthquake-prone regions of the Roman world? For generations, Apamea continued to survive disasters that should have destroyed it. Every collapse was followed by another phase of reconstruction. Every catastrophe was met with another display of engineering ambition. By the 2nd century AD, Apamea had entered a golden age. Wealth flowed into the city through trade and administration. Magnificent public buildings rose along the Great Colonnade. Luxurious villas appeared throughout the urban centre. Archaeologists later uncovered elaborate mosaics depicting mythological scenes, geometric designs, and religious imagery of exceptional quality. These artworks reveal that Apamea was not merely a provincial settlement, but a prosperous cosmopolitan city connected to the wider Mediterranean world. The sophistication of these mosaics rivals examples discovered in some of the most important cities of the Roman Empire. Yet the greatest archaeological mystery of Apamea may not be what has been discovered, but what remains hidden. Despite decades of excavation, only a fraction of the ancient city has been thoroughly explored. Large portions remain buried beneath layers of soil accumulated over centuries. Surveys have revealed traces of streets, structures, walls, and districts extending beyond the areas currently visible. Archaeologists increasingly suspect that much of Apamea still lies underground. This possibility is significant because the visible ruins are already immense. If the buried sections prove as extensive as researchers suspect, Apamea may have been even larger and more complex than current estimates suggest. Entire neighborhoods may remain untouched. Public buildings could still be hidden beneath agricultural fields. Inscriptions capable of answering long-standing historical questions may still wait beneath the soil. Every excavation season reveals new pieces of the puzzle, yet the overall picture remains incomplete. The city's decline was as dramatic as its rise. Throughout late antiquity and the medieval period, northern Syria experienced a succession of powerful earthquakes. Major seismic events in AD 526, 528, 1157, and 1170 devastated large parts of the region. Although Apamea repeatedly recovered from earlier disasters, centuries of destruction eventually overwhelmed the city. Buildings collapsed faster than they could be rebuilt. Economic networks weakened. Populations migrated elsewhere. One of the grandest cities of the ancient Near East slowly faded into ruin. Standing among the surviving columns today, it is difficult to comprehend what once existed here. The avenue stretches toward the horizon with almost unnatural precision. Hundreds of columns still mark the route of a city that vanished centuries ago. Yet what visitors see represents only the surviving skeleton of a much larger world. Beneath the ground may lie forgotten districts, lost monuments, and evidence capable of reshaping our understanding of one of the Roman East's greatest cities. That is what makes Apamea so compelling as an archaeological mystery. Historians know who founded it. Archaeologists know roughly when it flourished and when it declined. Yet the most important questions remain unanswered. Why did its builders create one of the largest colonnaded avenues in the ancient world? Why were its distinctive spiral columns constructed on such a massive scale? How much of the city remains buried beneath the landscape? And what discoveries are still waiting underground after nearly 2,000 years? Until those questions are answered, Apamea remains more than a ruin. It remains one of the ancient world's greatest unfinished stories. Kayol Ruins is one of the strangest archaeological sites on the East African coast because it presents historians with a contradiction that remains unresolved to this day. Scattered across a quiet stretch of coastline near present-day Bagamoyo in Tanzania are more than 30 elaborate coral stone tombs, the remains of some of the oldest mosques in the region, and archaeological evidence linking the settlement to trade networks that stretched from Africa to Arabia, Persia, India, and even China. Yet despite the wealth required to build these monuments and the international connections revealed by excavations, the identities of many of the people who created Kaole have vanished almost completely from history. Archaeologists can see the evidence of power, prosperity, and religious influence, but the individuals responsible for transforming this coastal settlement into an important center of the medieval Indian Ocean world remain largely unknown. The most remarkable structures at Kaol are its tombs. More than 30 survive today, many constructed from blocks of coral ragstone, quarried from ancient reefs along the coast. Several feature tall stone pillars rising directly from the graves, some reaching several meters in height. These are not simple burials. Their scale immediately suggests that the people buried beneath them occupied positions of extraordinary status within society. Excavations and local traditions indicate that some may belong to powerful Swahili elites known as diwanis, rulers or influential leaders associated with the settlement during its peak. Yet centuries of tropical weather, salt-laden winds and erosion have damaged many inscriptions beyond recognition. The result is one of the most fascinating mysteries in African archaeology. The monuments survive, but the names attached to them have largely disappeared. It is almost as if an entire aristocratic class vanished from the historical record, while leaving their tombs standing as silent evidence that they once existed. This mystery becomes even more compelling when considering the effort required to construct these monuments. Coral stone was not simply gathered from the beach and stacked into place. Workers had to quarry large blocks from fossilized reef deposits, transport them, shape them using specialized tools, and fit them together with considerable precision. Such projects demanded labor, wealth, organization, and technical knowledge. The existence of dozens of monumental tombs therefore implies a prosperous community capable of mobilizing significant resources. Yet unlike the rulers of Egypt, Rome, Persia, or China, the individuals who commissioned these structures left behind almost no surviving written accounts. Their achievements can only be reconstructed through archaeology. The first clues emerged during excavations conducted by British archaeologist Neville Chittick in 1958. His work revealed that Kaole was far more than an isolated religious site. Among the discoveries were imported ceramics originating from distant regions of Asia, including Chinese pottery dating to the medieval period. These artifacts immediately transformed scholarly understanding of the settlement. They demonstrated that Kaole participated in one of the largest commercial systems of the pre-modern world. By the 13th century, merchants were using seasonal monsoon winds to travel across the Indian Ocean, creating maritime routes that connected East Africa with Arabia, Persia, India, and China. Kaole occupied a strategic position within this network. Goods from the African interior moved toward the coast, while imported luxury products arrived from distant civilizations thousands of kilometers away. For modern audiences, it is easy to underestimate the significance of these discoveries. The distance between the Tanzanian coast and southern China exceeds 8,000 kilometers. Yet fragments of Chinese ceramics found at Kaole demonstrate that goods, ideas, and cultural influences traveled across this enormous span centuries before the modern era. These artifacts serve as physical proof that East Africa was integrated into a global trading system long before European exploration reshaped world history. Far from existing on the margins of civilization, settlements such as Kaole were active participants in a network that linked some of the wealthiest societies on Earth. The influence of those connections can also be seen in the religious architecture that survives at the site. Among the ruins stand the remains of two coral stone mosques, including one dating to approximately the 13th century. This makes it one of the oldest surviving Islamic structures in Tanzania, and among the earliest examples of stone mosque architecture on the East African coast. The significance of this discovery extends beyond religion. Permanent stone mosques required considerable investment and indicate both economic prosperity and long-term stability. They demonstrate that Kaole was not a temporary trading post, but a substantial community deeply connected to the wider Islamic world. Through commerce and faith, the settlement became part of a cultural sphere stretching from East Africa across the Arabian Peninsula and into the Middle East. Yet the mosques introduce another mystery. While religious monuments and elite tombs survived, almost everything else disappeared. Archaeologists know that Kaole once contained homes, workshops, markets, warehouses, and public spaces. A functioning trading settlement could not have existed without them. However, most of these structures were built from perishable materials that gradually decayed over centuries. As a result, modern researchers encounter Kaole through the fragments least representative of everyday life. What remains are monuments to death and religion. The living city has almost entirely vanished. This creates the eerie impression that Cowley was a settlement inhabited only by priests and nobles, when in reality it must once have been crowded with merchants, sailors, craftsmen, labourers, and families whose stories have been erased by time. The settlement's strategic location played a crucial role in its development. Situated near the coast and connected to maritime trade routes, Cowley benefited from the seasonal monsoon system that governed navigation throughout the Indian Ocean. For centuries, sailors relied on predictable wind patterns that allowed vessels to travel between Africa, Arabia, India, and Southeast Asia. These winds transformed the ocean into a commercial highway. Merchants arriving from distant ports exchanged goods, languages, technologies, and religious ideas. Archaeological evidence indicates that Swahili settlements along the coast became wealthy intermediaries within this network, exporting ivory, animal products, timber, and other valuable resources, while importing ceramics, textiles, glassware, and luxury goods. Cowley was one of the communities that flourished as a result. Perhaps the greatest mystery of all is why such a prosperous settlement declined. By the 16th century, Cowley had entered a period of deterioration from which it never recovered. Historians continue to debate the reasons. One possibility involves the arrival of Portuguese naval forces in the Indian Ocean, following Vasco da Gama's voyage around Africa in 498. Portuguese expansion disrupted existing trade systems and altered commercial relationships throughout the region. Settlements that had prospered under earlier trading networks suddenly faced new political and economic realities. Another possibility involves environmental change. Ancient ports depended heavily upon local geography. Even modest alterations in coastlines, harbour conditions, or sediment accumulation could undermine maritime commerce. A harbour that functioned effectively for centuries might gradually become unusable, forcing trade to shift elsewhere. Some researchers believe Cowley's decline may have resulted from a combination of political disruption and environmental transformation rather than a single catastrophic event. What makes Cowley particularly fascinating is that its mysteries emerge from genuine archaeological evidence rather than mythology. There are no legends of lost technologies or supernatural civilizations required to make the site compelling. The unanswered questions are already extraordinary. Who were the powerful individuals buried beneath the monumental pillar tombs? How much wealth passed through this settlement during its peak? Why did people invest such immense resources into religious and funerary architecture? What role did Cowley play within the broader Swahili trading world? And perhaps most intriguingly, how did a settlement connected to civilizations thousands of kilometers away become so thoroughly forgotten that today only ruins remain to testify to its existence? Long before the pyramids of Sudan appeared on the horizon, and long before historians began to understand the true scale of ancient Nubia, a powerful kingdom rose along the Nile that would become one of Egypt's most dangerous rivals. Its capital was Kerma, a city founded around 1200 BCE in what is now northern Sudan. For nearly 1,000 years, Kerma controlled vast trade networks, accumulated enormous wealth, commanded powerful armies, and built monuments unlike anything else in the ancient world. Yet despite ruling a kingdom that stretched hundreds of kilometers along the Nile, Kerma left behind almost no written records. Today, archaeologists know it existed. They know it was powerful. They know its rulers were buried beneath gigantic tombs surrounded by hundreds of human bodies, but many of its greatest secrets remain unsolved. The most mysterious structure ever discovered at Kerma rises abruptly from the desert like a giant fortress. Known as the Western Defufa, this massive mud brick monument stands nearly 18 meters high and measures roughly 50 meters long. It is one of the largest surviving mud brick buildings in ancient Africa, yet nobody knows exactly why it was built. Unlike Egyptian temples, the structure does not follow familiar architectural patterns. It contains elevated chambers, narrow passageways, ceremonial rooms, and complex internal layouts that have puzzled archaeologists for decades. Some researchers believe it was a temple connected to royal rituals. Others suggest it served as a sacred ceremonial center where the kingdom's rulers demonstrated their authority. What makes the mystery even more intriguing is that no identical structure has ever been found anywhere else in the Nile Valley. Kerma's most important monument appears to belong to an architectural tradition that vanished with the civilization that created it. Surrounding the city lies an even darker mystery. East of Kerma stretches one of the largest royal cemeteries in ancient Africa. Covering several square kilometers, The necropolis contains thousands of burials accumulated over centuries. At its center stand enormous circular tombs belonging to the kingdom's rulers. Some measure more than 90 meters in diameter, making them among the largest royal burial monuments of the Bronze Age. When archaeologists excavated these tombs, they discovered something shocking. Buried around the kings were hundreds of additional bodies. In several royal graves, men, women, children, servants, and warriors were arranged in carefully organized patterns surrounding the ruler's burial chamber. One of the largest tombs contained more than 300 accompanying burials, while some estimates suggest certain rulers may have been interred alongside nearly 400 individuals. The discovery immediately raised a disturbing question. Were these people sacrificed when the king died? The evidence remains controversial. Many skeletons appear to have been buried at the same time as the ruler. Their positions suggest deliberate ritual placement rather than later additions. Some scholars argue that these individuals were sacrificed to accompany the king into the afterlife. Others believe certain burials may have involved elite retainers who voluntarily participated in royal funerary traditions. Whatever the explanation, the scale is extraordinary. Few civilizations anywhere in the ancient world practiced royal burial rituals on such a massive scale. These discoveries become even more remarkable when viewed alongside Kerma's political power. For generations, historians assumed Nubia existed under Egyptian control. Archaeology has revealed a very different story. During the Middle Kingdom, Egypt constructed a chain of heavily fortified strongholds near the Second Cataract. Their walls, watchtowers, and defensive positions reveal how seriously Egyptian rulers viewed threats from the south. That threat was Kerma. By around 1750 BCE, the kingdom had become one of the dominant powers in northeastern Africa. It controlled trade routes carrying gold, ivory, ebony, cattle, incense, and exotic goods from Central Africa toward Egypt and the Mediterranean world. Wealth flowed into the city on an enormous scale. Excavations have uncovered luxury goods, imported materials, finely crafted pottery, precious stones, and evidence of extensive international trade. Kerma was no isolated desert settlement. It was the center of a commercial empire. At the same time, it was becoming a military power. Excavated graves contain bronze daggers, clubs, archery equipment, and other weapons associated with warrior elites. Many skeletons display injuries consistent with repeated combat. Egyptian records increasingly describe Kushite forces as dangerous enemies. Some inscriptions suggest that during periods of Egyptian weakness, armies from Kerma launched campaigns deep into Egyptian territory. For perhaps the first time in centuries, the civilization that built the pyramids found itself facing a rival capable of challenging its dominance along the Nile. Yet despite its wealth and military strength, Kerma remains strangely silent. Unlike Egypt, which left behind thousands of inscriptions, monuments, and written records, Kerma revealed very little about itself. Archaeologists can measure the dimensions of its tombs and reconstruct its trade networks, but they still know remarkably little about its language, religious beliefs, political institutions, or understanding of the world. The kingdom appears suddenly in the archaeological record, grows into a regional superpower, and then leaves behind only fragments of its story. One discovery illustrates this mystery perfectly. Archaeologists working near Kerma uncovered statues and monuments connected to later Nubian rulers, evidence that powerful traditions survived long after the city's decline. Yet the civilization's original voice remains almost completely absent. We can see the buildings, we can study the graves, we can analyze the artifacts, but the people themselves rarely speak to us through history. Around 1500 BCE, the balance of power finally shifted. Egypt entered the New Kingdom period and expanded aggressively into Nubia. After centuries of rivalry, Kerma eventually fell under Egyptian control. The city lost its position as an independent power, and its influence gradually faded. Yet even conquest could not erase its legacy. Elements of Kerma's culture survived and contributed to later Nubian kingdoms that would eventually produce rulers capable of conquering Egypt itself. Today, the ruins of Kerma force archaeologists to reconsider long-held assumptions about the ancient world. Hidden beneath the sands of Sudan lies evidence of a civilization that rivaled Egypt in wealth, challenged it in war, developed its own monumental architecture, and practiced funerary rituals so extraordinary that they still spark debate among researchers. The towering walls of the western Defufa, the giant royal tombs, and the hundreds of bodies buried beside forgotten kings all point toward the same unsettling conclusion. Kerma was not a minor kingdom living in Egypt's shadow. It was one of the great powers of the Bronze Age. And perhaps that is the greatest mystery of all. How could a civilization powerful enough to terrify pharaohs, wealthy enough to dominate African trade, and ambitious enough to build monuments unlike anything else on Earth vanish so completely that the modern world almost forgot it ever existed? Halabai, known in antiquity as Zenobia, is a massive fortified city overlooking the Euphrates River in eastern Syria. Built at one of the narrowest and most strategically important points along the river, the fortress controlled a natural bottleneck where armies, merchants, and caravans moving between Mesopotamia and the Mediterranean were forced to pass. The site covers roughly 12 hectares and is enclosed by defensive walls stretching nearly 1.4 kilometers, reinforced by dozens of towers and a heavily fortified citadel. Yet, despite commanding one of the most valuable military positions in the ancient world and surviving centuries of warfare between Rome and Persia, the city was eventually abandoned and forgotten. That paradox remains the greatest mystery of Halabai. The location alone raises questions. Unlike most ancient cities that grew around fertile farmland, ports, or major population centers, Halabai was built on a rocky outcrop overlooking a narrow section of the Euphrates known as Al-Kanuka, or the Strangler. Here, volcanic basalt formations squeeze the river into a confined passage, creating a natural choke point. Deep ravines protected two sides of the city, while the Euphrates guarded the third. From a military perspective, it was nearly perfect. Any army attempting to move through the region could be monitored, delayed, or blocked from the fortress above. The site appears so strategically ideal that many historians have wondered whether its importance was recognized long before the Romans arrived. Evidence suggests the area may have been occupied as early as the 3rd millennium BCE. Some scholars associate the site with settlements mentioned in the archives of Ebla, while later Assyrian records refer to a fortress called Birtu that may have stood in the same region. If these identifications are correct, Halabai occupied a strategic position for more than 3,000 years. Yet despite its significance, much of its earliest history remains obscure, buried beneath later Roman and Byzantine construction. The city became famous through its connection to Queen Zenobia, one of the most remarkable rulers of the ancient world. Following the assassination of her husband Odaenathus in the 3rd century CE, Zenobia transformed Palmyra from a wealthy desert city into an empire stretching across Syria, Egypt, and parts of Anatolia. At the height of her power, she challenged Rome itself. Historical sources credit her with strengthening and expanding the fortress that would eventually bear her name. However, one of the enduring archaeological mysteries is whether Zenobia actually founded the city or merely rebuilt an older military outpost. Ancient sources provide conflicting accounts, and excavations have yet to provide a definitive answer. Even today, archaeologists cannot say with certainty where the original city ended and Zenobia's reconstruction began. What makes Halabai particularly fascinating is the scale of its defenses. The city was effectively designed as a giant military machine integrated into the surrounding landscape. Defensive walls climbed steep hillsides, connected to massive towers positioned to dominate every possible approach. In some locations, sections of the walls still rise between 8 and 10 meters high, despite nearly 15 centuries of exposure to the elements. At the western end of the city, a powerful citadel overlooks both the Euphrates and the desert beyond. Standing atop the fortress today, it becomes immediately clear why generations of emperors considered this one of the most valuable strongholds on the eastern frontier. Following the defeat of Zenobia by Emperor Aurelian in 273 CE, the Romans retained control of the city rather than destroying it. The reason was simple. Beyond the Euphrates stood the Sasanian Persian Empire, Rome's greatest rival in the east. For centuries, the two superpowers fought some of the largest wars of the ancient world, and Halabai sat directly between them. Whoever controlled the fortress possessed a key position along the frontier. As a result, successive Roman and Byzantine emperors invested heavily in strengthening its defences. The most ambitious reconstruction occurred during the reign of Emperor Justinian I in the 6th century. Historical accounts written by the Byzantine scholar Procopius describe extensive rebuilding projects at Zenobia, including new walls, towers, and military infrastructure. Archaeological investigations have confirmed many of these descriptions with remarkable accuracy. Excavations uncovered churches, bath complexes, military barracks, and an organised street network protected within the massive defensive perimeter. These discoveries reveal that Halabiye was not simply a fortress. It was a thriving frontier city supporting soldiers, merchants, clergy, and civilians living under the constant shadow of war. Yet perhaps the most intriguing mystery is why so many powerful empires repeatedly fought for what appears at first glance to be an isolated city in the desert. The answer lies in geography. The Euphrates served as one of the principal corridors linking the Mediterranean world with Mesopotamia. Trade goods, military supplies, and entire armies moved through this region. Halabiye functioned as a gate-controlling movement along that corridor. It was less a city than a strategic lock placed on one of the most important routes in the Near East. This explains why Persian rulers repeatedly attempted to capture it, despite its formidable defenses. One of the most dramatic episodes occurred during the reign of the Sasanian king Khosrow. In 540 CE, his armies launched devastating campaigns into Byzantine territory, capturing major cities and threatening the empire's eastern provinces. Yet Halabiye resisted. Its fortifications proved strong enough to withstand one of the most powerful military machines of late antiquity. The fortress remained a critical Byzantine stronghold for decades afterward, reinforcing its reputation as one of the most difficult positions along the frontier to conquer. Eventually, however, even Halabiye could not escape the tide of history. Around 610 CE, during the Byzantine-Sasanian War, the Persian general Shahrbaraz captured the city. The conflict itself ranks among the most destructive wars of the ancient world, exhausting both empires and devastating vast regions of the Near East. Although the fortress survived the conquest physically, it never regained its former prominence. This leads directly to the greatest mystery surrounding the site. Unlike Pompeii, Halabiye was not buried by a volcanic eruption. Unlike Carthage, it was not systematically destroyed. Unlike countless ancient cities, there is no evidence of a single catastrophic event that ended its existence. Instead, it slowly faded from history. After the Muslim conquests of the 7th century transformed the political map of the Near East, the Roman-Persian frontier ceased to exist. The border that Halabiye had been built to defend vanished almost overnight. Trade routes shifted. Military priorities changed. The fortress that had once controlled one of the most contested corridors in the ancient world suddenly had no purpose. Archaeology has provided clues but not complete answers. Excavations between 2006 and 2009 revealed more than 100 previously undocumented tombs surrounding the city. Researchers identified tower tombs, burial chambers, and cemetery complexes displaying strong cultural links to Palmyra. These discoveries expanded our understanding of the people who lived there, yet countless questions remain. Who exactly occupied the city during its final years? How large was its civilian population? Why was it abandoned so completely? And what happened to the people who once lived behind its walls? Today, Halabiye remains one of the best preserved fortress cities of late antiquity. Much of its defensive system still stands, tracing the outlines of a city that once guarded the frontier between empires. Its towers continue to overlook the Euphrates just as they did 15 centuries ago. Yet the most remarkable thing about Halabiye is not the scale of its walls or the power of the rulers who fought for it. It is the fact that one of the most strategically important cities in the ancient Near East ultimately disappeared, not because it was defeated, but because the world around it changed. The armies left, the border vanished, and history moved elsewhere, leaving the fortress of Queen Zenobia alone above the river it once controlled. Somewhere in the arid landscapes of Jordan lie the remains of a forgotten settlement known today as Salu. At first glance, it appears to be little more than another collection of ruined walls scattered across a harsh and unforgiving environment. Yet beneath those stones hides a mystery that archaeologists still struggle to fully explain. Why did a community established along one of the most important crossroads of the ancient Near East vanish so completely that almost nothing about its people survived in written history? The location alone should have guaranteed its success. For thousands of years, Jordan occupied a strategic position between Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Levant, and Arabia. Ancient trade routes crossing the region carried incense, copper, textiles, spices, precious stones, and luxury goods over distances exceeding 2,500 kilometers. Settlements positioned along these routes often grew wealthy by controlling the movement of merchants and resources. Archaeological evidence suggests that Salu benefited from this network, existing within a landscape that connected some of the most powerful civilizations of the ancient world. What makes the site unusual is that it should not have been easy to live there in the first place. Modern Jordan is among the most water-scarce countries on Earth, receiving less than 100 millimeters of annual rainfall in some regions. Yet ancient communities managed to survive, expand, and sometimes flourish for centuries in environments that appear almost uninhabitable today. The people of Selous almost certainly relied on sophisticated systems of water collection and storage. Across Jordan, archaeologists have uncovered reservoirs, channels, cisterns, and underground storage systems capable of capturing seasonal rainfall and preserving it for long periods. These technologies allowed settlements to survive where nature seemed determined to prevent human occupation. That achievement raises an unsettling question. If these communities possess the knowledge to overcome one of the greatest challenges in the region, what happened to them? Why were their settlements abandoned? Why did many of their engineering techniques disappear from use? Archaeologists can identify the physical remains of these systems, but the full knowledge behind their operation often vanished with the people who built them. Excavations throughout Jordan reveal another fascinating pattern. Many ancient settlements were not occupied by a single civilization. Instead, they became layered records of human history. Roman buildings were constructed over Nabatean foundations. Byzantine churches appeared above earlier structures. New communities repeatedly settled in the same locations for centuries or even millennia. Every generation inherited the remains of those who came before. In some places, archaeologists have identified occupation sequences stretching back thousands of years. This creates one of the most intriguing possibilities surrounding Selous. The people who lived there may have been surrounded by the ruins of civilizations they barely understood. A farmer working his land might have unknowingly walked above buried streets from a forgotten age. Builders constructing new homes may have reused stones taken from structures whose original purpose had long been forgotten. Entire chapters of human history may already have been lost even while the settlement itself was still alive. Yet the greatest mystery is not how Selous survived, it is how it disappeared. Ancient cities rarely vanish overnight, most decline slowly. Trade weakens, populations shrink, infrastructure falls into disrepair, public buildings are abandoned. Eventually, communities become shadows of what they once were. Archaeological evidence from Jordan suggests that this gradual process may explain the fate of many settlements across the region. However, the exact causes often remain uncertain. One possibility involves trade itself. The prosperity of settlements depended heavily on their position within larger commercial networks. As political borders shifted and new powers emerged, trade routes changed. Merchants naturally followed the safest and most profitable paths. A settlement that once stood at the center of commerce could suddenly find itself isolated. Even a small change in regional trade patterns could have devastating consequences for local economies. Over time, populations would leave in search of better opportunities elsewhere. Another possibility lies beneath the ground. Jordan sits within a tectonically active region that has experienced destructive earthquakes throughout history. Several major seismic events are known to have devastated cities across the Levant. Archaeologists have identified evidence of earthquake damage at numerous ancient sites. A sufficiently powerful earthquake could destroy water systems, collapse public buildings, and cripple local economies. While some communities rebuilt after such disasters, others never recovered. Climate may have played an equally important role. Ancient societies depended heavily on predictable rainfall and agricultural productivity. Even relatively small changes in climate could create food shortages, reduce harvest yields, and place enormous pressure on local populations. Researchers studying environmental history increasingly believe that long-term climate fluctuations contributed to the decline of many ancient settlements throughout the Near East. For communities already struggling with economic or political instability, environmental stress may have pushed them beyond recovery. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Selous is how little we actually know. Jordan contains more than 100,000 archaeological sites, and many remain only partially excavated. Some have never been systematically investigated at all. Every archaeological dig uncovers only a fraction of what remains beneath the surface. Hidden below the soil may be houses, workshops, storage facilities, religious structures, inscriptions, or burial chambers that have remained untouched for centuries. The possibility of undiscovered evidence is what keeps the mystery alive. A single inscription could reveal the original name of a settlement. A forgotten archive could explain why its inhabitants left. A newly discovered tomb might identify rulers, merchants, or religious leaders whose existence has been lost to history. Archaeology has repeatedly demonstrated that major discoveries often emerge from places once considered insignificant. Standing among the ruins today, it is difficult to imagine that Selous was ever part of a living world. There are no merchants crossing distant deserts, no caravans arriving with goods from Arabia, no craftsmen shaping stone beneath the desert sun, no children running through streets that once echoed with daily life. Only silence remains, and that silence may be the site's greatest mystery, because the true story of Selous is not about a lost treasure or a hidden king. It is about how an entire community could exist at the center of one of the ancient world's most important regions and still disappear so completely that history barely remembers it. The ruins prove that people lived here. The trade routes prove that they were connected to the wider world. The engineering systems prove that they mastered a hostile environment. Yet their names, their stories, and the reasons for their disappearance remain largely unknown. For archaeologists, that uncertainty is both frustrating and irresistible. Every stone suggests another question. Every excavation reveals another missing piece. And somewhere beneath the deserts of Jordan, the answers may still be waiting, buried beneath centuries of dust, preserving the final secrets of a settlement that the world almost forgot. Ed-Dur is one of the greatest forgotten cities of the ancient world, a place that should have been remembered alongside the famous trading capitals of antiquity, yet somehow vanished so completely that history nearly erased its existence. Located along the coast of what is now the United Arab Emirates, this sprawling settlement flourished between the 1st century BCE and the 3rd century CE, occupying nearly 5 square kilometers and controlling a strategic position on the southern shores of the Persian Gulf. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence showing that Ed-Dur was not merely a local Arabian town but a wealthy international hub, connected to some of the most powerful civilizations on Earth. Roman coins circulated through its markets, merchants from Mesopotamia and Persia passed through its harbours, luxury goods arrived from India, and foreign religious traditions became established among its inhabitants. Yet, despite all this wealth and influence, the city disappeared so thoroughly that no surviving historical source clearly explains who built it, how it became so prosperous, or why it suddenly collapsed. The mystery is so profound that some archaeologists believe Ed-Dur may actually be the lost city of Amarna, one of the most important ports described in ancient Greek and Roman texts, a place that connected the Mediterranean world with Arabia, Persia, and India through vast maritime trade networks stretching thousands of kilometers across the ancient world. The evidence uncovered at Ed-Dur reveals a city that was astonishingly global for its time. Excavations have produced coins from the Roman Empire, the Parthian Empire, Characene in southern Mesopotamia, and kingdoms throughout Arabia, indicating regular contact with multiple political powers. Archaeologists have also recovered imported ceramics, glassware, jewellery, ivory objects, incense burners, and luxury goods originating far beyond the Arabian Peninsula. Such discoveries paint a picture of a settlement that sat at the crossroads of international commerce nearly 2,000 years ago. Long before modern globalization, before steamships, railways, or modern ports, merchants were already transporting valuable cargo between continents. Ships riding seasonal monsoon winds crossed the Arabian Sea from India carrying spices, textiles, gemstones, and exotic goods. These products moved through Gulf ports before continuing toward Mesopotamia and the Mediterranean. Ed-Dur appears to have been one of the crucial links in this chain. The scale of imported material found there suggests extraordinary economic activity, raising an obvious question. If this city played such a significant role in ancient trade, why did its name virtually disappear from human memory? That question becomes even more intriguing when historians compare Ed-Dur with descriptions of a mysterious port known as Amarna. Ancient texts such as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea describe Amarna as a wealthy commercial centre located somewhere in the Persian Gulf, serving as a major stop for ships engaged in long-distance trade between India and the Western world. For centuries, scholars debated the location of this city. Numerous candidates have been proposed, yet few match the archaeological evidence as closely as Ed-Dur. The chronology aligns with the period described by ancient writers. The geographic position corresponds to known trade routes. The abundance of imported goods reflects the prosperity expected from a major international port. Even the scale of the settlement supports the theory. Yet despite these remarkable similarities, no definitive proof has ever emerged. There is no inscription declaring the city to be Omana, no surviving text that conclusively resolves the debate. As a result, one of the most important commercial centers of antiquity may already have been rediscovered, but its true identity remains hidden beneath layers of uncertainty. Among the most fascinating discoveries at Ed-Dur is a temple that reveals just how interconnected the ancient world had become. Within the ruins, archaeologists uncovered evidence associated with the worship of Shamash, the Mesopotamian sun god revered for thousands of years in regions that are now part of Iraq. The presence of Shamash in Arabia presents a remarkable mystery. His cult originated hundreds of kilometers away, yet somehow found a place within this Gulf city. An Aramaic inscription discovered at the site appears to reference the deity, while the temple itself contains evidence of ritual activity, including a large ceremonial fire installation measuring approximately 2.7 meters in diameter. Such discoveries suggest that Ed-Dur was not simply importing foreign goods, but also absorbing foreign ideas, beliefs, and cultural traditions. Merchants may have settled permanently in the city, bringing their gods with them. Religious practices may have blended together through centuries of interaction between different communities. Whatever the explanation, the temple provides a rare glimpse into a multicultural society where influences from Mesopotamia, Arabia, Persia, and beyond converged in ways that are still not fully understood today. Even more haunting than the city's temples are its cemeteries. Ed-Dur possesses one of the largest known ancient burial grounds in the Arabian Gulf, with archaeologists estimating that as many as 20,000 graves may exist across the site. More than 500 tombs have already been excavated, revealing an extraordinary range of burial practices and grave goods. Some individuals were buried with imported ceramics, luxury glassware, jewelry, and personal possessions that had traveled vast distances before reaching Arabia. The cemetery demonstrates that Ed-Dur was not a temporary trading outpost occupied by passing merchants, but a thriving urban community supporting a substantial population over multiple generations. Thousands of people lived there, worked there, worshipped there, raised families there, and eventually died there. Yet this only deepens the mystery. Cities of such importance typically leave behind written histories, royal inscriptions, legends, or chronicles, preserving their memory. Ed-Dur left almost nothing. Its people built a prosperous center of commerce, participated in one of the largest trade systems of the ancient world, and then vanished so completely that only archaeology could reveal their existence. The greatest mystery of all concerns the city's disappearance. During its peak, Ed-Dur occupied a strategic location within international trade networks connecting Rome, Mesopotamia, Persia, Arabia, and India. Wealth flowed through its markets. Foreign goods arrived continuously. Religious and cultural influences mixed within its streets. By every measure, the city should have continued to prosper. Yet sometime during the 3rd century CE, the settlement was abandoned. No evidence of a catastrophic invasion has been discovered. No historical account records a dramatic conquest. No archaeological layer suggests a sudden destruction event. Instead, Ed-Dur appears to have faded away. Some scholars believe environmental changes may have altered the coastline or affected access to freshwater resources. Others argue that shifting trade routes redirected commercial traffic toward rival ports, gradually undermining the city's economy. Political instability across neighboring regions may also have contributed to its decline. Yet none of these explanations fully account for how such a prosperous and strategically important settlement could disappear from history with so little trace. The truth remains unknown. Failaka Island is a small island in the northern Persian Gulf, covering only about 43 square kilometers and located roughly 20 kilometers off the coast of modern Kuwait. At first glance, there is nothing extraordinary about it. It has no great river, no fertile plains capable of supporting a massive population, and no monumental structures visible from afar. Yet for nearly 4,000 years, civilization after civilization returned to this same stretch of land. Sumerians, Dilmun merchants, Babylonian rulers, Greek settlers, Parthians, Christians, and early Islamic communities all occupied the island at different times. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence showing that many of them built their most important religious structures in exactly the same locations. The question is simple, yet no one has fully answered it. Why did so many different cultures, separated by centuries and sometimes thousands of years, believe that the same places on this tiny island were sacred? The mystery first emerged through archaeology. Beginning in the late 1950s, Danish expeditions led by Geoffrey Bibby started excavating Failaka and quickly realized they were not uncovering a single ancient settlement. Instead, they were digging through layers of civilization, stacked upon one another. Beneath Greek buildings lay Babylonian remains. Beneath those were structures connected to Dilmun. Below them were even older Bronze Age foundations. What initially appeared to be ordinary ruins soon revealed one of the most complex archaeological landscapes in the Persian Gulf. Among the most remarkable discoveries were a series of temples dating back almost 4,000 years. Excavations revealed that religious buildings had repeatedly been constructed, destroyed, rebuilt, and expanded in the same sacred zones. Recent Kuwaiti-Danish excavations conducted between 2024 and 2025 uncovered previously unknown temple structures dating to approximately 1900 to 1800 BCE. These discoveries pushed the history of ceremonial activity on the island even further back and demonstrated that sacred architecture had existed there continuously for centuries. Archaeologists now believe entire generations repeatedly chose the same locations for worship, despite dramatic political and cultural changes across the region. This continuity becomes even stranger when considering the civilizations involved. During the Bronze Age, Failaka belonged to Dilmun, one of the most mysterious civilizations of the ancient world. Ancient Mesopotamian texts describe Dilmun as a wealthy trading kingdom positioned between Mesopotamia and distant lands to the south and east. More intriguingly, some Sumerian texts portrayed Dilmun as a pure and sacred land untouched by suffering, disease, and death. Although scholars debate whether these descriptions should be interpreted literally, the association between Dilmun and a paradise-like realm has fascinated researchers for generations. Failaka appears to have been one of Dilmun's most important religious centers. Ancient cuneiform inscriptions identified the island as Agarum, the sacred domain of a deity known as Enzak. Here the mystery deepens considerably. Unlike famous Mesopotamian gods whose myths survived in thousands of texts, Enzak remains largely unknown. Archaeologists know he was important enough to have temples dedicated to him across the Gulf, yet almost nothing survives explaining his powers, rituals, or significance. Entire religious systems once centered on this god, but today only fragments remain. It is one of the rare cases where archaeology proves a major cult existed, while history has almost completely forgotten its beliefs. Evidence for Failaka's importance extends far beyond religion. Excavations have uncovered hundreds of seals, administrative records, imported ceramics, and commercial goods originating from multiple regions. Archaeologists recovered nearly 400 stamp seals and dozens of cylinder seals representing Dilmun, Mesopotamian, Kassite, Elamite, and Mitanni traditions. These objects functioned as official signatures and were used to control trade and administration. Their presence demonstrates that Failaka was not an isolated settlement, but a major international hub connected to some of the most powerful civilizations of the Bronze Age. The scale of these connections is astonishing. During the 3rd and 2nd millennia BCE, ships sailed through the Gulf carrying copper from Oman, timber, textiles, luxury goods, precious stones, and other commodities. Evidence suggests that Failaka stood at the intersection of trade routes linking Mesopotamia, Eastern Arabia, Bahrain, and even the Indus Valley civilization over 2,000 kilometers away. In many ways, the island functioned as a Bronze Age crossroads where goods, technologies, languages, and religious ideas moved between distant cultures. Yet this only makes the central mystery more difficult to explain. Many islands occupied strategic positions along trade routes. Very few became sacred landscapes repeatedly chosen by different civilizations for thousands of years. The story becomes even more fascinating during the era of Babylonian influence. Archaeologists discovered inscriptions associated with Nebuchadnezzar II, the legendary king who ruled Babylon between 605 and 562 BCE, and oversaw some of the greatest construction projects in Mesopotamian history. One inscription references a palace belonging to Nebuchadnezzar, suggesting that Babylon maintained a significant presence on the island. This discovery demonstrates that Failaka was not merely a local center, but part of the geopolitical ambitions of one of the ancient world's most powerful empires. Then, in the late 4th century BCE, another civilization arrived. Following the campaigns of Alexander the Great, Greek explorers entered the Persian Gulf and incorporated Failaka into the Hellenistic world. The island was renamed Icaros. Greek settlers established fortifications, sanctuaries, and administrative centers thousands of kilometers from the Mediterranean homeland they had left behind. What archaeologists found from this period was unexpected. Rather than replacing local traditions, Greek culture appears to have merged with them. Temples dedicated to Greek deities emerged near locations that had already been considered sacred for centuries. Religious practices from the Mediterranean world blended with traditions rooted in Mesopotamia and Dilmun. Once again, a completely different civilization identified the same island as a place worthy of spiritual and political investment. This recurring pattern may be the most compelling mystery on Failaka. Across nearly 4 millennia, empires rose and collapsed, languages disappeared, religions transformed, trade networks shifted, entire civilizations vanished from history. Yet the island continued attracting settlers, merchants, priests and rulers. More remarkably, they often concentrated their activities around the same locations. Some archaeologists argue that practical factors may explain the phenomenon. Freshwater sources, natural harbours and advantageous terrain could have encouraged repeated occupation. Others believe collective memory may have played a role, with later societies inheriting knowledge of sacred places from earlier populations. Yet neither explanation fully accounts for the extraordinary continuity visible in the archaeological record. Time and again, people returned to the same ground and treated it as special. Eastern Georgia's Grackliani Hill appears to be an ordinary hill overlooking the Mtukveri River Valley. But beneath its soil lies evidence of nearly 300,000 years of human activity, along with heat-resistant structures, advanced drainage engineering, early metallurgy, and mysterious symbols that may predate some of the world's oldest known writing systems. Grackliani Hill was discovered accidentally in 2007 during the expansion of Georgia's east-west highway. Archaeologists initially expected a small settlement site. Instead, excavations uncovered multiple cultural layers from the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, and Roman periods stacked on top of one another. By 2015, researchers had identified temples, ritual platforms, furnaces, water systems, and mysterious inscriptions unlike anything previously found in the Caucasus region. The greatest mystery at Grackliani Hill is not the buildings themselves, but the material technology hidden inside them. Archaeologists discovered ritual altars and structural surfaces made from clay and stone that had been exposed to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. Scientific analysis of the fired surfaces showed partial vitrification, a process where minerals begin transforming into glass-like structures under extreme heat. In ancient contexts, this level of thermal alteration is highly unusual. To understand why this matters, most ordinary Bronze Age open-fire systems rarely exceeded 700–800 degrees Celsius for long periods. Even many early ceramic kilns struggled to maintain temperatures above 900 degrees Celsius consistently. Yet some burned layers at Grackliani appear to have been heated evenly over sustained durations. That suggests controlled airflow systems, oxygen management, and potentially enclosed furnace designs far more advanced than historians expected for the region. Researchers compared the thermal signatures to kiln technologies found in Anatolia and Mesopotamia, especially sites connected to early metallurgy around the 3rd millennium BCE. However, Grackliani's heating evidence appears in a region not traditionally considered a major technological center of the ancient world. That raises a disturbing possibility. Advanced pyrotechnology may have developed independently in the Caucasus much earlier than previously believed. Some archaeologists believe these structures may have served both ritual and industrial purposes simultaneously. The altars themselves were repeatedly exposed to intense heat, almost as if ceremonial fire and metallurgical experimentation occurred in the same controlled environment. Similar overlaps between religion and metallurgy existed in ancient Anatolia, where blacksmiths were often treated as sacred specialists connected to divine transformation through fire. Even stranger is the durability of the fired materials. Thousands of years of moisture, freeze-thaw cycles, and seismic instability should have fractured many surfaces long ago. Yet some sections remain remarkably hard and compact. Mineral studies suggest the heating process altered the clay at a microscopic level, creating a dense structure resistant to erosion. Modern engineers have compared this phenomenon to primitive ceramic engineering, an accidental precursor to later refractory technologies. Gragliani Hill sits in terrain vulnerable to erosion and seasonal flooding, yet much of the settlement survived unusually well. Excavations revealed carved drainage channels running beneath structural layers, carefully angled to redirect rainwater away from key ceremonial and residential zones. What shocked engineers was the precision of the slopes. The channels were steep enough to sustain water flow but shallow enough to prevent destructive acceleration and soil collapse. This reflects an understanding of hydraulic balance rarely associated with small Bronze Age settlements. Comparable drainage systems are better known from later Greek and Roman cities. At sites like Knossos and Pergamon, sophisticated water control networks protected buildings from flooding and instability, but Gragliani predates many of these systems by centuries. The implication is difficult to ignore. Either advanced hydrological knowledge emerged independently in multiple regions, or technological exchange networks across Eurasia were far older and more complex than historians assumed. There are also signs the drainage systems were periodically rebuilt rather than abandoned. New construction phases followed the same hydraulic logic with minimal deviation, suggesting long-term engineering traditions passed across generations. In 2015, archaeologists uncovered engraved symbols carved deeply into a ritual platform at Gragliani Hill. The inscriptions immediately triggered international attention because of their estimated age, possibly dating to the early 3rd millennium BCE or earlier. If accurate, the symbols could rival or even predate some early writing traditions outside Mesopotamia and Egypt. The problem is that the symbols do not match known alphabets or scripts. Some resemble linear proto-writing systems similar to early Near Eastern markings, used for administration and ritual notation. Others display repeated geometric structures suggesting intentional linguistic organization rather than decorative art. Several scholars compare the discovery to the undeciphered Vinca symbols of southeastern Europe, which some researchers controversially argue may represent one of the earliest symbolic communication systems in human history. Others see parallels with Proto-Caucasian markings that never evolved into surviving written languages. The inscriptions at Gragliani differ from random ritual scratches because of their placement and consistency. They appear carved deliberately into a sacred structure rather than scattered casually across pottery or tools. Microscopic analysis also indicates the grooves were made with controlled pressure using hard metal or stone instruments. If these markings truly represent a structured symbolic system, then the Caucasus may have been an independent center of early literacy completely overlooked by conventional history. That possibility changes far more than regional archaeology. It challenges the traditional narrative that writing emerged only from a few isolated cradles of civilization before spreading outward. Instead, symbolic systems may have evolved simultaneously across multiple advanced prehistoric societies. Another mystery buried at Gragliani Hill involves metallurgy. Archaeologists uncovered slag deposits, furnace remains, and traces of ore processing, suggesting the inhabitants possessed surprisingly advanced knowledge of metal production. Chemical analysis of slag fragments revealed evidence of sustained high-temperature reactions consistent with copper smelting. Some samples also suggest experimentation with iron-bearing minerals, though the exact scale remains debated. What makes this discovery unusual is the consistency of the thermal conditions. Ancient furnaces typically fluctuated dramatically in temperature, producing uneven slag compositions. But several Gragliani samples show relatively stable mineral transformation patterns, implying controlled airflow and efficient furnace construction. This has led some researchers to compare Gracliani to early metallurgical centres in Anatolia, particularly sites associated with the rise of bronze technology around 3500–3000 BCE. Yet Gracliani sits farther north, in a region rarely considered central to early industrial innovation. Some theories suggest the Caucasus may have served as a hidden transmission corridor linking Mesopotamian metallurgy with Eurasian steppe cultures. Others argue Gracliani developed its own localized technological traditions independently. Either explanation forces historians to reconsider how rapidly ancient technical knowledge could spread across prehistoric societies. One of the strangest aspects of Gracliani Hill is how later inhabitants treated older structures. Normally, ancient settlements expanded by demolishing previous layers and building over them without preserving earlier alignments. At Gracliani, however, multiple generations appear to have respected the original sacred layout. Several later structures were constructed directly along the same ritual axes as earlier buildings, with surprisingly small deviations. This suggests the location retained spiritual or ceremonial importance for thousands of years. The pattern resembles sacred continuity seen at places like Göbekli Tepe, where ritual spaces remained symbolically important long after their original builders disappeared. It also echoes Jerusalem's Temple Mount, where successive civilizations repeatedly rebuilt sacred architecture atop ancient foundations. Why Gracliani maintained this continuity remains unknown. Some archaeologists believe the hill functioned as a ceremonial knowledge center, where technical expertise, ritual practices, and elite authority merged together. Georgia lies in an active seismic zone, yet parts of Gracliani Hill survived remarkably well. Excavations revealed layered foundations made of gravel, clay, and stone that may have absorbed earthquake vibrations like primitive shock absorbers. The design resembles later anti-seismic techniques seen in Inca and Japanese architecture. Though the builders had no formal knowledge of seismic physics, they may have developed these methods through centuries of observation and adaptation. Masada is one of the few places on Earth where archaeologists can still see an entire ancient battlefield almost exactly as it appeared nearly 2,000 years ago. Rising more than 400 meters above the Judean Desert near the Dead Sea, this isolated mountain fortress has long been associated with one of the most dramatic stories of resistance in ancient history. Yet the deeper archaeologists investigate Masada, the more they discover a troubling possibility. The evidence preserved on the mountain does not always agree with the story that made it famous. From above, the site looks frozen in time. The outlines of Roman military camps remain visible in the desert floor. A massive siege wall still encircles the mountain. Most astonishing of all, a gigantic assault ramp still climbs the western side of the cliff, as if the Roman army had abandoned the battlefield only yesterday. Nowhere else in the ancient world is a siege preserved with such extraordinary clarity. Archaeologists can literally trace the movements of soldiers, engineers, and laborers who participated in one of Rome's greatest military operations. The enormous siege ramp remains one of Masada's greatest mysteries. Constructed from millions of kilograms of stone, earth, and rubble, it transformed a seemingly impregnable fortress into a vulnerable target. Ancient sources suggest that thousands of Jewish prisoners may have been forced to build it under Roman supervision. Yet no one knows exactly how many workers were involved, how long construction required, or how the engineering operation was organized. Even today, standing beside the ramp raises an unsettling question. How did Roman engineers manage to construct such a colossal structure in one of the harshest desert environments of the ancient world while maintaining a military siege at the same time? The fortress itself was originally transformed by King Herod the Great during the late 1st century BC. Herod selected one of the most inaccessible locations imaginable and turned it into a luxurious desert refuge. On a narrow plateau surrounded by sheer cliffs, he built palaces, bathhouses, warehouses, defensive walls, and an immense water collection system. The engineering challenge was extraordinary. Annual rainfall in the region is extremely low, temperatures regularly exceed 40 degrees Celsius during summer, and no natural spring exists on the summit. Yet Herod's engineers constructed giant cisterns capable of storing tens of thousands of cubic meters of water. Even today, visitors are often left wondering how an ancient kingdom without modern machinery could create such a self-sufficient fortress in the middle of a hostile desert. Excavations have revealed another remarkable detail. Large quantities of food remained preserved inside Masada for centuries. Archaeologists discovered storage facilities containing grains, dates, and other supplies that survived because of the region's dry climate. These findings suggest that Masada was designed not merely as a fortress but as a long-term survival complex capable of supporting a large population during extended crises. In many ways, it resembles an ancient doomsday bunker more than a conventional military outpost. Yet the greatest mystery of Masada is not its architecture or engineering. It is the famous story of what happened during its final hours. According to the 1st century historian Flavius Josephus, nearly 1,000 Jewish rebels chose death rather than surrender when Roman forces finally breached the fortress in AD 73 or 74. The account describes a carefully organized mass suicide in which families killed one another before a final group of men drew lots to determine who would die last. For generations, this story became one of the most powerful symbols of resistance in the ancient world. There is only one problem. Nearly everything historians know about the event comes from Josephus himself. Josephus was not present at Masada during the siege. He wrote his account years later. He had previously surrendered to Rome and spent much of his later life under Roman patronage. As a result, some scholars have questioned whether his narrative should be accepted without skepticism. Was the story entirely accurate? Was it partially reconstructed from second-hand testimony? Or was it shaped to serve a larger political or moral message? The archaeological evidence has only deepened the debate. During excavations in the 1960s, researchers discovered a small number of human remains, far fewer than would be expected if nearly 1,000 people had died at the site. Some experts argue that many remains may have disappeared through natural processes, looting, or later disturbance. Others suggest that the physical evidence simply does not support the traditional narrative as strongly as many people assume. One of the most intriguing discoveries came in the form of small pottery fragments inscribed with personal names. Several names closely matched individuals mentioned in Josephus's account. Some archaeologists proposed that these fragments were the lots allegedly used to determine who would carry out the final killings before taking their own lives. It was an extraordinary possibility that seemed to connect archaeology directly with a famous historical narrative, yet certainty remains elusive. Critics point out that the fragments could have served many different administrative or practical purposes. No definitive proof links them to the final events described by Josephus. This uncertainty is what makes Masada so fascinating. The site appears to offer a perfect meeting point between archaeology and history, yet the closer researchers look, the more complicated the picture becomes. The fortress, the siege ramp, the Roman camps, the water systems, and the warehouses all survive as tangible evidence. They can be measured, mapped, and studied, but the human story at the center of Masada remains surprisingly difficult to verify. Himera is one of the rare archaeological sites where the dead have directly contradicted the written record. Beneath the soil of northern Sicily, archaeologists uncovered a series of mass graves containing the remains of hundreds of warriors who died in one of the most famous battles of the ancient Mediterranean. For more than 2,400 years, historians believed they understood exactly what happened here. Ancient Greek writers described a glorious victory in 480 BC, portraying Himera as a triumph of local Greek courage against a massive Carthaginian invasion. Yet when modern scientists examined the skeletons buried beneath the battlefield, they discovered evidence that challenged that story in a profound way. Many of the men who died defending Himera were not from Himera. Some were not even from Sicily. Chemical signatures preserved inside their teeth revealed origins stretching across distant parts of the Mediterranean, from the Iberian Peninsula to the Balkans and regions surrounding the Black Sea. The battlefield that ancient authors presented as a victory of local citizens may, in reality, have been defended by an extraordinary multinational force of mercenaries whose names were never recorded. The discovery transformed Himera from a famous ancient battlefield into one of the most remarkable archaeological mysteries of the classical world. These mass graves contain no inscriptions identifying the dead, no written accounts describing their individual stories, and no monuments celebrating their sacrifices. For centuries they remained anonymous beneath the earth, silent witnesses to an event that helped shape the balance of power across the Mediterranean. Only modern archaeology allowed them to speak again. Through isotope analysis, forensic examination, and large-scale excavation, researchers began reconstructing lives that had vanished from history. The results revealed a world far more interconnected than most people imagine, where armies could recruit fighters from thousands of kilometers away, and where international networks of warfare, trade, and political alliances already stretched across much of the known world. What makes Himera especially fascinating is that the graves preserve evidence from two separate catastrophes. The first belongs to the celebrated victory of 480 BC, when Carthage suffered a devastating defeat. The second belongs to a darker chapter. In 409 BC, nearly 70 years later, Carthaginian forces returned seeking revenge. This time, Himera was overwhelmed. Ancient sources describe a brutal destruction in which the city was captured, thousands were killed, and survivors were carried away into slavery. Archaeological evidence confirms the scale of the disaster. Entire sections of the settlement were devastated, and the city effectively disappeared from history. The contrast between these two events, one remembered as a triumph and the other as a catastrophe, creates an extraordinary archaeological record of victory, defeat, survival, and annihilation preserved within the same landscape. The story begins in the late 6th century BC, when Greek colonists established Himera on Sicily's northern coast. Positioned between competing spheres of influence, the city occupied a strategic location linking trade routes across the Tyrrhenian Sea. Sicily itself had become one of the most contested regions in the Mediterranean. Greek colonies expanded across the island, while Carthage extended its influence from North Africa and western Sicily. The rivalry between these powers would eventually erupt into a series of conflicts that transformed the island into a battlefield. By the early 5th century BC, tensions had reached a breaking point. According to ancient accounts, the Carthaginian expedition that arrived in 480 BC was immense. Some classical writers claimed that hundreds of thousands of troops crossed the sea, though modern historians consider those figures greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, there is little doubt that the invasion represented one of the largest military operations of its era. The fate of Himera hung in the balance. Greek forces from across Sicily united to confront the threat, and the resulting battle became legendary. For generations, the victory was celebrated as a defining moment in Sicilian Greek history. Yet beneath the heroic narrative lay a hidden reality that would remain undiscovered until the 21st century. Excavations conducted near the ancient battlefield uncovered mass graves unlike anything expected. Archaeologists documented rows of carefully buried individuals, many still bearing injuries consistent with violent combat. Sword wounds, spear impacts, and trauma from crushing blows provided direct physical evidence of battle. Some skeletons showed signs of healed injuries from previous conflicts, suggesting these were experienced warriors rather than ordinary citizens suddenly called to arms. The graves themselves reflected organized burial efforts carried out shortly after the fighting ended, preserving a remarkable snapshot of a single historical moment. The true breakthrough came when researchers applied isotope analysis to the remains. During childhood, elements absorbed through food and water become locked into developing teeth. Because geological conditions vary from region to region, these chemical signatures can reveal where an individual spent their early years. When scientists compared the isotope profiles of the Himera warriors to local Sicilian values, the results were astonishing. A significant proportion did not match the local environment. Instead, many displayed signatures consistent with distant regions scattered across the Mediterranean world. The implication was unavoidable. The defenders of Himera included large numbers of foreign fighters. This discovery challenged centuries of assumptions. Ancient historians had praised the courage of local Greek populations, but the archaeological evidence suggested that professional mercenaries may have played a crucial role in securing victory. Some scholars now believe that powerful Sicilian rulers recruited experienced soldiers from abroad to strengthen their armies. If true, the battle was not simply a clash between Greeks and Carthaginians. It was an international conflict involving people from vastly different cultures and homelands brought together by money, politics, and war. The men buried in Himera's mass graves may have spoken different languages, worshipped different gods, and travelled extraordinary distances before meeting the same fate on the same battlefield. The graves also reveal something deeply human. Despite their foreign origins, many of these warriors received careful burials. Bodies were arranged deliberately rather than discarded. Communities traumatized by war invested time and effort to recover the dead and place them in organized graves. In a world often remembered through kings, generals, and empires, these burials preserve the experiences of ordinary individuals whose names were lost. Their skeletons provide rare insight into diet, health, injuries, and mobility, offering a more personal perspective on ancient warfare than any surviving text. Yet the mystery extends beyond the battle itself. Why were these foreign warriors never mentioned in detail by ancient authors? Were historians unaware of their presence? Or did they deliberately minimize their role to create a more heroic narrative? The discrepancy highlights a growing realization within archaeology. Written sources are invaluable, but they do not always tell the complete story. Sometimes the ground preserves truths that texts overlook. At Himera, the physical evidence and the historical record appear to tell different versions of the same event, forcing scholars to reconsider what they thought they knew. Old Sarum is one of the most extraordinary archaeological sites in Britain, a place where nearly 3,000 years of history are compressed into a single hilltop. Located in Wiltshire, England, the site began as a massive Iron Age hill fort around 400 years before Christ, later witnessed Roman occupation, became an important Anglo-Saxon stronghold, and eventually evolved into one of the most powerful Norman centres in medieval England. At its peak, Old Sarum contained a royal castle, a cathedral, military garrisons, administrative buildings, and a thriving population. Kings gathered here, bishops ruled from here, and some of the most important political decisions in medieval England were made within its walls. Yet despite its strategic position and immense importance, the city was eventually abandoned. Today, only ruins remain, leaving historians and archaeologists with a mystery that has never been fully resolved. Why did one of England's most significant cities disappear, while a new city rose only a few kilometres away? The story of Old Sarum begins long before written records. The enormous circular earthworks that dominate the landscape today were first constructed during the Iron Age, creating one of the largest hill forts in southern Britain. Archaeologists estimate that thousands of people would have been required to excavate the massive ditches and raise the towering defensive banks that still surround the site. The engineering effort was extraordinary for a society working without metal machinery, yet the people responsible left behind almost no written evidence. Their language, political organisation, and reasons for choosing this location remain largely unknown. Pottery fragments, animal bones, and traces of ancient structures reveal that the hill was occupied for centuries, but many aspects of its earliest history remain hidden. When the Romans conquered Britain during the 1st century AD, the strategic importance of the hill did not go unnoticed. Roman settlements emerged nearby, and roads connected the region to the wider empire. Evidence suggests that the surrounding landscape remained active throughout the Roman period, but exactly how the ancient hill fort was used remains uncertain. Some archaeologists believe it retained military significance, while others argue it served ceremonial or administrative functions. The lack of definitive evidence has left room for debate, adding another layer of mystery to a site already shaped by centuries of occupation. After the collapse of Roman rule, Old Sarum continued to attract settlement and power. During the Anglo-Saxon period, the hill remained an important defensive location, but its greatest transformation came after the Norman conquest of 1066. William the Conqueror quickly recognized the value of the site and ordered the construction of a royal castle within the ancient earthworks. Massive stone walls rose from fortifications that were already more than 1,000 years old. The symbolism was powerful. By building inside the prehistoric enclosure, the Normans were not simply occupying the landscape, they were placing themselves above every civilization that had come before. Old Sarum soon became one of the most important centres in Norman England. Royal councils met within its defences, military forces assembled there. In 1086, William the Conqueror reportedly gathered leading landowners at the site and required them to swear loyalty directly to the crown, an event remembered as the Oath of Salisbury. At this moment, Old Sarum stood near the very centre of English political power. Yet the city's influence expanded even further when a cathedral was established inside the fortress complex. This unusual arrangement transformed Old Sarum into both a military stronghold and a religious capital. However, it may also have planted the seeds of its eventual decline. Medieval records describe recurring tensions between church officials and the military authorities occupying the castle. Bishops complained about restrictions imposed by soldiers. Clergy and garrison personnel competed for limited resources. The exposed hilltops suffered from strong winds, and fresh water supplies were often difficult to access. These problems are frequently cited as the reasons Old Sarum was eventually abandoned, but many historians remain unconvinced. The difficulties associated with weather and water had existed for generations. If those challenges were truly severe enough to force relocation, why did successive rulers continue investing enormous amounts of money and labour into the site? Why maintain a castle, cathedral, and administrative centre there for so long? The traditional explanation appears incomplete. Some researchers believe political struggles played a far greater role than medieval documents openly admit. Others suggest economic opportunities beyond the hill encouraged a carefully planned migration. Rather than being driven away by hardship, the population may have deliberately chosen a location better suited for expansion and trade. Whatever the reason, a dramatic transformation unfolded during the early 13th century. Permission was granted to construct a new cathedral in the valley below. That project eventually became Salisbury Cathedral, one of the most famous examples of Gothic architecture in Europe. As construction progressed, people followed, merchants relocated, religious authority shifted, economic activity moved away from the hilltop. Gradually, the city that had dominated the region for centuries began to empty. The speed of this change remains remarkable. Few major medieval centres were abandoned so completely, while an alternative settlement emerged, almost within sight of the original city. Old Sarum did not fall to invasion. It was not destroyed by natural disaster. Instead, its importance simply migrated elsewhere. For archaeologists, this raises one of the site's most fascinating questions. What specific event, decision, or combination of circumstances convinced an entire urban community to abandon a place that had been central to regional power for nearly 2,000 years? Excavations continue to reveal clues, but the answers remain frustratingly incomplete. Beneath the visible ruins lies a sequence of civilizations stacked one upon another. Iron Age builders, Roman settlers, Anglo-Saxon communities, Norman rulers and medieval church authorities all left traces behind. Few locations in Britain preserve such a continuous archaeological record. Every excavation uncovers another chapter of human activity, yet each discovery also creates new questions. The cathedral that once dominated the hill is gone. Most of its stone was removed and reused elsewhere after the population relocated. Only foundations survive, marking the footprint of a structure that once stood at the centre of religious life in southern England. The castle too survives largely as a ruin. What remains today is a landscape filled with absences. Buildings that shaped the history of England have vanished, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct their stories from fragments buried beneath the soil. The Dama de Baza is one of the most extraordinary archaeological discoveries ever made in ancient Spain. Dating to approximately the 4th century BCE and unearthed in 1971 from an Iberian necropolis near the modern city of Baza in Granada, the monument appears at first to be a finely crafted stone sculpture depicting an aristocratic woman seated upon an elaborate throne. Yet almost everything about the statue becomes more unusual the closer it is examined. Hidden within its structure was a chamber containing cremated human remains. Around it were grave goods normally associated with elite status and warfare. The figure itself was covered in vivid pigments that survived for more than 2,400 years underground. Even today, archaeologists continue to debate who the woman was, what role she played within her society, and why such an extraordinary monument was created in her honour. Standing nearly 1.5 meters tall, the sculpture depicts a richly adorned female figure seated in a position of authority. Her clothing is rendered with remarkable detail, showing layered garments, intricate folds and ornaments that suggest exceptional social status. Large circular earrings frame her face, while multiple necklaces and decorative elements cover her chest. In her left hand she holds a small bird, a symbol whose meaning remains uncertain. The throne itself is among the most striking features of the monument. Wing-like structures rise from either side of the seat, while carved animal motifs decorate its lower sections. The overall impression is not merely that of a noblewoman, but of an individual occupying a position that may have combined political authority, religious significance, and ceremonial prestige. The greatest surprise emerged only after the excavation began. Archaeologists discovered that the sculpture was hollow. Built into the side of the throne was a concealed compartment that contained cremated human remains along with burial offerings. The Dama de Baza was therefore not simply a statue or memorial. It functioned as a funerary monument, serving simultaneously as an image of the deceased and as a container for the ashes themselves. Such a combination is exceptionally rare and immediately raised questions about the identity of the individual buried within. Whoever received this treatment was clearly regarded as someone of enormous importance. For decades, scholars attempted to determine exactly who that person had been. Early interpretations focused on the weapons discovered within the burial assemblage. Among the grave goods were objects commonly associated with warriors, including the distinctive Iberian falcata sword. In many ancient societies of the Mediterranean, weapons were powerful symbols of status and authority, often reserved for elite male members of society. Because of this, some researchers initially assumed that the burial might belong to a man. Later analyses, however, suggested that the cremated remains most likely belonged to a woman. The apparent contradiction remains one of the most intriguing aspects of the discovery. If the remains are indeed female, then the burial may indicate that certain women within Iberian society occupied positions far more influential than previously believed. Whether she was a ruler, a priestess, a member of an aristocratic dynasty, or a figure elevated to near-divine status remains unknown. Another remarkable aspect of the discovery concerns the statue's original appearance. Modern visitors often encounter ancient sculptures as weathered stone surfaces stripped of their original decoration. The Dama de Baza revealed a very different reality. When archaeologists uncovered the monument, significant traces of paint remained visible across much of its surface. Shades of red, blue, black and white still survive despite more than 2 millennia underground. The discovery provided rare insight into the visual world of the ancient Iberians. Rather than existing as monochrome stone monuments, sculptures such as this would once have appeared vibrant and highly detailed. The colors emphasized clothing, jewelry, facial features, and symbolic elements, transforming the figure into something far more lifelike and imposing than its current appearance suggests. The presence of the bird held within the woman's hand has generated particular interest among scholars. Birds frequently occupied important positions within the religious traditions of the ancient Mediterranean, often symbolizing communication between the human and divine realms, or representing the journey of the soul after death. While no definitive interpretation has been accepted, the inclusion of the bird within a funerary monument naturally invites speculation. Combined with the winged throne and the unusual burial arrangement, the imagery suggests that the sculpture may have carried religious meanings extending beyond simple portraiture. The broader cultural context of the Dama de Baza only deepens the mystery. The statue belongs to the Iberian civilization, a collection of societies that flourished across large areas of the Iberian Peninsula before Roman conquest. These communities developed urban centers, long-distance trade networks, religious sanctuaries, and sophisticated artistic traditions. They maintained commercial relationships with Phoenicians, Greeks, and Carthaginians, absorbing influences from across the Mediterranean while preserving distinct local identities. Yet despite decades of archaeological research, much about the Iberians remains poorly understood. Their writing system has been partially deciphered, but many inscriptions cannot be fully translated. Their religious beliefs remain uncertain. Their mythology has largely disappeared. As a result, archaeologists often possess physical evidence of Iberian life, while lacking the historical records necessary to explain it completely. This uncertainty has encouraged numerous theories regarding the meaning of the Dama de Baza. Some scholars interpret the figure as an aristocratic woman whose burial reflected extraordinary social rank. Others believe the statue may depict a goddess or a human individual deliberately represented with divine attributes. Certain features of the monument have been compared to religious traditions associated with Phoenician and Punic cultures, particularly those connected to Carthage. During the 4th century BCE, commercial and cultural contacts between Iberian communities and the wider Mediterranean world were extensive. Ideas, artistic styles, and religious symbols moved alongside merchants and goods. The Dama de Baza may therefore represent a fusion of local Iberian traditions and foreign influences, creating a monument unlike anything else known from the period. The circumstances of the discovery make the site especially valuable. Many famous ancient sculptures were removed from their original contexts long before modern archaeology existed, making interpretation difficult. The Dama de Baza, by contrast, was recovered within its burial environment, allowing researchers to study its relationship with the surrounding grave structure and associated artifacts. This preserved context has provided some of the most important evidence available for understanding elite Iberian funerary practices. Yet even with this advantage, the central questions remain unresolved. Why was a monumental seated figure chosen to contain human ashes? Why was the deceased associated with both feminine imagery and martial symbolism? Why was such extraordinary effort invested in creating a sculpture unlike almost any other known Iberian burial monument? These questions continue to challenge archaeologists more than 50 years after the excavation. Euthena was not supposed to disappear. At its peak, this Roman city possessed an amphitheatre capable of holding around 16,000 spectators, a colossal capital temple raised above the surrounding landscape on massive substructures, vast bath complexes supplied by an advanced hydraulic network, and luxurious estates decorated with mosaics that rivaled some of the finest works found anywhere in the Roman world. By every measure, it was the kind of city historians should talk about alongside the great urban centres of antiquity. Yet today, Euthena remains one of the least known major Roman cities ever discovered. Even more remarkable, archaeologists believe that much of it is still hidden underground. What survives on the surface is already impressive enough to reveal a city of immense wealth and ambition. What remains buried may be even more extraordinary. Every excavation uncovers new evidence that Euthena was larger, richer, and more sophisticated than anyone once imagined, raising an uncomfortable question. How can a city this important have remained in the shadows of history for so long? The first clue appears in the city's amphitheatre. Unlike the towering arenas that dominate the skylines of Rome or El Gem, the amphitheatre of Euthena was built directly into the natural slope of the terrain. From a distance it almost disappears into the landscape, concealing its true scale. Only when visitors descend into the structure does its enormous size become apparent. With seating for approximately 16,000 people, it ranked among the largest amphitheatres in Roman North Africa. Beneath the arena floor lay a complex network of underground passages and chambers where gladiators, workers, animals, and equipment moved unseen before emerging into the spectacle above. These hidden corridors transformed the arena into a carefully engineered machine of entertainment. Even today, the tunnels create an atmosphere entirely different from the open ruins above, offering a glimpse into a concealed world that once operated beneath the feet of thousands of spectators. Yet the amphitheatre was only one part of a much larger urban landscape. Dominating the city was its capital, the principal religious monument dedicated to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. What makes this structure particularly remarkable is not merely its size, but the enormous platform on which it stood. Archaeological investigations have revealed extensive substructures supporting the temple high above the surrounding city. In antiquity, the capital would have been visible from great distances across the plain, serving as both a religious centre and a powerful symbol of Roman authority. The surviving ruins hint at its former grandeur, but they also reveal the extraordinary resources required to construct such a monument. Euthena was clearly not a provincial settlement struggling at the edge of empire. It was a city wealthy enough to shape its own landscape. That wealth is visible throughout the archaeological site. Excavations have uncovered evidence of extensive water management systems, including aqueducts, reservoirs, cisterns, and public baths. These installations required significant engineering expertise and constant maintenance. Water flowed into the city in quantities sufficient to support large public facilities and a substantial population. The bath complexes alone occupied thousands of square meters and would have consumed vast amounts of water every day. Such infrastructure was expensive to build and even more expensive to maintain. Its presence reveals a city operating at a level of prosperity far beyond what many would expect from a site that remains relatively unknown today. The residential districts tell an equally fascinating story. Some of the villas excavated at Euthena rank among the most luxurious private residences discovered in Roman North Africa. Their owners invested heavily in architecture, decoration, and artistic display. Large courtyards, reception halls, private bathing facilities, and elaborate living spaces reflected the immense fortunes accumulated by the city's elite. But it is the mosaics that provide the clearest window into this lost world. Constructed from thousands of carefully cut tesserae, these artworks depict mythological scenes, agricultural activities, hunting expeditions, religious ceremonies, and moments from daily life. The craftsmanship is exceptional. Many mosaics discovered at Euthena were considered significant that they were transferred to museums for preservation. Beyond their artistic value, they reveal a community deeply connected to the wider cultural traditions of the Roman Empire, while maintaining its own regional identity. Through these images, archaeologists can reconstruct aspects of social life, economic activity, religious practice, and personal ambition that would otherwise have vanished entirely. Perhaps the most surprising aspect of Euthena is how little of it has actually been explored. Modern archaeological surveys indicate that large sections of the city remain buried beneath layers of soil accumulated over centuries. Streets, workshops, houses, public buildings, and possibly major monuments are still waiting to be uncovered. This means that the Euthena known today may represent only a portion of the ancient city. Every excavation season has the potential to reveal entirely new districts and transform current understanding of the site. This creates one of the most compelling archaeological mysteries in North Africa. Most famous ancient cities are known primarily through what has already been excavated. Euthena is different. Here, the greatest discoveries may still lie hidden underground. The city exists in a strange state between revelation and concealment. Enough has been uncovered to demonstrate its importance, yet enough remains buried to ensure that its full story is still unknown. As Roman power declined and the political landscape of North Africa changed, Euthena gradually lost its prominence. Buildings deteriorated, populations shifted elsewhere. Valuable stone was removed and reused in later construction projects. Over time, nature reclaimed the city. Soil accumulated over streets and courtyards. Vegetation spread across once crowded public spaces. The urban landscape slowly disappeared from view. What had once been a thriving center of wealth, religion, and entertainment became little more than a memory beneath the ground. Today, the ruins of Euthena present archaeologists with an unusual challenge. The visible monuments already demonstrate extraordinary wealth, engineering skill, and architectural ambition. Yet they also point towards something larger that remains hidden. Every standing column suggests a larger complex. Every exposed wall hints at rooms still buried nearby. Every mosaic fragment raises the possibility of entire floors that have never been uncovered. That is what makes Euthena so fascinating. It is not merely a Roman city preserved in ruins. It is a city that remains unfinished as an archaeological discovery. Beneath the fields of Tunisia may still lie some of the most important evidence for understanding Roman North Africa, waiting exactly where it was left centuries ago. The greatest mystery of Euthena is not how it was built or why it declined. The greatest mystery is how much of its story remains buried beneath our feet, still hidden from the modern world. Burnswark Hill is one of the most unusual archaeological sites in Roman Britain. Located in southern Scotland, this imposing Iron Age hill fort rises nearly 280 metres above the surrounding landscape and dominates the countryside for miles in every direction. At first glance, it appears to be just another ancient stronghold, one of countless fortified hills built by tribal communities long before the arrival of Rome. Yet Burnswark is different. Scattered around its slopes are clues that have transformed it into one of the most debated military sites in Europe. Archaeologists have uncovered Roman camps, artillery positions, hundreds of lead sling bullets, and evidence suggesting that nearly 2,000 years ago, this lonely hill may have become the stage for a violent event whose true purpose remains a mystery. The story begins during Rome's attempts to control northern Britain in the 2nd century AD. While much of southern Britain had already been incorporated into the empire, the lands farther north remained dangerous and unpredictable. The tribes living beyond Rome's frontier resisted occupation and frequently challenged Roman authority. It was during this turbulent period that Burnswark appears to have attracted the attention of one of the most powerful military forces the ancient world had ever seen. What immediately separates Burnswark from other hill forts is what surrounds it. At the foot of the hill are the remains of 2 Roman military camps. One lies to the north, while a much larger camp occupies the southern side. Their locations seem carefully chosen, effectively trapping the hill fort between Roman positions. Such an arrangement is highly unusual. Most Roman camps were built to support military operations, but the scale and placement of these camps suggests something far more deliberate. From the moment archaeologists began studying the site, a fundamental question emerged. Why would the Romans commit such significant resources to a single hilltop fort? For much of the 20th century, scholars struggled to find an answer. Some believed Bernswork had been the scene of a genuine Roman siege. Others argued that the camps represented a military training ground where soldiers practiced artillery tactics and battlefield coordination. Both explanations appeared possible. The Roman army was famous for rigorous training, and large-scale exercises were not uncommon. Without definitive evidence, the debate continued for decades. Then archaeology began to change the picture. As modern surveys expanded across the hill, researchers started discovering large numbers of Roman projectiles. Hundreds of lead sling bullets were recovered from specific areas of the battlefield. Iron artillery bolts were also found scattered across the slopes. Their distribution was not random. Instead, the projectiles appeared concentrated in locations where defenders would most likely have been positioned during an attack. The more evidence emerged, the harder it became to explain Bernswork as a simple training ground. The sling bullets were particularly revealing. Roman slingers were among the most feared missile troops in the ancient world. Using leather slings, they could launch lead projectiles at extraordinary speeds, capable of inflicting devastating injuries. Producing these bullets required significant resources, making them valuable military equipment. If Bernswork had merely been an exercise area, many archaeologists question why the Romans would waste such quantities of expensive ammunition. The volume of recovered projectiles suggests they were used for a real purpose against a real target. Among the discoveries were several sling bullets unlike any previously found in Britain. These projectiles contained carefully drilled holes running through their surfaces. At first, researchers were puzzled. The holes seemed to weaken the bullets without providing any obvious advantage. Eventually, experimental studies offered a startling possibility. As the bullets traveled through the air, the holes could have produced a loud whistling or screaming sound. Instead of functioning solely as weapons, they may also have served as instruments of psychological warfare. Imagine standing atop Bernswork Hill as hundreds of Roman soldiers advanced below. Suddenly, the sky fills with invisible projectiles emitting terrifying shrieks as they race toward the fortifications. Even before impact, the defenders would have been confronted by a weapon designed to generate fear and confusion. Nearly 2,000 years before modern military forces developed sophisticated methods of psychological warfare, the Romans may already have understood the power of terror as a battlefield tool. Additional clues emerged from the southern Roman camp. Positioned in front of it are three large earthworks known today as the Three Brethren. These structures have intrigued researchers for generations because they do not fit neatly into traditional Roman camp design. One interpretation suggests that they served as artillery platforms. If so, Roman engineers may have placed powerful ballistae on these elevated positions, allowing them to bombard the hill fort with remarkable accuracy. Combined with the sling bullets and artillery bolts found across the site, the evidence points toward a coordinated assault involving multiple forms of missile fire. The picture that emerges is extraordinary. Defenders occupying the hill fort may have faced attacks from several directions simultaneously. Slingers could target exposed warriors on the ramparts. Artillery crews could launch bolts into defensive positions. Roman infantry could then advance under the protection of continuous bombardment. Rather than a chaotic battle, Bernswork appears to reflect a carefully planned military operation executed with the precision for which Rome was famous. Yet perhaps the most fascinating mystery is not how the Romans attacked, but why they attacked at all. Bernswork was not a major city. It was not an economic centre controlling vast resources. It was not a strategic harbour or a critical transportation hub. Compared to many targets the Romans encountered throughout their empire, the hill fort appears relatively insignificant. This has led some researchers to propose a darker explanation for the entire operation. According to one theory, Bernswork was never intended to be an ordinary conquest. Instead, it may have been selected as a demonstration. Rome's objective may not simply have been to capture the hill fort, but to make an example of it. By deploying overwhelming force against a visible target, Roman commanders could send a message to every tribe living beyond the frontier. Resistance would not merely be defeated, it would be crushed publicly and decisively. Military historians refer to this concept as exemplary violence. Throughout history, powerful states have occasionally used spectacular displays of destruction to discourage future rebellion. The true audience is not the immediate victim, but everyone watching from a distance. If Burnswalk represents such an event, then the hill fort may preserve evidence of one of the clearest examples of Roman intimidation ever identified archaeologically in Britain. This interpretation would explain several otherwise puzzling aspects of the site. The large Roman camps, the concentration of artillery fire, the quantity of ammunition, and the apparent emphasis on overwhelming force all become part of a broader strategy. The operation was designed not simply to win a battle, but to create a memory, a warning, a lesson written in violence. Despite decades of research, however, certainty remains elusive. No surviving Roman account describes exactly what occurred on Burnswalk Hill. The identities of the defenders remain unknown. Archaeologists continue to debate whether every feature supports the siege interpretation, or whether some evidence could still reflect military training activities. Each new excavation provides additional clues, but no discovery has yet delivered a final answer. That uncertainty is precisely what makes Burnswalk Hill so compelling. Many ancient battlefields survive only in historical texts. Burnswalk survives in the landscape itself. The camps remain visible. The earthworks still mark the positions of armies long vanished. Beneath the soil lie the projectiles fired during an event that may have unfolded almost 2 millennia ago. Every artifact recovered from the site adds another fragment to a story that remains frustratingly incomplete. Henjir El Fawar is an archaeological site in northern Tunisia that preserves the remains of what was once one of the most important Roman settlements in the region. Today, little survives beyond scattered foundations, fragments of columns, weathered inscriptions, and the outlines of long-abandoned buildings. Yet archaeological evidence suggests that this forgotten city remained occupied for nearly 1,000 years, surviving the height of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine reconquest of North Africa, and the arrival of Islamic rule. The most remarkable mystery is not how the city was built, but how a settlement that endured so many historic upheavals could eventually disappear so completely that even its identity was lost. For centuries, nobody knew exactly what city had stood here. Only through archaeological excavations and the discovery of ancient inscriptions were researchers able to identify the ruins as Belalis Major, a prosperous Roman city that once played a significant role in one of the empire's wealthiest provinces. During the Roman period, North Africa was among the most productive regions in the Mediterranean world. Vast agricultural estates covered the countryside, producing enormous quantities of grain and olive oil that supplied cities throughout the empire. The province of Africa Proconsularis became one of Rome's most valuable territories, generating immense wealth and supporting a dense network of urban settlements. Belalis Major emerged within this prosperous landscape. Located near fertile valleys and important regional routes, the city benefited from both agricultural production and commercial connections that linked it to the wider Roman world. Although Henjir El Fawar lacks the monumental reputation of sites such as Carthage or Leptis Magna, excavations reveal that Belalis Major was far from a minor settlement. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of public buildings, residential districts, religious structures, paved streets, and numerous inscriptions that demonstrate the city's importance. Several inscriptions mention Roman emperors, including Marcus Aurelius and Constantine, confirming that the settlement remained active during some of the most significant periods of Roman history. These texts provide rare glimpses into a community that was fully integrated into imperial administration and participated in the political and economic systems that held the Roman world together. The inscriptions discovered at the site are among its most valuable archaeological treasures. Unlike monumental architecture, which often tells us only that a civilization existed, inscriptions preserve names, titles, and events. They allow historians to identify the people who once lived there and the authorities they recognized. In the case of Henjir El Fawar, these inscriptions ultimately solved one of the site's greatest mysteries. For generations, scholars knew the ruins represented a substantial ancient city, but its ancient name remained uncertain. Only after careful study of the inscriptions did researchers conclude that the settlement was Belalis Mayor, a city mentioned in historical records, but whose location had long remained unknown. Yet identifying the city only deepened the mystery surrounding its fate. Most ancient cities that disappeared left behind a dramatic story. Pompeii was buried beneath volcanic ash. Carthage was destroyed during war. Many others were abandoned after invasions, earthquakes, or economic collapse. Belalis Mayor appears to have experienced none of these catastrophic events. Instead, the archaeological record suggests a much slower and more mysterious decline. One of the most surprising discoveries at Henchir el Fawar is evidence that the city continued to thrive long after the traditional end of the Roman Empire. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed during the 5th century, many urban centres across the Mediterranean entered periods of decline. Belalis Mayor appears to have remained active. Archaeological remains indicate continued occupation during the Byzantine era, when the Eastern Roman Empire re-established authority across parts of North Africa. New religious buildings appeared, administrative systems evolved, and life within the city continued. Even the arrival of Islamic rule did not immediately end the settlement's history. Excavated pottery, coins and architectural remains suggest that occupation persisted for centuries afterward. This continuity is particularly significant because it demonstrates that Belalis Mayor successfully adapted to changing political and cultural realities. Empires rose and fell, rulers changed, religions transformed, yet the city endured. This long survival makes its eventual disappearance extraordinarily difficult to explain. Archaeologists have found no evidence of sudden destruction. There are no burn layers indicating a devastating attack. No widespread signs of earthquake damage have been identified. No ancient writer recorded a catastrophic event that ended the settlement. Instead, evidence suggests that the city gradually faded from existence. Construction activity declined, material remains became less common, population levels appear to have decreased. Eventually, the city ceased to function as a significant urban centre. Several theories attempt to explain this process. One possibility involves major demographic and political changes that reshaped North Africa during the medieval period. The migrations of Arab tribes, particularly the Banu Hilal during the 11th century, altered economic systems and settlement patterns throughout the region. Trade routes shifted, agricultural networks changed. Some cities adapted successfully, while others slowly lost their importance. Belalis Mayor may have been one of the settlements unable to survive these transformations. Environmental factors may have contributed as well. Ancient cities depended upon access to water, fertile land, and transportation networks. Even relatively small changes in climate or regional land use could gradually weaken a settlement's economic foundation. Unlike dramatic disasters, these changes often leave few clear traces in the archaeological record, making them difficult to identify centuries later. Today, this uncertainty remains one of the site's most fascinating characteristics. Archaeologists know that Belalis Mayor existed. They know it prospered under Roman rule. They know it survived through Byzantine and early Islamic periods. They know thousands of people once lived within its streets. Yet they still cannot fully explain why a city that demonstrated such remarkable resilience ultimately vanished from history. Walking among the ruins today, it is difficult to imagine the city that once stood there. The buildings have largely collapsed. Public spaces have disappeared beneath centuries of soil and vegetation. The sounds of daily life are gone. What remains are fragments, pieces of walls, broken inscriptions, scattered architectural elements, and clues preserved beneath the ground. Each discovery helps reconstruct part of the city's story, but many chapters remain missing. Perhaps that is what makes Henchir el Fawar so compelling as an archaeological mystery. The site is not famous because of gigantic monuments or impossible engineering. Its mystery is more subtle and in many ways more unsettling. It is the story of a city that survived for centuries, adapted to multiple civilizations, and played a role in one of the richest regions of the ancient world, only to disappear so completely that even its name was forgotten. Archaeology eventually rediscovered Belalis Mayor, but the final chapter of its history remains unwritten, buried somewhere beneath the ruins of Henchir el Fawar and waiting to be uncovered. Chemtu is one of the few places in the ancient world where an entire mountain was transformed into a strategic asset of an empire. Located in northwestern Tunisia near the Majerda River, This forgotten archaeological site was once known as Simithus, a city whose existence revolved around a single extraordinary resource. Rising above the surrounding landscape was Jebel Kemtu, a mountain containing one of the rarest and most coveted stones of antiquity, Numidian marble, later known throughout the Roman world as Giallo Antico. With its striking golden yellow colour streaked with red and purple veins, the stone became a symbol of wealth, prestige, and imperial power. For centuries, emperors, aristocrats, and architects competed to obtain it, driving an industry so vast that it reshaped the mountain itself and turned a remote corner of North Africa into one of the most important quarrying centres of the Roman Empire. Today, visitors arriving at Kemtu encounter a landscape unlike almost any other archaeological site. Instead of monumental temples or towering pyramids, they find cliffs scarred by ancient extraction, enormous cuts carved directly into the mountain, and the remnants of a vast industrial complex that once supplied luxury stone to cities thousands of kilometers away. The mountain appears wounded, as though an immense force systematically removed sections of it, piece by piece. In reality, that force was human ambition. For more than 5 centuries, workers extracted countless tons of marble from these slopes, feeding a demand that stretched from North Africa to Rome itself. The story began long before Roman domination. The region was part of the Kingdom of Numidia, a powerful North African state that emerged after the Punic Wars. Archaeological evidence suggests that local populations already recognized the value of the mountain's distinctive stone. During the 2nd century BC, the Numidian king Micipso established a monumental sanctuary on the summit of Jebel Kemtu. Positioned high above the surrounding countryside, the sanctuary served both political and religious purposes, reinforcing royal authority while connecting the ruling dynasty to the sacred landscape. Even at this early stage, the mountain represented more than a source of raw materials. It was a symbol of power. Everything changed after Rome expanded its control across North Africa. Roman administrators quickly realized that Kemtu possessed a resource unlike anything available elsewhere in the empire. While white marble could be obtained from Greece and Asia Minor, the golden stone of Numidia was unique. Its appearance immediately captured the Roman imagination. Soon, blocks of Numidian marble began appearing in temples, forums, bath complexes, palaces, and elite villas across the Mediterranean. Decorative columns made from the stone became visual statements of wealth. Floors, walls, and monuments clad in golden marble signaled the reach and prosperity of Roman authority. Transporting such material presented enormous challenges. Many individual blocks weighed several tons. Workers first had to detach them from the mountain using iron tools, wedges, and carefully planned cutting techniques. The stone then had to be moved down steep quarry faces, transported across rugged terrain, and carried to river routes leading toward the Mediterranean coast. From there, ships transported the cargo across vast stretches of sea to distant ports. The logistical complexity was staggering, yet the demand remained so high that the operation expanded continuously for centuries. What makes Kemtu particularly fascinating is that it was not merely a quarry. It was an industrial landscape on a scale rarely associated with the ancient world. Archaeological excavations have revealed workshops, administrative buildings, storage facilities, transportation infrastructure, residential districts, and specialized production zones. Everything within the settlement revolved around the extraction and movement of stone. Unlike many ancient cities that developed around trade, agriculture, or military needs, Kemtu existed because of a mountain. The city functioned almost like a gigantic machine designed to consume a geological resource. Among the most remarkable discoveries is a vast labor camp covering more than 40,000 square meters. This complex provides a rare glimpse into the human cost of Roman luxury. Historical and archaeological evidence indicates that many workers were not free laborers. Convicts sentenced to hard labor, prisoners, and other marginalized groups were likely sent to Kemtu to work under brutal conditions. The extraction of marble demanded immense physical effort. Workers spent long hours cutting stone, hauling blocks, maintaining equipment, and constructing transportation systems. Injuries were common. The environment was harsh, yet their labor fueled one of the most profitable industries in the empire. The existence of such a massive labor complex challenges popular perceptions of the Roman world. Modern audiences often imagine Rome through its grand monuments and engineering achievements, but sites like Kemtu reveal the hidden systems that made those achievements possible. Every luxurious column standing in a Roman temple represented countless hours of dangerous work performed far from the imperial capital. The splendor visible in Rome depended upon industrial landscapes scattered across the empire, and few were more important than Chem2. Perhaps even more surprising are the technological innovations uncovered at the site. Archaeologists have identified evidence suggesting the use of advanced water-powered installations associated with stone processing and industrial activities. Such discoveries challenge the common assumption that large-scale mechanization began only during the modern era. Although ancient technology was limited by comparison with later industrial revolutions, Roman engineers displayed a remarkable ability to harness natural forces for economic production. At Chem2, water was not merely a resource for drinking or agriculture, it became part of a sophisticated industrial system supporting quarry operations. The mountain itself preserves evidence of extraordinary engineering. Quarry faces reveal carefully planned extraction strategies intended to maximize output while minimizing waste. Ancient workers understood the geological properties of the stone and adapted their methods accordingly. Massive extraction zones remain visible today, exposing the scale of operations with startling clarity. Walking through these areas, one gains the impression of entering an open-air factory frozen in time. The marks left by chisels, wedges, and cutting tools still survive on many surfaces, creating a direct connection to laborers who worked here 2,000 years ago. Yet despite decades of research, significant mysteries remain. Archaeologists continue to debate the full extent of the quarrying network and the precise organization of production. Large portions of the site remain unexcavated. Hidden beneath layers of soil may lie additional workshops, administrative centers, or evidence of technologies not yet understood. Questions also persist regarding population size, labor management, and the mechanisms through which Roman authorities coordinated such an immense operation across vast distances. Another mystery involves the extraordinary cultural transformations that occurred on the mountain. The sanctuary established during the Numidian period was later incorporated into the Roman religious landscape. Over time, changing political powers and evolving belief systems altered the site's meaning. Structures were modified, repurposed, and rebuilt. What began as a royal Numidian monument eventually became part of a Roman provincial world, illustrating how empires absorb and reshape the symbols of earlier civilizations. The decline of Chem2 unfolded gradually. As political instability spread through the later Roman Empire and economic priorities shifted, the marble trade weakened. Quarrying activity decreased, populations declined, buildings fell into disrepair. Eventually, the once vital industrial center faded into obscurity. For centuries, the mountain stood largely silent, its scars remaining as the only visible reminder of the immense enterprise that had once operated there. Today, Chem2 remains one of the most underrated archaeological sites in the Mediterranean. It lacks the fame of Pompeii, the grandeur of the pyramids, or the mystique of Machu Picchu, yet its significance may be just as profound. Here, archaeologists can study not merely a city or a monument, but an entire economic system preserved within the landscape itself. Chem2 reveals how ancient empires extracted resources, organized labor, deployed technology, and transformed nature on a massive scale. It demonstrates that industrial ambition is not a modern phenomenon. More than 2,000 years ago, Rome possessed both the desire and the capability to reshape a mountain in pursuit of wealth. Standing among the abandoned quarries today, the silence feels almost unnatural. The cliffs, trenches, and cut faces seem to tell the story of a vanished machine that once operated without rest. Thousands of workers came here, thousands left. Countless tons of stone disappeared into the cities of an empire. What remains is a landscape carved by human determination on a scale few would expect from the ancient world. Chem2 is not simply a forgotten quarry. It is the fossilized footprint of an industrial civilization, a place where archaeology reveals how far ancient societies were willing to go in order to transform a mountain into power. Sagalassos stood high in the Taurus Mountains of southwestern Turkey, more than 15,500 meters above sea level. Originally a Pisidian settlement, the city expanded rapidly after Alexander the Great entered the region in 333 BC, then reached its peak under the Roman Empire between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD. What makes Sagalassos so unusual is its location. The Romans built enormous baths, temples, fountains, roads, and a 9,000-seat theatre directly onto steep mountain slopes where transporting stone alone should have been extremely difficult. Even today, archaeologists still question how such a massive city could function efficiently in terrain this harsh and isolated. The greatest mystery of Sagalassos is its advanced hydraulic engineering. Roman engineers created a pressure-based water system capable of supplying fountains and public baths across the mountainside without modern pumps. Excavations uncovered terracotta pressure pipes, underground channels, reservoirs, and carefully calculated gradients bringing water from distant springs. The Antonine Fountain, built around AD 160 during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, still flows with water today after restoration. What shocks researchers is the precision of the system. A failure in pressure or slope could have destroyed the entire network, yet it operated successfully nearly 2,000 years ago in a region vulnerable to earthquakes and freezing winters. The city also became famous for gigantic marble statues discovered during excavations led by Belgian archaeologist Mark Waelkens beginning in 1989. Massive heads of Emperor Hadrian, Marcus Aurelius, and Faustina the Elder were uncovered beneath collapsed debris. The sculptures display remarkable realism, with deeply carved eyes and highly detailed hairwork. The mystery is not only artistic skill, but transportation. Some blocks weighed several tons and had to be moved up dangerous mountain routes long before modern machinery existed. Another reason Sagalassos fascinates archaeologists is its near-perfect preservation. During the 6th and 7th centuries AD, a series of powerful earthquakes struck the region while the Eastern Roman Empire weakened from economic collapse and the Justinian Plague, which began in AD 541. Over time, landslides from the surrounding mountains buried large sections of the city. Unlike Pompeii, which was destroyed instantly by volcanic ash, Sagalassos disappeared slowly beneath debris and isolation. This accidental burial preserved roads, drainage systems, workshops, and monumental buildings for more than 1,000 years. Scientific studies around the site revealed evidence of environmental decline before the city's collapse. Researchers analyzing pollen, charcoal, and lake sediments discovered signs of deforestation and soil erosion caused by centuries of heavy resource use. Large amounts of wood were consumed for pottery kilns, heating systems, and construction. Some archaeologists believe the surrounding environment slowly became unable to support such a large mountain population. This makes Sagalassos one of the strongest examples of a Roman city potentially weakened not just by war or disaster, but by ecological stress. Sagalassos was also an important industrial center. Archaeologists discovered enormous pottery workshops capable of mass-producing ceramics, exported across parts of the eastern Mediterranean. Chemical analysis confirmed that pottery from this isolated mountain city reached distant Roman trade networks. That alone raises another mystery. How did a settlement built so far from major ports become wealthy enough to compete with larger commercial centers? Carved directly into limestone cliffs near the ancient Hittite capital of Hattusa, Yazılı remains one of the strangest religious sites ever built during the Bronze Age. The sanctuary was constructed during the 13th century BC, most likely under the reign of Hittite king Tudhaliya IV, only decades before the complete collapse of the Hittite Empire around 1200 BC. At first glance, the site appears to be nothing more than a ceremonial rock temple filled with carvings of ancient gods. But the deeper archaeologists studied the sanctuary, the more disturbing the site became. The arrangement of the figures, positioning of the chambers, and the numerical patterns hidden within the carvings have led some researchers to believe Yazılı may have functioned as a massive stone calendar designed to track cosmic cycles thousands of years ago. The sanctuary itself is divided into two open-air rock chambers known today as Chamber A and Chamber B. More than 90 figures are carved into the natural stone walls, including gods, goddesses, hybrid beings, sacred animals, and royal figures. The carvings were first documented by European travelers in the 19th century, but systematic archaeological research intensified after excavations at nearby Hattusa began in 1906 under German archaeologist Hugo Winkler. Because the Hittites used cuneiform tablets similar to those of Mesopotamia, scholars eventually connected several Yazılı figures to known Hittite deities mentioned in surviving texts. Even with those discoveries, however, the sanctuary still refuses to fully explain itself. The greatest mystery surrounding Yazılı is the theory that the sanctuary encoded astronomical knowledge. In 2019, geoarchaeologist Eberhard Zanger and archaeoastronomer Rita Gauci proposed that many of the carvings were arranged according to lunar and solar cycles rather than purely religious symbolism. One section of figures appears to correspond closely with the days of a lunar month, while other groups may represent seasonal cycles or even the structure of the Hittite cosmological calendar itself. If correct, Yazilikaya would not simply be a temple. It would be a functioning astronomical device carved into stone more than 3,200 years ago. This theory becomes even more unsettling when compared with the historical reputation of the Hittites. Unlike Babylon or Egypt, the Hittite civilization is not usually associated with advanced observational astronomy. Yet the people who built Yazilikaya may have tracked lunar phases, seasonal transitions, and celestial movements with enough precision to integrate them into sacred architecture. Some researchers believe the sanctuary could have allowed priests to predict ritual dates tied to agriculture, kingship ceremonies, or religious festivals. Others think it represented a symbolic model of the universe itself, where the gods physically embodied the movement of time. The arrangement of the carvings inside Chamber A is especially unusual. Long processions of male deities march toward groups of female deities, eventually converging near the central figures of the storm god Teshub and the goddess Hebat. Archaeologists noticed that the figures are not randomly distributed. Certain groups repeat numerical patterns that appear intentional. Some researchers argue these numerical divisions align too closely with lunar calculations to be coincidence. Similar attempts to encode astronomy into religious monuments appeared elsewhere in the ancient world, including at Stonehenge and Newgrange, where structures align with solstices and celestial events. But unlike those monuments, Yazilikaya may have represented time itself through human-like divine figures rather than architecture alone. Chamber B is smaller, darker, and significantly more disturbing. The chamber was likely added later during the reign of Tudalia IV and appears heavily associated with death rituals and the underworld. The walls contain carvings of sword-sparing gods whose blades merge into a single terrifying formation, creating the impression of divine weapons emerging directly from the rock. One relief shows the god Sharuma guiding King Tudalia IV, possibly symbolizing protection in the afterlife. Some scholars believe Chamber B functioned as a memorial sanctuary dedicated to the dead king, while others argue it represented the entrance to the underworld within Hittite cosmology. The engineering behind the sanctuary is another reason the site continues to fascinate researchers. The carvings were cut directly into exposed limestone surfaces, with remarkable consistency despite the uneven natural rock. Many reliefs still preserve fine details after more than 3 millennia erosion, earthquakes, and Anatolia's harsh seasonal climate. Creating such symmetrical processions across irregular stone walls would have required careful planning, measurement, and skilled labor. Some figures stand over 2 meters tall. Several were carved with layered depth to create shadows that become more dramatic depending on sunlight conditions throughout the day. The sanctuary's connection to natural light may not be accidental. Researchers have proposed that certain areas of Yazilikaya were intentionally designed to interact with sunlight during specific times of the year. Although the evidence remains debated, some alignments appear consistent with seasonal solar movements, especially during transitions important to agricultural societies. Similar solar alignments are famously seen at Abu Simbel, where sunlight illuminates interior statues on specific dates linked to Ramses II. If Yazilikaya functioned similarly, it would strengthen the idea that the sanctuary combined religion, astronomy, and political authority into a single monumental system. Another reason the site feels so mysterious today is its timing. Yazilikaya reached its final form shortly before the Bronze Age collapse, one of the greatest civilizational disasters in ancient history. Around 1200 BC, major powers across the eastern Mediterranean suddenly fell apart. Cities burned, trade networks disappeared, and entire kingdoms vanished. The Hittite Empire collapsed completely, leaving Hattusa abandoned. For centuries, even the memory of the Hittites faded from history, until archaeologists rediscovered their capital in the modern era. Because of this, Yazilikaya almost feels like a final message left behind by a dying civilization attempting to preserve its understanding of the cosmos before disappearing forever. Rising from the barren semi-desert landscape of eastern Georgia near the Azerbaijan border, the David Gareja Monastery complex does not look like a normal religious site. Entire sections of mountains were carved into caves, tunnels, churches, storage chambers, and living quarters, creating what appears to be an underground stone civilization hidden inside the cliffs. The isolation of the region makes the complex even more disturbing. Almost no large natural water sources exist nearby. Summers are brutally hot, winters are cold and dry, and yet thousands of monks manage to survive here for centuries. That contradiction is what turned David Garaja into one of the most mysterious archaeological sites in the Caucasus. The complex was founded during the 6th century by Saint David of Garaji, one of the 13 Assyrian fathers who arrived in Georgia to spread Christianity. What began as a small monastic settlement slowly expanded into a massive religious network stretching across more than 25 kilometers of rocky hills. Over time, nearly 20 separate monasteries, chapels and cave systems appeared throughout the region. Archaeologists estimate that the entire complex once contained around 5,000 caves and chambers carved directly into stone. Some areas were simple meditation cells, while others became fully functioning religious and economic centers capable of supporting large communities for long periods of time. The most extraordinary mystery surrounding David Garaja is not its religious history, but its engineering. Building thousands of chambers into hard rock during the early medieval period would already be difficult enough, but doing it in an environment with almost no accessible resources raises even more questions. Researchers discovered evidence of rainwater collection systems, underground reservoirs, drainage channels, and carefully positioned cave openings designed to regulate temperature naturally. Certain chambers remain surprisingly cool during extreme summer heat, suggesting the builders understood how airflow and stone insulation could create passive climate control centuries before modern engineering principles formally described it. Much of the original hydraulic system has collapsed or disappeared, meaning archaeologists still cannot fully reconstruct how the monastery supported such a large population in near-desert conditions. David Garaja was also far more than a collection of isolated prayer caves. Excavations revealed bakeries, wine storage areas, blacksmith workshops, food reserves, manuscript rooms, animal enclosures, and agricultural terraces carved into the slopes. Some historians believe the monastery operated almost like a self-sustaining city hidden inside the mountains. The logistics alone remained difficult to explain. Supplying food, water, tools, and construction materials to such a remote location over centuries would have required organization on an enormous scale, especially during periods of war and invasion. Another major mystery lies inside the cave churches themselves. Many chambers still contain medieval frescoes dating from the 8th to 13th centuries. Despite earthquakes, invasions, humidity changes, and centuries of exposure, some paintings survived with astonishing detail. The frescoes at Bertobani and Udabno are considered masterpieces of medieval Georgian art. Their survival has puzzled conservation experts because pigments applied directly onto rough stone surfaces should have deteriorated far more severely over time. Some researchers suspect the artist used unusually durable mineral mixtures or specialized plaster techniques that are still not fully understood today. The artwork itself also stands apart from typical Byzantine religious paintings of the same era. Historians identified a unique artistic tradition known as the Garaji school of painting. Unlike the heavily stylized faces commonly seen in medieval Christian art, many figures at David Garaja appear unusually realistic and expressive. Several royal portraits are believed to be among the only surviving visual representations of important Georgian rulers from the medieval period. These paintings transformed the monastery into not only a religious center, but also one of the most valuable artistic archives in the region. Beneath the Christian layers of history, archaeologists uncovered evidence suggesting the area had been occupied long before the monastery existed. UNESCO reports discoveries connected to Acheulean, Mousterian, Kura-Araxes, Bronze Age, and Iron Age cultures throughout the Garaja region. This means humans may have used these hills for tens of thousands of years before the arrival of medieval monks. Some researchers believe the landscape may already have possessed spiritual or strategic significance in prehistoric times, with later civilizations repeatedly returning to the same isolated terrain across different eras. David Garaja also endured repeated destruction throughout history. In 1265, Mongol invasions devastated major sections of the complex. Later, those that had survived nearly 1,000 years of natural disasters and invasions. Images of tanks and live drills taking place beside medieval cave churches created an almost apocalyptic contrast between ancient civilization and modern warfare. Public protests in Georgia during the late 1980s eventually forced Soviet military operations to withdraw from the area. Horvat Midras sits quietly among the low limestone hills of central Israel, around 30 kilometers southwest of Jerusalem, but beneath its dry landscape lies one of the strangest underground archaeological systems ever discovered in the region. At first glance, the site appears to be little more than ruins from the Roman and Byzantine periods. Broken walls, collapsed stone structures, and fragments of ancient roads cover the hilltop. Yet the real city was not built above the ground. It was carved underneath it. Archaeologists began studying the site seriously during the 20th century, but the most shocking discoveries came when researchers entered the underground chambers hidden beneath the ruins. What they found was not a simple cave network. Horvat Midras contained an enormous subterranean complex made up of tunnels, cisterns, storage rooms, ritual spaces, escape routes, and defensive hideouts cut directly into the soft chalk bedrock. Many of the passages were so narrow that adults could only move through them while crawling. Others suddenly opened into larger chambers capable of hiding groups of people underground for extended periods of time. The most important mystery surrounding Horvat Midras is connected to the Bar Kokhba revolt against the Roman Empire between 132 and 136 AD. Historians believe Jewish rebels transformed the entire settlement into a hidden resistance fortress beneath the surface. Roman military power during the reign of Emperor Hadrian was overwhelming. Open warfare against Rome usually ended in total destruction. Instead of building visible fortifications, the inhabitants of Horvat Midras engineered a concealed underground defense system designed to confuse invading soldiers. The complexity of these tunnels continues to surprise archaeologists today. The passages twist sharply, narrow unexpectedly, and create choke points where only one person could move at a time. In some areas, the ceiling drops so low that even crawling becomes difficult. Researchers believe this design was intentional. Roman soldiers wearing armor and carrying weapons would have struggled to fight effectively underground, while local inhabitants familiar with the tunnel layout could move through them quickly. Similar resistance tunnel systems were discovered in nearby Judean sites, but Horvat Midras remains one of the most elaborate examples ever found. One of the greatest unanswered questions is how such a large underground network was excavated with ancient tools. The chambers were carved into limestone and chalk using iron chisels and hand tools nearly 2,000 years ago. Creating dozens of interconnected rooms without modern surveying equipment required remarkable planning. Some tunnels connect with water cisterns, while others link directly to hidden entrances inside houses that once stood above ground. Archaeologists still debate whether the entire system was built during the revolt itself, or whether older storage caves were gradually expanded into military hideouts over several generations. Above the underground maze stands another unusual structure that has puzzled researchers for decades. Near the summit of the hill sits a large stone pyramid-like monument known as the Horvat Midras Pyramid. Unlike the pyramids of Egypt, this structure is a massive cairn built from stacked stones, measuring roughly 20 meters across and several meters high. Excavations revealed that it likely dates to the Hellenistic or early Roman period, but its true purpose remains uncertain. Some archaeologists believe it covered a monumental tomb belonging to a wealthy family or local ruler. Others suggest it may have functioned as a ceremonial or territorial marker visible from long distances across the Judean landscape. What makes the structure especially mysterious is how unusual it is for the region. Monumental, pyramid-shaped cairns are rare in ancient Judea, and no definitive inscriptions explaining its builders or function have ever been discovered. Even after excavation, many questions remain unanswered. The monument dominates the hill above a hidden underground settlement, creating the impression that the site was designed with both visible and invisible architecture working together. Another strange feature discovered at Horvat Midras is its extensive columbarium cave system. These underground chambers contain hundreds of small carved niches lining the walls in symmetrical rows. Similar structures have been found throughout ancient Judea, and the common explanation is that they were used for raising pigeons or doves. Birds provided meat, fertilizer, and possibly animals for ritual sacrifice. Yet some caves at Horvat Midras contain an unusually large number of niches, far beyond what some researchers consider necessary for simple farming purposes. The precision of the carvings has also attracted attention. Workers shaped hundreds of identical openings directly into the stone with remarkable consistency. The exact economic value of maintaining such enormous bird complexes remains debated. Some historians believe the columbarium chambers may have served secondary functions involving storage, communication, or even temporary refuge during times of conflict. Water engineering at Horvat Midras is another reason the site fascinates archaeologists. The Judean lowlands experience long dry seasons, making water management essential for survival. Beneath the settlement, ancient inhabitants carved deep cisterns capable of collecting and storing rainwater for months. Some of these reservoirs were coated with plaster to reduce leakage and contamination. Narrow openings helped minimize evaporation while preserving cooler temperatures underground. The engineering becomes even more impressive when considering the region's geology. The soft chalkstone made excavation easier, but it also created constant risks of collapse. Builders had to calculate chamber shapes carefully to maintain structural stability. Some underground rooms at Horvat Midras have survived nearly 2 millennia despite earthquakes, erosion, and abandonment. The site also reveals evidence of major cultural transformation over time. During the Byzantine period, centuries after the Bar Kokhba revolt, a Christian church was constructed at the settlement. Archaeologists uncovered mosaic fragments, architectural remains, and Christian symbols indicating that the area evolved into a Byzantine religious community between the 4th and 6th centuries AD. This creates another layer of mystery surrounding Horvat Midras. The same underground spaces that may once have hidden Jewish rebels resisting Rome later existed beneath a Christian settlement tied to the Byzantine Empire that succeeded Roman rule in the region. Like many ancient settlements in Judea, Horvat Midras was eventually abandoned, leaving behind only fragments of its history buried underground. Yet unlike more famous archaeological sites, much of its story remains uncertain. No surviving texts describe exactly how the tunnels were organized during the revolt. The identity of the people buried beneath the stone pyramid remains unknown. Even the full extent of the underground network may not yet be discovered. What makes Horvat Midras so powerful as an archaeological mystery is that nearly every major feature of the site raises unanswered questions. It was not simply a village, fortress, or religious center. It appears to have been all of them at different moments in history. Above ground, the ruins seem ordinary. Beneath the surface lies evidence of survival, resistance, engineering, and hidden architecture created during one of the most violent periods of Roman rule in ancient Judea. Tigranakert remained hidden beneath the hills of the South Caucasus for centuries, even though ancient historians once described it as one of the fortified cities built by Tigranes the Great during the expansion of the Armenian kingdom in the 1st century BC. Located near modern-day Agdam in the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region, the ruins only began revealing their true scale after systematic excavations started in 2005 under Armenian archaeologist Hamlet Petrosyan. Before that, historians debated whether this city even existed in the location described by medieval texts. Several cities carried the name Tigranakert, creating one of the biggest geographical mysteries in Armenian archaeology. The discovery of massive fortification walls, Hellenistic architecture, and early Christian structures suddenly transformed the site from a historical theory into one of the most controversial archaeological discoveries in the Caucasus. The most shocking feature of Tigranakert is its enormous defensive system. Excavations uncovered limestone walls built with carefully cut stone blocks fitted together with remarkable precision. Some sections of the fortification stretch several meters high even after centuries of collapse. Archaeologists identified the masonry style as strongly influenced by Hellenistic military engineering, similar to defensive systems seen in Seleucid and Greco-Roman frontier cities. This was unexpected because the surrounding mountain regions were not traditionally known for large-scale classical urban planning. The walls were positioned on elevated terrain, overlooking strategic valleys and trade routes, allowing defenders to monitor movement across the region. Researchers concluded that the city was not simply a settlement, but a heavily fortified military center designed to control territory and commerce simultaneously. Another mystery involves how the city was constructed on such difficult terrain. Tigranakert sits on uneven rocky slopes where transporting massive stone blocks would have been extremely difficult over 2,000 years ago. Yet the geometry of the walls remains unusually consistent. Archaeologists found evidence that the builders leveled sections of the mountain itself before laying foundations. In some areas, bedrock was carved directly into defensive platforms. The engineering suggests advanced planning rather than gradual expansion, Some historians believe the city may have been constructed rapidly under royal command during Tigranes the Great's military campaigns between 95 and 55 BC, when Armenia briefly became one of the strongest kingdoms in the Near East. The city also contains evidence of cultural mixing rarely seen in isolated mountain fortresses. Excavations uncovered Armenian pottery, Hellenistic architectural elements, Roman-style ceramics, and coins connected to regional trade networks. This indicates that Tigranakert stood at a crossroads between the Roman world, Parthia, Persia, and the Caucasus Highlands. Several researchers compared its role to frontier cities used by empires to stabilize newly conquered territories. Instead of functioning purely as a military base, Tigranakert appears to have evolved into a multicultural urban center where merchants, soldiers, and craftsmen interacted across civilizations. One of the most important discoveries at the site was a large early Christian basilica dating between the 5th and 7th centuries AD. This finding changed previous assumptions that the city declined shortly after the fall of Tigranes' kingdom. The basilica featured a rectangular hall, side chambers, and evidence of sophisticated stone flooring. Archaeologists also uncovered inscriptions and religious artifacts connected to early Armenian Christianity. This proved that the settlement survived for centuries after the Hellenistic era and remained regionally important long into the medieval period. The mystery is why such a significant city eventually disappeared almost entirely from historical memory. Researchers believe multiple invasions may explain part of the collapse. The region experienced repeated warfare involving Romans, Persians, Arabs, Mongols, and later Turkic powers. However, no single destruction layer fully explains the abandonment of the city. Some structures show signs of fire, while others appear to have been dismantled gradually over time. This suggests Tigranakert may have suffered a slow decline instead of a sudden catastrophe. Even more puzzling is the fact that nearby populations continued living in surrounding regions while the fortified urban centre itself vanished. Another unexplained feature is the apparent precision of the urban layout. Surveys revealed organised districts, roads, residential quarters, and defensive sectors arranged according to a deliberate plan. Some archaeologists noted that the city resembles military colonies established by Hellenistic rulers after conquests. This raises questions about how deeply Greek engineering traditions influenced Armenian royal construction during the reign of Tigranes. Ancient Armenian architecture is often associated with local stone traditions, but Tigranakert demonstrates unusually strong Mediterranean influence in both military and civic design. The site became even more controversial because of modern politics. Since Tigranakert lies inside the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region, archaeology there became tied to territorial claims between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Armenian scholars view the ruins as evidence of long-term Armenian historical presence in the region, while Azerbaijani narratives often challenge those interpretations. Because of the conflict, some excavations were interrupted, and researchers warned that parts of the site remain insufficiently explored. This means major sections of the ancient city could still be buried underground. Several discoveries continue to fuel speculation about the true scale of Tigranakert. Ground surveys suggest additional fortification lines may exist beyond the excavated core. Some archaeologists proposed that the visible ruins represent only the upper citadel of a much larger settlement extending into nearby valleys. If true, the city may have controlled a population and territory far larger than currently estimated. The possibility of undiscovered underground structures, storage chambers, or military tunnels remains open because large areas have never been fully excavated. What makes Tigranakert so compelling is that it combines multiple layers of mystery at once. It is a lost royal city whose exact identity was debated for centuries. It is a mountain fortress built with engineering techniques unusually advanced for its location. It is a crossroads where Armenian, Greek, Roman, and Persian influences collided. And it is an archaeological site still trapped inside one of the most politically sensitive regions in the world. Even after decades of excavation, researchers still cannot fully explain how large the city truly was, why it vanished so completely, or how much of its ancient structure still survives beneath the hills of the Caucasus. Zorats Kara is one of the strangest ancient sites ever discovered in the Caucasus region. Spread across a cold mountain plateau near the Armenian city of Sizian, the monument appears almost unnatural from above. Hundreds of dark basalt stones stand across the landscape in long rows and circular formations, But what made the site famous was something far more unusual. More than 80 of the stones were in perfectly carved holes drilled directly through solid volcanic rock. Even today, archaeologists still debate why those holes were made, how ancient people managed to create them, and whether the entire complex once functioned as one of the oldest observatories on Earth. The site sits at an altitude of roughly 1,770 meters above sea level and covers more than 7 hectares. Around 220 standing stones remain visible today, some reaching heights over 2 meters and weighing several tons. Archaeological excavations suggest parts of the complex date to the Bronze Age and Iron Age, likely between 2000 and 1000 BCE. However, the true age of the monument remains heavily disputed. Armenian researcher Paris Harouni argued that some alignments at the site may be far older, possibly dating back to around 5500 BCE. If correct, Zorats Kara would predate many famous megalithic monuments, including later phases of Stonehenge. The drilled stones are the biggest mystery surrounding the site. The holes measure around 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter and pass directly through basalt, one of the hardest volcanic rocks to shape without modern equipment. These are not natural fractures. They were intentionally carved with surprising precision. Some holes point towards sections of the horizon connected to sunrise and sunset positions during seasonal events, while others appear directed toward ancient star positions. Harouni believed these openings were used for astronomical observations, functioning almost like primitive telescopes. According to his theory, ancient observers may have tracked stars such as Deneb thousands of years ago. That theory immediately divided the archaeological world. Critics argued that many stones have shifted positions over time due to earthquakes and erosion, making modern alignments unreliable. Others suggested that people naturally search for patterns in random stone arrangements. Yet the mystery never disappeared because the holes themselves remain extremely difficult to explain. Ancient people clearly invested enormous effort drilling through hard basalt in an isolated mountain region. The question is why? Excavations added another layer to the puzzle. Archaeologists discovered burial cists, tomb structures, and evidence of ritual activity throughout the complex. Human remains and grave artifacts confirmed that the area was used as a necropolis during the Bronze and Iron Ages. This created a major contradiction. Was Zorats Kara an observatory, or was it primarily a ceremonial burial site? Some researchers now believe it may have been both. Across the prehistoric world, astronomy and death rituals were often closely connected. Ancient societies tracked the movement of stars and the sun not only for calendars, but also for spiritual beliefs connected to death, rebirth, and cosmic cycles. The layout of the site makes the mystery even stronger. From above, rows of stones stretch outward from a central area almost like giant corridors or directional markers. Some formations appear carefully organized rather than randomly placed. Several researchers believe the stone lines may have guided ceremonial processions or marked important celestial events during certain times of year. Others think the monument evolved gradually over centuries, with different groups adding new stones for entirely different purposes. If true, Zorats Kara may not be a single construction project at all, but the accumulated remains of multiple ancient traditions layered together across thousands of years. Its remote location also raises serious questions. Transporting massive basalt stones onto a windy plateau at nearly 1,800 meters above sea level would have required enormous labor. Yet there is no evidence that the site stood beside a major imperial capital or wealthy urban center. Unlike famous ancient monuments connected to large kingdoms, Zorats Kara appears isolated. This has led some historians to believe the location itself held spiritual significance. At such high elevation, with almost no light pollution, the night sky above southern Armenia would have appeared extraordinarily clear. Ancient communities may have considered the plateau a sacred connection point between Earth and the heavens. The site's alternative name, Karahunj, is often translated as speaking stones or singing stones. The name likely comes from the eerie sounds created when strong winds pass through the drilled holes. During storms, some stones produce low whistling tones that echo across the plateau. Modern visitors describe the effect as unsettling. For ancient societies, those sounds may have seemed supernatural, reinforcing the site's ritual importance. The engineering behind the monument remains another unsolved issue. Modern experiments show that drilling through basalt using primitive tools is technically possible with abrasives like sand and repeated rotation techniques, but the process is extremely slow. Creating dozens of holes would have required tremendous time and coordination. That means the holes were almost certainly important to the builders, not decorative details added casually. One reason Zoret's Kara became so famous is because it challenges traditional ideas about prehistoric civilizations in the Caucasus. Mainstream archaeology has historically focused more heavily on Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and Western Europe. But Armenia sits near the crossroads of several ancient cultural zones, including Anatolia, the Eurasian steppes, and the Near East. Some researchers believe advanced astronomical traditions may have developed independently in this region far earlier than previously assumed. At the same time, many experts warn against exaggerating the evidence. Not every alignment proves the existence of an observatory, and not every ancient monument connected to the sky served a scientific purpose. This tension between evidence and speculation is exactly what makes Zoret's Kara so compelling. The monument sits in a strange middle ground between established archaeology and unresolved mystery. Nia ruins lay hidden for centuries beneath the sands of the Taklamakan Desert in modern Xinjiang, Western China. Long before the desert swallowed the settlement, this was one of the most important oasis communities along the southern Silk Road. Ancient Chinese records referred to the kingdom as Jingzhou, a remote state positioned between major trade networks connecting China, India, Persia, and Central Asia. Today, the landscape is almost completely lifeless. Endless dunes surround the ruins, temperatures swing between brutal heat and freezing cold, and violent sandstorms constantly reshape the terrain. Yet nearly 2,000 years ago, people managed to build a thriving settlement there with farms, irrigation systems, wooden homes, government administration, and international trade. That contradiction is what makes Nia one of the strangest archaeological mysteries in Asia. The modern rediscovery of the ruins began in 1901 when explorer and archaeologist Oral Stein entered the region during his expeditions across Central Asia. Stein uncovered the remains of homes, canals, orchards, fences, temples, and hundreds of wooden administrative documents buried beneath the sand. Many of these records were written in Kharosthi, an ancient script associated with Gandhara and northwestern India. The discovery shocked historians because Nia was located deep inside what is now Western China. Yet its official language and administration showed heavy Indian cultural influence. Even more surprising, seals and artworks recovered from the site displayed Persian and Hellenistic artistic styles connected to regions thousands of kilometers away. The existence of such a multicultural settlement in the middle of one of the harshest deserts on Earth immediately raised major questions. The Taklamakan Desert receives almost no rainfall and is infamous for deadly sandstorms and unstable terrain. Even modern travel across the region is extremely difficult without advanced equipment and transportation. Yet archaeological evidence proves the inhabitants of Nia maintained permanent agriculture for centuries. Excavations revealed vineyards, orchards, irrigation canals, livestock enclosures, and grain storage systems. Without a carefully organized water management network, none of this should have been possible. The irrigation system itself remains one of the most fascinating aspects of the settlement. Archaeologists discovered canals extending from the Nia River into agricultural areas surrounding the city. The channels were designed to distribute water efficiently across dry ground before it disappeared into the desert. Maintaining such a system would have required constant labor, coordination, and environmental knowledge. A single major disruption in water flow could have destroyed the entire oasis. Researchers believe the survival of Nia depended completely on the stability of the river and the ability of the population to control it. This creates an unsettling possibility. The city may have existed in a fragile balance with the desert for centuries, surviving only because its inhabitants continuously fought against environmental collapse. The scale of construction discovered at Nia makes the mystery even more impressive. Archaeologists found large wooden residences supported by heavy timber beams, despite the surrounding region having almost no natural forests. This means construction materials had to be transported from distant areas through dangerous desert routes. Some homes contained multiple rooms, carved furniture, storage spaces, and sophisticated layouts designed to protect inhabitants from heat, wind, and sand. Wooden chairs, tables, woven baskets, textiles, and leather goods were also recovered in remarkable condition due to the extreme dryness of the environment. The preservation of these objects is one of the reasons Nia became internationally famous among archaeologists. In many ancient cities, organic materials decay rapidly over time. At Nia, however, the dry desert climate preserved everyday items for nearly 2,000 years. Archaeologists recovered wooden combs, shoes, fabrics, ropes, farming tools, seeds, furniture, and written messages with extraordinary detail. Some textiles still show visible stitching and decorative patterns. The ruins provide a rare snapshot of ordinary life along the Silk Road in a way few archaeological sites can match. Many researchers compare Nia to a desert version of Pompeii, except there was no sudden volcanic disaster freezing the city in time. Instead, the settlement appears to have been slowly buried by the desert itself. The wooden tablets discovered across the site revealed even more about the civilization that once lived there. The documents include tax records, legal disputes, trade agreements, census information, marriage arrangements, and government orders. These texts prove Nia was not simply a temporary caravan stop for traders crossing Asia. It was a highly organized society with administration, laws, and long-distance economic networks. Some records mention official titles and local authorities responsible for managing the settlement. Others describe agricultural activities and trade operations linked to nearby kingdoms. The cultural mixture present in the city remains one of its most mysterious features. Chinese silk and lacquerware were found alongside Indian writing systems and Western artistic motifs. Several seals recovered from the ruins display imagery strongly influenced by Greco-Bactrian traditions that spread across Central Asia after the campaigns of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BCE. Buddhist influence from India also appears throughout the region. Nia demonstrates that the Silk Road was not simply a trade route for goods. It was a massive network through which languages, religions, technologies, and entire populations mixed together across continents. Some archaeologists believe Nia represents one of the clearest examples of ancient globalization. The settlement existed at the crossroads of multiple civilizations, absorbing influences from east and west simultaneously. People living there may have spoken different languages, practiced different religions, and originated from different ethnic backgrounds while functioning within the same community. Few ancient sites reveal such a concentrated blend of cultures in such an isolated environment. Another factor adding to the mystery is the nearby Tarim Basin mummy discoveries. Although many of the oldest mummies predate Nia itself, several were found with features more commonly associated with Western Eurasian populations, including light-coloured hair and European-like facial structures. Later genetic studies confirmed that the Tarim Basin hosted surprisingly diverse ancient populations over thousands of years. These discoveries reinforce the idea that Central Asia served as a major migration and interaction zone long before modern historical records fully documented it. Despite all the evidence showing Nia's sophistication, the settlement eventually vanished. The reason remains uncertain. Unlike ancient cities destroyed by invasion or natural disaster, Nia shows little evidence of catastrophic warfare. Archaeologists did not uncover widespread burn layers, mass graves, or large-scale structural destruction. Instead, the city appears to have been gradually abandoned. The leading explanation involves environmental collapse caused by changes in the Nia River. Over time, the river may have shifted course or weakened due to desertification, cutting off the irrigation system that sustained agriculture and daily life. Climate studies from the Tarim Basin suggest environmental conditions became increasingly unstable during the later occupation period. Sand encroachment intensified, river systems fluctuated, and desert expansion threatened oasis settlements across the region. Once the water supply became unreliable, the population of Nia may have been forced to leave permanently. Yet even this explanation leaves major questions unanswered. The abandonment appears strangely complete, almost as if the city was erased from history faster than expected. Avdat rises above the Negev desert like a city that should never have existed. Built on a rocky plateau in southern Israel, surrounded by dry valleys and brutal heat, the ancient settlement received less than 100 millimeters of rainfall each year. There were no rivers nearby, no permanent lakes, and almost no natural resources capable of supporting a large population. Yet for centuries, Avdat became one of the most important cities on the Nabatean Insas route, the massive trade network that connected Arabia to the Mediterranean world. Camel caravans loaded with frankincense, myrrh, spices, and luxury goods crossed enormous distances through hostile desert terrain before stopping at this isolated city in the middle of nowhere. What makes Avdat so fascinating is not simply its survival, but the fact that archaeologists now believe the Nabateans developed one of the most advanced desert engineering systems of the ancient world. The city was founded around the 3rd century BCE by the Nabateans, the same civilization responsible for Petra. Originally, it functioned as a caravan station along the trade road between Petra and Gaza, but over time it expanded into a major urban centre. The settlement was named after King Obodas I, a Nabatean ruler who was later worshipped as a divine figure after his death. Archaeological excavations uncovered temples, inscriptions, military structures, homes, agricultural systems, churches and massive water installations spread across the plateau. Roman and Byzantine occupations later transformed the city even further, turning Avdat into a strange mixture of Nabatean, Roman and Christian architecture layered together in the desert. The greatest mystery surrounding Avdat is water. Everything about the city depended on solving an almost impossible environmental problem. The Negev desert experiences sudden flash floods only a few times each year, and those floods disappear almost immediately into dry valleys. Most ancient civilizations depended on large rivers like the Nile, Tigris or Euphrates to survive. Avdat had nothing remotely similar. Despite this, archaeologists discovered enormous agricultural systems surrounding the city. Terraced farms stretched across hillsides, stone channels redirected floodwater into fields, reservoirs and cisterns carved into bedrock stored water for long periods. Diversion dams slowed violent flood currents before distributing water across farming areas. The terrifying part is how precise the system needed to be. Flash floods in desert environments are extremely dangerous. Water moves with enormous force through narrow valleys, carrying rocks and debris capable of destroying entire structures within minutes. If the Nabateans miscalculated the angle of a channel or the height of a retaining wall, the entire agricultural network could collapse. Yet much of the system survived for centuries. Modern researchers studying the site found that the Nabateans carefully designed slopes to slow water naturally rather than block it completely. Instead of fighting the desert, they manipulated its rare floods with astonishing efficiency. Some archaeologists argue the Nabateans understood desert hydrology better than many later civilizations. Modern experiments near Avdat reconstructed ancient runoff farming systems using only seasonal rainwater and flood diversion methods. The results shocked researchers because the recreated farms successfully supported crops in areas long considered nearly impossible for agriculture. The Nabateans were not simply surviving drought conditions. They had engineered an entire sustainable landscape across one of the harshest environments in the Middle East. One of the most shocking discoveries at Avdat was evidence of large-scale wine production. Excavations uncovered wine presses, fermentation installations, storage facilities, and ancient grape remains throughout the surrounding region. Byzantine Avdat appears to have produced wine commercially despite existing deep within an arid desert. This completely changed earlier assumptions about ancient desert life. Researchers now believe the Nabateans and later Byzantine inhabitants used sophisticated runoff farming techniques to create artificial agricultural zones capable of supporting vineyards. Some historians even suggest Avdat wine may have been exported across regional trade networks during the Byzantine period. The engineering behind this agricultural system remains one of the city's most mysterious achievements. The Nabateans constructed terraces that trapped moisture inside the soil long after floods disappeared. Stone walls prevented erosion while also slowing evaporation. Channels redirected even tiny amounts of rainfall into productive farmland. Every part of the landscape appears to have been modified to conserve water. Even today, parts of the system still flood function during seasonal storms. At the center of the city stood the Acropolis, where temples and public buildings overlooked the surrounding desert. Excavations revealed religious structures connected to the cult of Obodas I and Nabatean deities, such as Dushara. Inscriptions found at the site became extremely important because some represent among the latest surviving examples of Nabatean writing ever discovered. The architecture itself also reveals unusual cultural blending. Nabatean construction techniques mixed with Roman military designs and later Byzantine churches, creating a city that continuously reinvented itself across different eras. The Roman occupation of Avdat added another layer of mystery. After the Roman Empire annexed the Nabatean kingdom in 106 CE, the city became part of a broader imperial frontier system. Roman military units were stationed nearby, and forts helped protect caravan traffic moving through the desert. Yet even Rome depended heavily on the same Nabatean water systems already established centuries earlier. This suggests the local engineering knowledge was so advanced that even imperial administrators could not easily replace it. During the Byzantine era, Avdat transformed again. Churches replaced earlier pagan structures, and Christian communities expanded across the city. Archaeologists uncovered large basilicas, monasteries, and religious carvings throughout the region. Monks occupied caves near Ain Avdat, carving stairways, crosses, and chambers directly into the cliffs. At the same time, agriculture appears to have intensified rather than declined. Wine production became one of the settlement's most important economic activities after the incense trade weakened. Another major mystery involves long-distance desert logistics. Maintaining caravan trade across the Negev required extraordinary coordination. Caravans moving between Petra and Mediterranean ports needed water supplies, navigation routes, defensive positions, and reliable stopping points across hundreds of kilometers of dangerous terrain. Avdat functioned as one station within a larger chain of desert settlements connected across the incense route. The city's elevated position gave inhabitants clear views across surrounding valleys, allowing them to monitor approaching caravans or potential raiders from long distances away. Some researchers believe visual signaling systems may have existed between desert forts, though direct evidence remains limited. What is certain is that Avdat's location was chosen with incredible strategic precision. The city combined surveillance, trade control, agriculture, religion, and water management into one integrated system capable of surviving inside an environment most civilizations would have considered uninhabitable. Natural disasters repeatedly damaged the city. Archaeological evidence shows several earthquakes struck the region during late antiquity, collapsing buildings and damaging infrastructure. Yet Avdat continued recovering for generations. Walls were rebuilt, churches expanded, agricultural systems remained active. This resilience separates Avdat from many other ancient settlements that disappeared after environmental collapse or political instability. Eventually, however, the city was abandoned sometime after the early Islamic period, likely during the 7th or 8th century CE. Trade routes changed, populations declined, and maintaining such a difficult settlement became unsustainable. The desert slowly reclaimed the city, preserving its ruins beneath layers of dust and stone for centuries. Perched on a rocky ridge overlooking St. George's Bay near Bijabuja in southeastern Malta, Borj-in-Nadur appears today as little more than broken limestone walls scattered across dry Mediterranean ground. Yet beneath those ruins lies one of the strangest transitions ever discovered in prehistoric Europe. Archaeologists believe this site preserves the moment an ancient civilization abandoned monumental ritual architecture and transformed into a society obsessed with defense, survival, and warfare. Few places in the Mediterranean record such a dramatic cultural collapse so clearly in stone. The site was first constructed during Malta's Tarshian phase around 2500 BC, during the final centuries of the island's extraordinary temple-building civilization. This was the same culture responsible for gigantic megalithic complexes such as Ajarkim and Tarshian, structures older than Stonehenge and the pyramids of Giza. Borj-in-Nadur originally followed the typical four-apse temple layout seen throughout Maltese prehistory, with curved chambers radiating outward from a central axis. Massive limestone megaliths formed the outer walls, and the entrance was marked by upright standing stones that still survive today. However, unlike Malta's more famous temples, Borj-in-Nadur lacks elaborate carvings, spiral decorations, or monumental artistic reliefs. The structure feels stripped down, functional, and strangely austere, leading some archaeologists to speculate that it may represent one of the final and declining stages of the temple's civilization before its collapse. That collapse remains one of the greatest archaeological mysteries in the Mediterranean. Around 2500 to 2400 BC, the sophisticated temple-building culture of Malta suddenly disappeared. Monumental construction ceased almost entirely, population patterns changed, ritual systems vanished. The cause is still debated today. Some researchers suspect environmental exhaustion caused by deforestation and soil degradation on the small islands. Others point toward climate instability, drought, disease, or social fragmentation. What makes Borj-in-Nadur so important is that it preserves evidence from both worlds, the final phase of the temple civilization and the rise of a completely different Bronze Age society that emerged afterward. Instead of preserving the sacred complex, the new inhabitants partially dismantled it, temple stones were reused, ancient ceremonial spaces became domestic dwellings. Archaeologists discovered foundations of huts built directly into and around the earlier sacred architecture. It was as if the memory of the old civilization no longer mattered. This transition is deeply unusual because many ancient societies continued to worship or preserve earlier sacred sites for centuries. At Borgin-Nadu, the opposite happened. The newcomers converted ritual space into a fortified settlement, focused on protection and survival. The clearest evidence of this transformation is the enormous D-shaped bastion constructed during the Bronze Age. The defensive wall measured approximately 4.5 meters thick and was positioned facing inland rather than toward the sea. That detail changed how archaeologists understood prehistoric Malta. The builders were apparently more afraid of attacks from within the island than from suborn raiders crossing the Mediterranean. The wall itself is believed to be the oldest surviving fortification in Malta and among the earliest defensive structures ever identified on the islands. Even more remarkable, it remains the best preserved example among 6 known Bronze Age fortified settlements discovered across Malta. This militarization marked a complete reversal of the earlier temple culture. The Neolithic builders of Malta had invested immense labor into ceremonial architecture, astronomical alignments, and communal ritual spaces. The Bronze Age inhabitants of Borgin-Nadu instead prioritized elevated terrain, defensive visibility, and controlled access routes. The settlement occupied high ground between Wadi Jembak and Wadi Dalam, giving clear views over the coastline and surrounding valleys. From the ridge, approaching movement could be monitored long before reaching the village. The location itself suggests a society living under persistent threat. Excavations also uncovered evidence that Malta was no isolated prehistoric outpost. Pottery fragments of Mycenaean origin were discovered around the site, linking Borgin-Nadu to the wider Bronze Age Mediterranean trade network. These ceramics indicate either direct or indirect contact with the Aegean world, meaning that the inhabitants of Malta may have participated in exchange systems stretching hundreds of kilometers across the sea. During the Late Bronze Age, Mycenaean traders connected regions from mainland Greece to Sicily and the Levant. Finding Aegean pottery on a small Maltese ridge overlooking St. George's Bay suggests that Borgin-Nadu occupied a strategic position within those maritime routes. Yet some of the site's strangest mysteries lie outside the temple walls themselves. The surrounding landscape contains prehistoric cart ruts carved deeply into limestone bedrock. These parallel grooves appear throughout Malta, but several nearby examples lead directly toward the coast before disappearing beneath the sea. No consensus exists regarding their purpose. Some researchers believe they were transportation tracks for sledges carrying heavy stone blocks. Others propose agricultural use or water management systems. More speculative theories suggest ritual pathways connected to sacred processions. At Borgin-Nadu, the cart ruts add another layer to an already enigmatic landscape, especially because of sea level changes since prehistory. Equally mysterious are the bottle-shaped silos cut deep into the limestone around the settlement. Archaeologists identified dozens of these subterranean chambers, although many were destroyed in 1920 during road construction and later expansion works. Historical records indicate that at least 32 silos vanished during the first road project, while another 41 were destroyed afterward. The surviving examples remain difficult to interpret. Some may have stored grain. Others could have held water supplies or food reserves. What shocked researchers most was the discovery that several silos near the shoreline are now submerged beneath sea level. This suggests either substantial coastal subsidence or long-term geological sinking over the past 3,000 years. The archaeological history of Borgin-Nadu is itself unusual. The ruins were already known in the 16th century when the French cleric John Quintin visited the site and mistakenly identified the scattered megaliths as the remains of a sanctuary dedicated to Hercules. Systematic excavations began centuries later under Maltese archaeologist Antonio Annetto Caruana. During the 1920s, pioneering Egyptologist Margaret Murray conducted extensive investigations that transformed understanding of Maltese prehistory. Her excavations revealed the critical distinction between the Temple period and the later Bronze Age occupation, helping archaeologists reconstruct one of the most important chronological transitions in Maltese archaeology. Despite its importance, much of the Bronze Age settlement remains buried beneath surrounding land even today. in 2022, Heritage Malta acquired nearly 13 tumuli of nearby terrain after confirming that additional sections of the prehistoric village still survive underground. Researchers believe large portions of the settlement may never have been fully excavated. Modern archaeological techniques unavailable during the 20th century, including soil analysis, remote sensing, and microstratigraphic studies, may eventually reveal far more about how the inhabitants lived and why the earlier temple civilization disappeared so abruptly. What makes Borgin Nador so haunting is not merely its age, but the story embedded within its stones. The site captures the collapse of one worldview and the birth of another. A civilization capable of constructing massive ceremonial monuments vanished, and in its place emerged a society building defensive walls against unseen enemies. Sacred architecture became recycled rubble, ritual spaces became shelters. The enormous bastion overlooking the valleys stands almost like a warning from a forgotten age. Evidence that prehistoric Malta may have experienced instability, violence, or fear severe enough to permanently transform the island's culture. More than 4,000 years later, the reasons remain uncertain. The ruins of Borgin Nador still overlook the sea in silence, preserving one of the Mediterranean's oldest and least understood archaeological